5,000 years ago, he saved the world. Today, his name doesn't even exist in history. The legendary hero wakes up in a new era and finds out he's officially a myth. No statues, no records, just people calling his life a fairy tale. So he enrolls in a hero academy not to become famous but to uncover who erased him and why the final boss never truly died. When the past is deleted on purpose, someone is terrified of its return. Let's find out who's scared of him coming back. 5,000 years ago, in a time of despair, humanity was on the brink of extinction. To save the rapidly collapsing world, 4 great heroes went to battle against Erebos, the spawn of evil. Among them were the elven archmage Luna the Stargazer, the dwarven master blacksmith Duino the divine blacksmith, a great warrior from the Beastmen, Aeron the brave, and last but not least, the dragon ruler, Lycinus the wise. But 5,000 years ago, all 4 were defeated. While the calming battlefield was drenched with rain, Kyle treated the last survivor, Lycinus the wise. Her wounds were very bad. She spoke his name, and he ordered her to remain silent, but she did not listen, and asked him to take her dragon heart and finish what he started. He again ordered her to shut up, as he wanted to save her. She said it was too late for her. He asked her again to stop chatting. She was not letting him focus on healing, but Lycinus did not listen to him at all. She tore out her heart with her own hands and asked, "Does he remember their first meeting? They will save this world." He clenched his teeth in rage, calling her a stupid lizard, and she, closing her eyes, asked him for forgiveness for leaving everything to him. As soon as the life left her body, he took her heart. In his hands, it began to evaporate, and before finishing what he started, he turned to all 4 heroes and thanked them for being with him. As soon as the heart completely dissolved into air, a bright column of light struck it, reaching high into the sky. The energy of the dragon's heart empowered him. He appeared before the enemy and swore that he would definitely, even if his body burned to ashes, destroy his soul at any cost. The sword blazed with white flame, and then the last 5th hero of the source, Kyle, rushed to attack Erebos and dealt him a crushing blow. On the night when the echo of the great explosion rolled across the sky, thanks to the sacrifice of the great queen, Lycinus, the spawn of evil, Erebos was banished from this world. When Reyna finished reading the book, her child cried, and her husband said that she had read him this story for the 100th time. She smiled and said that this was Leo's favorite book. Let him just look at it. She turned her gaze to the dissatisfied baby and suggested that he read the story of the heroes of the source again. She began to read the book again, and the baby made sounds, which delighted her, and asked her husband, "Does he see this? He likes it after all." But in fact, the baby was very unhappy. He mentally begged her to stop reading it to him. Where does she see joy? Reyna started anew. 5,000 years ago, a great victory took place. He wondered, what do you mean? A victory took place. He defeated Erebos, so why is he the only one not mentioned in this book? After his death, Kyle found himself in the body of this baby named Leo Plov. When he grew up and entered Dellen's school, he could not escape the fate of hearing this great story there either. The teacher told the class that, as they should already know, they now live in the Age of Heroes. The hero protocol has existed in their world for 5,000 years. During this time, ordinary life has changed beyond recognition, and now their school has been chosen as the venue for the entrance exams to Lumine Academy. He has no doubt that among them, there will be heroes who will pass this exam and one day be included in the protocol. But someone's loud snoring prevented him from speaking. He tried to continue, but the sound constantly faltered, and finally exclaimed irritably that they should focus all their attention on the lesson. He called out to Leo in displeasure, which woke him up, and said that since he knew the lecture material so well that it was already putting him to sleep, he wanted to ask something. 5,000 years ago, to become a hero, what ritual did you have to go through? MC stood up and answered him that you just had to do something outstanding, and people would bow before you on their own. The teacher sighed in disappointment and asked if anyone else had any ideas on this matter. The guy next to Leo raised his hand and said that in ancient times, there was no way to earn the recognition of the gods. Therefore, heroes were selected through a sacred ritual, an example being the blood ritual. MC sized him up, and the teacher praised the student for his excellent knowledge, as expected of their greatest magical genius, Gullivan Tratton. He has high hopes for him in the upcoming exam. Gullivan glanced at Leo with a smirk, but he ignored him and opened the book, thinking that meeting the gods back then was a piece of cake. Holy rituals, of course. A miracle sent down by the gods to the underworld to celebrate the great hero's victory over Erebos. Heroic protocol. He slammed the book shut and looked out the window, wondering why only he had been passed over for such honors. They forgot to mention him, the reincarnated great hero Kyle. When the lesson ended, all his classmates crowded by the window into the hallway and began excitedly exclaiming that they were here, wearing the Zerdinger family emblem on their robes. MC remained where he was, uninterested in the sword princess, Celia Zerdinger, who had decided to come to their school. After that, all the students were asked over the loudspeakers to gather in the assembly hall. Some distinguished guests had arrived at the school today. Leo stood up from his seat, and Gullivan asked if he was going to do anything to attract Zerdinger's attention. Although, what did they care? He raised an eyebrow in confusion and replied that he was actually just getting ready to go home, after which he headed for the exit and said that, unlike him, He wasn't interested in all this nonsense. This caused the boy to become indignant and exclaimed that he was actually going home too. He just wanted to look at Celia as a future rival. MC waved at him, disbelievingly saying that he understood everything, and he excitedly exclaimed that it was true. When Leo returned home, he immediately started training. Having caught his breath, he glanced at the wooden sword in his hands and left the training hall, thinking that, although it was not surprising, given his regular training, this body was many times better than the one he had in his past life. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from the side, asking what he was thinking about so carefully. When he looked up at her, he saw her lunging at him. He reacted quickly and managed to block her sword strike, after which he asked why she was ambushed him so abruptly. She increased the distance between them and said that they hadn't warmed up in a long time. Meager talent is no good for the Lumine Academy. After that, she attacked him again, exclaiming that this was his final test, and he blocked her strike again, and she asked with a smirk if she should become even tougher. She attacked. He parried her blow again and caught his breath, saying that she was his mother, and that her expression of love for him was too rude. She grinned, and raising her sword above her head, noted that even though he said so, he blocked every single one of her blows. After that, she pounced on him, but this time she applied more force, and when she realized this, she became nervous. She was afraid for her son. What if he couldn't block it? But he managed to step aside. Her blade only grazed a tuft of his hair, and then he made a sharp lunge forward, and she stared in confusion at the tip of the sword and even fell. He asked if everything was okay, and she wondered in surprise how great was this child's talent. After that, she stood up and asked, does he still want to get into Lumine, the Human Hero Academy? Lumine. Of all the hero academies for the 4 races included in the Hero Protocol, this was the one with the highest chance of finding records of his past. That's why he wanted to go there so much. He told his mother with a confident smile that he really wanted to go, and she said that members of the Zerdinger clan who had visited his school would soon arrive here. They would stay at their estate. She, of course, didn't particularly want this, but she would ask Zeiss for a favor, since he was the first deputy head of the family. Maybe he would agree to teach him the Zerdinger clan's aura techniques. She patted his head and said with a smile that with this, he would definitely have enough strength to enter the academy next year. He thought about her offer, and then, smiling in his mind, told her that he intended to enroll there this year. The next day, a Zerdinger carriage arrived at the estate. Celia went outside discontentedly, wondering why her uncle had decided to stay here. They could have booked the entire hotel. She glanced around the estate appraisingly, wondering if she should be focusing on her academy entrance exams. But here was some rundown mansion belonging to a minor family. Zeiss stepped out of the carriage and called out to her, asking if she wasn't curious about this Leo guy. He'd even claimed to have no interest in their family. She haughtily tossed her hair back and told her uncle that he was a promising knight who hadn't yet mastered his aura, so she doesn't think there's anything special about him. He laughed and remarked that he didn't think it was that simple, after which they entered the estate, and Zeiss bowed his head to its hosts, saying that it was a great honor to meet them. Marquis Dade of Plov and his wife Reina welcomed them warmly into their home, and Zeiss told his niece that in front of her was the Marquis Plov, so she should introduce herself to him properly. Celia greeted them both reservedly, then thanked them for kindly agreeing to shelter them for a week. Reina approached her and said she was glad to meet her, and she was surprised to notice that she looked so much like her father and uncle. And then she realized something. She had red eyes and black hair, which meant that she was of their bloodline. Zeiss confirmed her guess, saying that Reina was her aunt and his older sister. While the servants carried the luggage to their rooms, Reina and Zeiss decided to have a cup of tea. Zeiss told her that first they stopped by the Delon school, where it was complete chaos, with students running back and forth, but not Leo. He was so indifferent that he went straight home. She jokingly said that it was a blow to the pride of the venerable house of Zerdinger, after which she laughed and apologized to him if her son's behavior seemed disrespectful to him. He was generally interested in little besides training. To confirm her words, Leo was fighting Celia with wooden swords at that time. Zeiss asked what kind of child he was, and she said that he was an incredibly gifted boy. He asked if she truly believed that he could inherit the flame of House Zerdinger. She told him that she wasn't saying this because he was her son. He deserved the praise himself. The man smiled and said that she interested him. However, he needed to see for himself. Meanwhile, Leo made Celia worry. He pressed her so much that she barely had time to block his punches. Some time ago, MC, as usual, was sitting in the training room and trying to concentrate. He clenched his fist, and feeling the energy in it, opened his eyes and said with relief that it finally happened. The vessel capable of holding all the power is complete. The reason he hasn't mastered the aura yet is because as soon as he absorbs it, it encounters a natural incompatibility with this body, and the ability to accumulate mana and spiritual energy disappears. If in his past life he could completely control the power and energy of heroes, such a catastrophe would never have happened. In this life, he must master complete control. First, the aura. But his thoughts were distracted by footsteps and a question. He is Leo Plov, right? Turning around, he saw the girl, and she noted with a smile that his base seemed to be at a decent level. She would like to thoroughly brush up on his swordsmanship. What would he say? She thought that this could even earn her aunt's favor. He asked who she was, and she haughtily told him her name, adding that she was known to the public as the Sword Princess. He rose to his feet and asked, "Is that so?" He was grateful for her concern, but he didn't think he needed lessons from someone whose skills were inferior to his own. This made her indignant and asked, "Does he mean to say that he is stronger than her?" He answered that perhaps in a fight to the death she would be stronger, since he couldn't yet use aura. But if fencing alone was considered, that was a different matter. She frowned, and he challenged her. After that, she took a wooden sword from the stand and walked towards him, saying that if he was so confident in his strength, they could spar. She smirked and wondered if he really thought that mastering aura would make him stronger than her. She should confront him with harsh reality. After that, she said that if she defeated him, he would be her personal servant for the next week, and he smirked and asked what would happen if he won. She swung the sword at him and told him that if he won, she would be his servant. He picked up the sword from the floor and offered her to begin, immediately after which he rushed into the fight and struck her, which she blocked. She took a step back and mentally noted that his speed was not that bad, but it was still not enough. After that, they both rushed towards each other. He raised his sword over his head and struck her with all his strength. She blocked it, but felt incredible pressure and wondered in surprise, what kind of strength did he have? Since she could no longer hold his sword, she jumped back and he broke the floor with his attack, so that the debris flew everywhere, and then pounced on her again. She became nervous, realizing that she would not be able to block such a thing, and when he struck, he felt his sword collide with something hard. He frowned and asked, did she use a shield made of aura? This is already beyond the scope of normal fencing. She told him that it was just a reflex, and he said that none of this matters, he will still win. Because of this, she became indignant and exclaimed that with and without aura, the difference is huge. He removed his magical weights and offered to test them. Then, with a grin, he pounced on her and struck her with his sword, instantly breaking her shield. She was unable to parry the further blow and was greatly surprised. She wondered how this happened. Where did such a monster come from? He was simply crazy. Meanwhile, Reina and Zeiss went out for a walk, and she, seeing her son, told him to come and meet the guest of their house. MC bowed slightly, greeting Zeiss. He extended his hand, saying that he believed he already knew, but he was his uncle. He was glad to meet him. They shook hands, and Reina asked her son if he had already met Celia. He turned his gaze to the girl, whom the knights were carrying out of the training hall on a stretcher, and did not even know what to answer her. Seeing his niece in such a state, Zeiss immediately approached the knights and inquired about what had happened. They told him everything, and he looked at his nephew and thought, could he really defeat her without an aura? After that, he approached him and said that he was already able to defeat Celia, which was quite impressive. He replied that she had underestimated him, and he asked what their bet was. He answered with a smile that the loser would serve the winner, so she would be his maid for the next week. Zeiss laughed at first, but then his face became serious and he said that keeping his word was important, but she was still the heiress of the Zerdinger house. She could not do housework. He hoped he would reconsider this deal. In return, he was ready to offer him another reward. He was about to list several options, but Leo turned him down. She herself offered him this bet, so let her be punished if she valued the name of her house. Zeiss asked, even if he offered to teach him the Zerdinger family breathing technique for controlling his aura? He smiled and told him that he believed that a breathing technique offered in order to avoid humiliating his niece was of no use to him. Zeiss was very dissatisfied with his answer. He measured him with a glance and said that he was now declaring that he was going to use the direct heir of the family as a servant and that their family technique was worthless. Did he understand everything correctly? He confidently confirmed it, and he asked if he didn't find it rude. He answered that he had no intention of insulting their family, but if he intended to teach him the breathing technique as a reward for defeating Celia, he would gladly accept his offer. But he just wants to cover up her defeat in this way, which means that deep down, he thinks that if Celia had not let down her guard, she would never have lost. But even if she had taken the fight seriously, she would still have lost to him. Reina looked at her son with a smile, and Zeiss thought he refused because he didn't like his attitude. He's such an unusual child. What if he was a real Zerdinger? He looked at the guards and called them over, then ordered them to call Celia's maids back, which surprised them. After that, he turned to his nephew and said that this was an informal meeting, so he could just call him uncle. He agreed and exchanged a smile with him, then left. Watching him go, Zeiss turned to his sister and asked, she asked to teach him Zerdinger breathing techniques, right? She raised an interested eyebrow, and he told her that he would try to convince their older brother to let Leo learn the phoenix breathing. A new day dawned. Today, Celia got up quite early. Putting on servant clothes, she entered Leo's room and shamefully said that she was the maid who would serve him for the next week. He smiled and remarked that the outfit suited her. Who would have known that her daring style would fit so well into a simple maid's outfit? She nervously clenched her fist and said that she knew that all clothes suited her, but such compliments were too much. He apologized to her, saying that he didn't mean to anger her. He had one friend who valued beauty too much. It seemed that he infected him with this. He smiled and remembered Dueno's words. He said that the beauty of eternity is incomparable. If peace returns to their lands, he will spend the rest of his life spreading beauty everywhere. Celia sighed wearily and noted that he had a good friend who understood and appreciated beauty. and he silently told her that, in fact, his problem was excessive honesty. He once said that Lysinus was perfection, albeit aggressive, like Luna. So, in the name of art, he asked them to pose for him naked. He even took a sketchbook with him. The women were taken aback for a second by this, after which they set his mind straight with a couple of kicks. Noticing the book in Leo's hands, Celia thought it was something for training and asked what he was reading. He told her that he often read this book as a child, called Great Heroes at the Source. She immediately remembered reading something like this when she was 5 and thought, is it a history book? She frowned suspiciously, then walked over to the bookshelf and remarked that he seemed to especially like books like this. The average researcher of great heroes couldn't compare to him. He told her that he just started collecting them, and that's how it turned out. She reached up to the top shelf and noticed that there were a lot of books about Kyle. He said that among all the deeds of great heroes, there are some that are difficult to attribute to any one of them. He thinks that these achievements belong specifically to Kyle. She looked at him in bewilderment and said that he was just a liar who was trying to appropriate other people's achievements. He clarified, was she talking about Kyle? She returned the book to the shelf and said that most people thought so, and of course, she did too. He quietly asked, so that's what people remembered about him? She didn't hear him, and he, preventing her from asking further questions, stood up and said that it was time for him to have breakfast and go to training. She smiled and asked him if she could train with him. In fact, she really wanted to find out the secret of his strength. He asked in response, won't she cry if she can't keep up with him? She stared at him in surprise, and then indignantly reminded him that she was actually Celia Zerdinger. But no matter how much she boasted about her name, she still couldn't defeat him. He noticed that when she was tired, her reaction time slowed down significantly, and large gaps appeared. She often opened her back, just like now. She caught her breath and asked if torturing the body like that really helped in training. He confirmed this and added that he thought young people these days were too self-pitying. He thought that compared to the past, aura techniques had advanced significantly, which was probably the reason why people stopped paying attention to body training. Aura allows you to strengthen your body. She stood up, leaning on her sword, and asked if he thought she was feeling sorry for herself. He just shrugged and thought that if she trained her body, the effectiveness of aura would only increase. As soon as she stood up to her full height, she felt sick. She staggered, but managed to stay on her feet, and then pounced on him, shouting at him not to underestimate her. He was just a blonde puppy. He quickly parried her blow, knocking the sword out of her hands, after which she fell and exclaimed, why can't she defeat him? He approached her and asked, is it hard for her, right? He gave her the bracelet and she thanked him, after which her hands immediately pinned to the floor. It was so heavy. Leo said they were magical weights, and from that day on, she would wear them during training. The days passed like that. They trained constantly, and Zeiss watched them. He glanced at his niece and thought that this would be a good experience for her. Before entering the academy, it would be nice to pinch her pride a little. When she fell exhausted to the ground, he called his nephew and said that he was thinking of asking the head to allow him to pass on the phoenix breathing technique. He was intrigued by what he heard. Phoenix breathing was originally a breathing technique of the Zerdinger family. He had heard that only recognized family members could learn it. Celia said that her father would not give his consent so easily, and Zeiss replied that he had conditions. Leo must successfully pass the entrance exam to the academy. His niece approached them and exclaimed that the entrance exam was a real fight. This runt can't even use aura. It would be too dangerous for him. He chuckled and quietly said that he had no real battle behind him. In this life, at least. His uncle asked his opinion on the matter, and he wondered what his father and mother thought. When he answered that they were fine with it, he said with a smile that he agreed then. Zeiss smiled. That was exactly the answer he was expecting, and that's how he realized that he himself was planning to take the exam. Since the break was over, MC suggested that Celia continue training, and she ran after him, asking if he thought she wouldn't be able to keep up with him. A week passed, and the day of the entrance exams to Lumine Academy arrived. The students, of course, recognized such a celebrity as Celia, and they became curious about the guy standing next to her. From all the attention, she smirked and glanced at her cousin. Out of habit, calling him young master, she asked if he was nervous. He answered her indifferently that this was not true at all. How long would she continue to call him that? Realizing what she had said, she felt awkward, and suddenly someone called out to her. She turned around and saw Gullivan, who was very surprised to see Leo next to her. He said discontentedly that he didn't yet have an aura. What was he doing here? After that, he immediately greeted Celia kindly and asked how she was doing, but they both ignored him, which made him feel awkward. Realizing that she might not remember him, he introduced himself to her and said that they had met the last time she visited their school. He was considered a talent there. She replied that she didn't remember him at all, after which she took Leo's hand and stepped aside, saying goodbye to him. But the meetings with old acquaintances didn't end there. She was called out again, and when she turned around, they were slightly surprised. In front of her were Abad Llewellyn and his younger sister Chelsea. They told her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and as they approached them, MC asked her who they were. She clenched her fist and nervously answered him that they were the Llewellyn siblings. They were from the League of Heroes of the Lordran Empire. If they stood in their way, they must not lose to them under any circumstances. the Zerdingers would not lose to the Lulans. He reminded her that he was actually from the Plav family, after which the siblings came closer to them and greeted her. She noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Abad asked who was next to her. She answered him that it was Leo from the Plav house, a famous aristocratic family in the kingdom of Dilan. Abad frowned slightly, noting that he was small fry, to which MC remained silent. He then left with his sister and told Celia that first place would be his. She was very unhappy with his arrogance and, crossing her arms over her chest, irritably said that she really wanted to crush them. After that, Professor Albijaran's voice was heard. He said that it seemed like everyone had finally gathered. They both looked up at him, and he introduced himself to the students. Hearing his name, Celia was very surprised and said that this couldn't be true, that this was the sorcerer Mon. He asked her who he was, and she asked in bewilderment, "Is he serious? How can you not know him? He is a hero, listed in the hero protocol." He raised one eyebrow with interest and thought, so he is one of the recognized heroes of this era? He returned his gaze to him and saw mana emanating from his left eye. Meanwhile, Albi took the exam papers and told them what awaited them. They would have to undergo trials in the form of a one-on-one fight, as well as a battle with a monster. They would perform in turns. Afterwards, he burned the documents and said that he found these methods too tedious. He took a book from his inside pocket, the hero protocol, and as soon as he opened it, his world began loading. The prologue, the wild forest. A magic circle immediately appeared under the students' feet. Streams of energy began to swirl around them, and Albi flipped through several pages of the hero protocol and said that he hated ineffective methods, so he would simply combine everything into one test. And then Leo remembered one of his lessons at school. The teacher told them that the hero protocol is not just a historical guide. Its true value lies in the ability to create a separate world of heroes, containing the experiences of heroes of the past, and most importantly, by immersing yourself in the world of a hero, you can inherit the power of heroes of the past. It's some kind of training system for heroes. After that, all the examinees were transported to the hero's world. Albi told them that this place is called the Wild Forest, and their goal is simply to survive. Whether they unite or decide to kill each other is irrelevant. They can do whatever they want, but the main thing is to survive. Those who want to give up can simply break the sphere in their hands, and that's it. The students started looking around as his voice was coming from literally everywhere, and MC thought this place hadn't changed at all. There used to be an elven forest here, until Salatna, the witch queen, poisoned it. Suddenly, someone screamed. The person was saying they were scared and wanted to go home. Everyone immediately approached the source of the sound, and realizing it was just an illusion, some students stepped aside in disappointment. But it wasn't an illusion. Even though this world was created from the examiner's memories, everything that happened here was absolutely real. Any threat to life could actually kill someone. At that moment, Leo noticed something. Something was rushing toward him at high speed, but he managed to jump aside in time. An arrow pierced the ground next to him, after which he turned and saw someone's silhouette among the trees. The attacker stepped out of the shadows and asked, "They've met before, right?" She would be only too happy to get rid of the Zerdinger clan's henchmen. It turns out that Chelsea was the one shooting at him. He told her that he belonged to the Plav clan, and she, using wind magic, exclaimed, "Then why did he stick to Celia?" After that, a magical weapon, a wind sickle, appeared in her hand, and he mentally noted that such a spell had not existed in the past, although the basic principles remained unchanged. He drew his sword, and she smirked at his indifference, after which she exclaimed that, in fact, she was his opponent, and he didn't even bother to strain himself. He remained silent, concentrating on the upcoming fight, and she, spinning the sickle over her head, threw it straight at him. He swung his sword, blocking her blow, and the sickle bounced aside. She pursed her lips in displeasure and thought that she hadn't even felt how he emitted an aura. Does he have an aura of an elusive attribute? Meanwhile, he noted that she had such an obvious attack. Maybe they should join forces? The one who lasts the longest here will score more points. He managed to pass at least one test. That's good. The girl laughed. She started using magic again, and said that, unfortunately, she was a battle mage. He said that her attack was too simple for him. He smiled and asked, did he say that out loud? He meant that, for wind magic, it was too straightforward an attack. Compared to the capabilities of wind, of course, that was obvious. She was indignant and exclaimed, was he going to lecture her on how to best use bloodline power? And he was saying this to the direct heir of the Llewellyn family? Now she would teach him a lesson with these very simple attacks. Swinging her staff, she sent a sickle and arrow spell at him, immediately after which the wind rushed towards him, but to her surprise, it disappeared somewhere. This made her nervous. She did not feel a hint of mana. A second later, he appeared right in front of her face. She clearly didn't expect this and therefore couldn't react in time. He knocked the weapon out of her hands, and when she fell to her knees before him, he said that he was offering her one last polite offer to join forces. Meanwhile, the academy professors were observing the exam. A huge screen in front of them showed an image, and they were very surprised to see Chelsea tied to a pole. Leo sat next to her, starting a fire, with a creepy grin. When she came to her senses, it was already noticeably dark. Realizing the situation she was in, she exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this?" He asked, so she would cooperate with him or not. She furiously refused him, exclaiming that she didn't need anyone except her brother. She wanted to use a spell, but it turned out that her mana was blocked. Noticing her confusion, MC said that it was a skill that limited the use of magic, after which he thought that he did not have much mana, so he would not last long. She let out a dissatisfied sigh and said that she would get out without magic, and then he asked if she really thought that he would let her do that. He pulled the rope tighter, and when the flames from the fire began to reach her feet, she became nervous and asked him to stop. She was hot. He told her that he would let her go when she agreed to cooperate with him, but she was still stubborn. The flames reached the hem of her dress. She exclaimed in fear that she agreed, and he told her to swear on the name of her family. Afraid of burning here, she swore with tears in her eyes on the name of the Llewellyn family that she would cooperate with him, after which he loosened the rope and thought that children were so easily manipulated. Immediately after that, she fell from the pole with a loud scream, but he caught her and said that he was glad to cooperate with her. Meanwhile, Albie watched the fight between the two examinees and was disappointed. Neither of them meets the standard. They are idiots for choosing to fight among themselves. The only ones who got the gist were these two, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn. The future of the nation is in good hands. The screen switched to Leo and Chelsea fighting a huge orc, and he became interested in this boy. That performance with fire was a bit immature, but persuading Chelsea to cooperate is already worth a passing grade. He doesn't have the strength and grace of Celia or Abad, but he is like an unpredictable dark horse. At this time, a wind arrow pierced the orc's body, and MC finished him off with a sword. When his body fell, the girl said that she must admit that cooperating with a knight makes things much easier. What attribute aura does he use? She can't detect it at all. He told her that he doesn't use aura, and she asked in surprise, how does he manage without it then? He told her that he has a good base, so there are no problems. A smaller monster began to slowly approach them from behind, and Leo tried to explain it to her. Take wind magic, for example. What does she think is the basis of it? Suddenly her eyes flashed. She turned sharply and struck the bushes where the monster was hiding with her sickle of wind. After making sure that he was finished, she smirked and said that it was so impudent of him to discuss wind magic in front of Llewellyn. They walked further through the forest, and he noted that she was gifted, but did not know how to use her power properly. Because of this, she was indignant, but suddenly he saw something and froze in place, telling her to do the same. She listened to him and then saw what confused him. Bodies lay right in front of them. She noted in confusion that they looked just like mummies, and he, having examined them more closely, said that he had already encountered creatures that leave their victims in such a state. Now he understood the conditions for passing the exam. Suddenly, someone attacked them. He grabbed the girl and jumped aside with her, but it turned out to be other examinees. They approached them and said that first they needed to get rid of Chelsea, and the second was a blank. It was Gullivan and the other guys. He ordered them to attack at once, after which a guy with an axe ran out of the forest at them, and MC immediately reacted, hitting him in the face. Gullivan was slightly surprised by what he saw, while Leo asked Chelsea to cover his back. She excitedly agreed, and Gullivan exclaimed, "Why are they frozen? Let them defeat them immediately." The boy and girl stood side by side and prepared for battle, while Gullivan took off running, thinking that he wouldn't give in to them so easily. He just needed to find another team. He ran past Celia and Abad, and she, noticing him, suggested that her ally go in the direction he was running. When they arrived, they were quite surprised. There were a bunch of beaten students and monsters around Chelsea and Leo. Seeing her brother, Chelsea was overjoyed and immediately threw herself into his arms, and Celia approached her cousin and asked why they were together. He replied that he had offered to cooperate, but the stubborn girl didn't want to agree at all. But he was very convincing. Noticing his unkind grin, she suspiciously asked what he had done, but he didn't answer her. He helped the wounded students get up, and Chelsea indignantly called out to him, asking why he was helping them. He answered her that they didn't need to fight each other. That's what this world was for. They asked in confusion, "So that means he's going to fight this world?" Since they still didn't understand anything, he decided to explain everything to them, and said that there was an anomaly in the wild forest. "Do they see those bodies?" He showed them how they were quickly falling apart, and said that it seemed like all the juices had been squeezed out of them. And that's not all. Where are all the monsters? Realizing this, Celia noted with surprise that he was right. The monsters seemed to be hiding in fear of something else. It seemed like a high-ranking monster had settled here, displacing the other inhabitants of the forest. Abad said that he understood everything. "So, the hero Albie wants them to kill this monster?" He nodded in response, and suddenly, they all felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the depths of the forest, causing them to freeze in place. Meanwhile, Gullivan found himself in such a dark place that he had to turn on a light. He caught his breath and swore that he would make Leo fail this exam at any cost, after which, he noticed something dark under his feet. Realizing it was someone's body, he fell to the ground in fear and exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Just then, some kind of slime fell on his staff, and then on his head. Hearing heavy breathing from above, he slowly looked up and saw a huge spider looming over him. Meanwhile, the auditorium was already filled with students who had dropped out of the exam, but they were all bragging about their kill count. The professor looked at them with disappointment, and noted that about 500 of them had failed. His colleague said that they still needed to select at least 100, like in other regions, and only 50 people remained in the test. He replied that if they didn't meet the standards, he would be the one to reject them. The head of the Alien Academy put him in charge of the entrance exams, understanding everything perfectly well. He glanced at Leo and thought that a true hero is born in difficult times. He seemed to notice an anomaly in the forest. But will he be able to withstand this world? Meanwhile, they ran towards this terrifying pressure, taking with them the guys who attacked them. Since there was pitch darkness ahead, they were a little nervous, and Celia, stopping abruptly, lit a flame on the tip of her sword and said that there was something above them, so they should be ready. Raising her sword, she illuminated the monster in front of her, in whose mouth Gullivan was already. This sight made them all nervous. Abad was about to attack the spider, but MC stopped him, since he could hit the guy. He told Gullivan to break his sphere, and since there was nowhere to go, he had to do it. After that, a bright flash appeared in the spider's mouth, and the guy disappeared. Now Abad could attack. He threw several wind spells at the monster, but they only inflicted minor wounds. Seeing this, he exclaimed with displeasure that this was not enough. And then the monster towered above them and a bright flash appeared behind it. Now Leo could see it fully, and as he'd expected, it was the spider princess, Tarantula. A boy attacked her without thinking, but was immediately struck and thrown aside. Celia said she would finish her with one blow, then used flomines, and a bright flame ignited at the tip of her sword. She fired a beam of energy at the spider princess, but it only left minor bruises. She exclaimed in surprise that this couldn't be true, and Abad rose into the air, saying that the difference between the destructive power of a knight and a mage was like the difference between day and night. He cast a spell with a confident smile, and streams of wind began to thicken above him, then unleashed their full force on Tarantula, inflicting minor cuts. Abad measured the monster with his gaze, waiting to see what would happen next, and a second later, the spider princess pounced on him in a leap, which took him by surprise. Chelsea was worried about her brother and immediately used a destructive wind spell to protect him, but the monster still managed to injure him. He immediately fell to the ground, and his little sister ran to him, asking if he was okay. He thanked her for her help, and the guy, meanwhile, asked in shock, "What kind of monster is this? She has terrifying regeneration." That's right. No matter how strong they hit her, she didn't care. MC said that this is the daughter of Salatna, the queen of Tartaros, a monster from the army of Erebos who destroyed the elven forest. Hearing this, everyone looked at him in shock, and he thought that the mana in Albi's left eye definitely belonged to the fairy king. Tarantula rules the cursed forest. She destroyed the elven forest and bit off the right hand of the fairy king who opposed her. He thought Luna had killed Tarantula, but it seemed she was saved by the fairy king's right hand, which had ended up in her stomach, or, to be more precise, the source of the endless life force contained in that hand, the Ring of Life. Abad said that if this creature was the key to the test's success, then he would deal with it. Celia was indignant, not wanting to concede victory to him, after which they both rushed into battle. No matter what powerful spells and blows they dealt, her wounds constantly healed, and Leo said that she would regenerate endlessly until they ran out of mana. They paused briefly, and Celia asked what he was proposing then. He told her that they should try working together, but Abad refused, as he needed a perfect score. Celia exclaimed that she would defeat the monster, and then MC said that if they didn't destroy the world of heroes, they would all fail the test together. They both immediately fell silent and realized that there was no point in competing. Abad said that even if they worked together, they would need time to develop a way to kill the creature in one blow, and no one but the two of them could hold off the monster. Celia remained silent, pondering a solution to the situation, and then Leo stepped forward, confidently declaring that he could do it. His cousin objected. It was dangerous. After all, he couldn't even use aura. He told her that he knew he would buy them 5 minutes at most. Abad became nervous and asked what if they didn't succeed. He looked at him with a smile, then picked up the weapon of another examinee and said that everything would be fine. Wind and fire have always been a great pair, so they would work together perfectly. They both looked at each other in confusion, after which MC approached the monster, and when she growled, spraying drool, he sighed heavily and thought with a smile that this reminded him of the old days. Seeing the accumulation of mana in the folds of this monster's legs, he began to chop at them, thinking that he had already forgotten this feeling. Everyone was surprised by the sight of its abilities. Meanwhile, he finished with the legs and switched to the monster's face, clearly enjoying this fight. In the past, when Tarantula began devastating the forest, a little elf ran away from danger, but stumbled upon a web and got stuck in it. Seeing the monster approaching him, he became very nervous and asked for help. Realizing that no one would come, he closed his eyes in horror and called for his mother. But suddenly someone's voice rang out, ordering the monster to retreat. A bright light struck the boy in the eyes. He opened them and saw a mage standing before him, who disapprovingly told Tarantula that she dared to invade her homeland and devour the right hand of the ruler of the fairies. It was Luna, who drove the evil monster away with her magic, and then dealt a powerful blow that spread across the area. When everything became quiet and the dust settled, she said that no one suspected that the taint of Erebos would reach here. After that, Kyle approached the frightened boy and asked with a smile, Is he okay? Remembering this, Leo tightened his grip on his weapon and thought that this was his limit without mana. He called out to Chelsea and asked her to use wind magic and direct all the weapons lying around towards him. Tarantula attacked. He quickly jumped to the side, and Chelsea worriedly exclaimed that if he moved, the weapons could hurt him in the air. He told her not to worry, he would intercept it, so she should hurry. She began casting a spell and asked what kind of weapon exactly he needed, to which he replied that any would do. While fending off Tarantula's attacks, he simultaneously listened to his surroundings. When the wind picked up the weapons, he realized, by the sound, that she had decided to give him a scimitar and a longsword. Immediately after, he leaped high into the air, deftly grabbed the weapons, and pounced on the monster, striking all of its legs. Tarantula's skin was tough, causing his weapons to break, requiring a new one. Chelsea waved her arms, throwing several weapons to him, and he caught them and immediately began attacking. Watching him, she thought with admiration that he was their peer, but this spectacle resembled a god of battle, no less. Celia frowned, and Abad noted with surprise that he was far from small fry. Meanwhile, a cut appeared on MC's cheek. Feeling it, he grinned and thought that he could still do something. His friends from his past life would laugh at him if he couldn't crush this bug. He gripped his weapon tighter and rushed into battle. But it broke again, and he asked the girl to throw him something else. She told him there was nothing else, and this made him confused. Just in time, Celia and Abad finished preparing the spell. She ordered him to step aside, then unleashed a powerful stream of wind and fire on Tarantula, which then engulfed her body. As soon as the monster burned to two, the ring fell from her body, and the hero protocol declared that they had passed the test. Realizing this, Celia fell to the ground in relief and said that it was over, after which she looked at her cousin and thought that he alone held off the monster for a full 5 minutes. She wanted to praise him for his excellent work, but Chelsea didn't give her a chance to say a word, exclaiming with delight that it was amazing. He looked just like a hero from legend. She wants to become a battle mage, so she always strives to learn more about close combat. She's a pro at this, so let him teach her. Celia's face darkened, and she wished everyone could experience Leo's training firsthand, but the girl had no idea what she was talking about. After that, MC picked up the ring and streams of energy erupted from it, after which the fairy prince himself, Silid, appeared before him. He smiled and asked, "Does he remember him?" He was Kyle. The little prince only smiled in response, then returned to the ring, and he thought that it seemed he had finally managed to become the fairy king. Maybe Albie owns the mana eye because of this treasure? After that, the world began to collapse, and the countdown to returning the testing ground to its original state began. Before disappearing from this world, Leo saw a strange man in a cloak who gave him a reward, the oath of the fairy king. This shouldn't be happening, and his eyes widened in surprise. After some time, the director of the academy, Alian Badian, received news that the exam in the Western lands had come to an end. His assistant tiredly clutched her head and exclaimed, "So quickly? But in the other lands, they've only just begun." "And how many did Albie take in for training?" The old man answered her with a smile that, given his methods, quite a lot, as many as 40 people. She asked disappointedly, and that's what he thought was a lot. He laughed and said that he hadn't expected more than 10, so she shouldn't scold him like that. She sighed heavily and said that she thought Celia or Abad got the highest score. So which one? He said that Albie noted in the report that he had difficulty determining, and he also nominated a candidate for the post of first-year representative. She was surprised. It was unexpected that Professor Albie would recommend someone, and asked, was it Celia or Abad? He answered her with a smile that he hadn't heard that name before. Some time ago, when Albie saw them defeat a monster, and while everyone was rooting for Celia or Abad, he took a closer look at Leo and decided to recommend him for the post of first-year representative of the Night Branch, the reason being his talent as a hero. Alian, with an interested smile, stroked his beard and noted that he had received such praise from Albie himself. Now he even wondered who that student was. After the exam, MC went home to rest. Plunging into a hot bath, he thought that such pain could only be cured with time and care. He felt so good. He dove headfirst into the water and remembered the stranger who told him about the reward he had received. There's no reward for completing a level in the hero world, but somehow he got it. Only him. He stood up abruptly and wondered how this happened. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was his mother. She asked if he knew why she was expelled from the Zerdinger house. To save a comrade, she had to sacrifice the flame of the Zerdinger family, but she never regretted her decision. Therefore, she would like him to direct his strength and talent in the right direction. She also came to congratulate him on entering the Lumine Academy. Time passed. Leo passed through the portal and found himself in Lumeria. The teleport system asked him to check his things before leaving the gates, and he set foot on the city grounds. This is the center of the continent, and there, on the other shore, is the Lumine Academy. It turns out his uncle came to meet him. He immediately asked how he spent the past month, and congratulated him on passing the exam. He thanked him and asked what brought him here. He told him that there had been endless debates in their house for the past month. He suspected what about? He asked if they were deciding whether to give him the Phoenix's breath or not. His uncle confirmed this and noted that his older sister was no longer a member of the clan, and he was her son. Not to mention that the elders were very surprised by his passing the infamous Western Lands exam. He placed a spacious special key in his hands and told him to open it. MC turned the key in the air, after which a spatial door opened in front of him, revealing a book. It swung open, and the pages began to turn by themselves, eventually stopping at blank ones. Zeiss told him to sprinkle a drop of blood on the pages, and as soon as he did, the book burst into flames, revealing hidden inscriptions. His uncle said that now only he can read this book. Learning the secret technique of the Zerdinger family won't be easy, but he's confident he'll master it in no time. He patted him on the shoulder and congratulated him on successfully joining the Zerdinger family, after which Leo went to meet Celia. He looked around for her. After all, she herself had suggested meeting him somewhere here, and at that moment, he collided with a girl who was carrying a pile of books. They both fell and she looked up at him, after which she quickly gathered the books and apologized to him, not noticing where she was going. After that, she awkwardly ran away, but he noticed that she left her student card. Her name was Chloe Mueller, and she had also just entered the academy. Not finding Celia on the street, MC entered the nearest clothing store and immediately found her. She exclaimed discontentedly, "What took you so long? Uniforms, books, and everything else. They need to buy all of it." He apologized to her, saying that his uncle kept him late, and she exclaimed with delight in her eyes, "So they finally made a decision? How did it go?" He demonstrated his new technique to her, and fiery phoenix wings flared behind him, and he asked if he was using it correctly. This sight amazed her. She dropped all her shopping bags and thought that it had taken her 3 weeks just to familiarize herself with the technique, and he mastered it in just a day. Who is he anyway? Having bought everything they needed for training, they went to the port with the other students. The ship docked, and they looked at it with delight, noticing how huge it was, after which the professor approached them and loudly greeted them, saying that he was Un Elandio, an ice attribute knight and in charge of the first years of the night class. They all needed to board now. They were leaving for the academy. When they boarded, they found a buffet waiting for them. While everyone was having fun, Leo and Celia were walking along the deck, but suddenly someone called them a couple and asked if he could talk to them. Because of the way he called them, Celia got really angry, and this guy approached them, smiling, and said that he was Car Thomas from the Kingdom of Moira. He handed over his business card and said that he sells everything from potions to weapons. They should feel free to contact him if they needed anything at the academy. MC took his business card and thought that he was a very interesting kid, after which he introduced himself in return, telling him where he was from. Carr asked, "So he passed the infamous Western exam? That's pretty impressive." Leo decided to change the subject and looked around the deck, asking if he was the only one who found this situation strange. It was so peaceful here that he even felt creepy. Celia sighed and said it was just a warm welcome for the new students who had just passed their exams. What's wrong with that? MC noticed the professor drinking wine, and Carr, taking dessert from the table, asked why torment the students before the sorting. But as Leo expected, the ship suddenly began to shake. A huge tentacle emerged from under the water, and he noted that there must be a reason after all. The tentacles struck the deck. Carr narrowly avoided being crushed, after which the students began to scatter and call for the professor's help. Without taking his eyes off the wine, he said that they were students of Lumine Academy, hero candidates. If danger arises, they can only rely on themselves. After that, a huge monster appeared from under the water, which they now had to fight. MC immediately swung his sword, cutting off the tentacle, and asked Celia to control herself. She told him to worry about himself, after which her sword burst into flames, and the monster responded with a powerful spit. She was completely doused with water, and Leo said that this was the Kraken's natural reaction to the heat. It begins to fear water. This is a base, after all. The girl just looked at him irritably, after which the Kraken grabbed one of the students by the leg, and he screamed loudly, asking for help. The two immediately rushed towards him, and together they cut off the tentacle holding him, and he fell to the deck with a crash. Carr, meanwhile, was hiding under one of the tables. He peeked out from his hiding place and thought that the reaction of Celia, a top student from the West, was understandable. But what was wrong with this Leo? Suddenly, one of the frozen tentacles fell with a crash next to him, and he jumped out of his hiding place, shouting in displeasure, "What is she doing there?" Chloe, wielding ice magic, glared at him and remained silent, and MC immediately recognized her as the girl he'd bumped into at the clothing store. Unfazed, she continued attacking the monster and told Carr to step aside if he couldn't defend himself. He sighed in displeasure and asked, "Do the strong men of this world even care who gets hit?" After these words, another tentacle landed next to him, this time at the hands of the Llewellyn siblings. Abad quickly flew away, telling Celia that their competition wasn't over yet. She gave him the finger and exclaimed irritably that she thought the same. Before following her brother, Chelsea glanced at Leo and smiled, a slight blush appearing on her cheeks. Meanwhile, the professor poured himself some wine and said that there were tons of monsters in the waters surrounding the academy. The Kraken was perfect for a welcoming party. He frowned slightly, thinking that, as expected, some freshmen stood out. Chen Xia from the eastern lands, Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn from the west, Chloe Mueller from the north, Walden Titan from the south, Duran Moira from the central region. This year's newcomers were quite outstanding, but the one who impressed him most was this unknown guy. He glanced at Leo and thought about his swordsmanship, without a single lazy movement. He moved as if he could read a kraken's movements. He would most likely see him in his class soon. They finally reached the academy, but everyone was wet and exhausted. Carr said he never thought he would use up all his potion supplies here. The professor jumped off the ship and said they would have to cross this lake often, so let them get used to it, and now they would go to the entrance. He led them to the Electra training grounds, where the senior students had already gathered to watch the entrance ceremony. Ain asked the students to line up by region, and those who had scored the highest scores should stand in front. The director was about to give a speech. Alian Badian took his place at the podium and said that this year, as always, their ranks were replenished with new future heroes. He only has a few words for them. If they dream of becoming a hero, then they must give it their all. They must overcome their limits, and those who can't do that have no place here. Having spoken these words energetically, he punched the podium and destroyed it. Noticing how they all stared at him in shock, he smiled awkwardly and asked, "Was that too much?" Finally, there was a reaction to his speech. The students shouted with delight, and he joyfully exclaimed that he couldn't hear them. The professors, meanwhile, were very uncomfortable. They thought that the longer they taught here, the more the image of the great swordsman faded. After this, the professor took the director's seat and asked the first-year representative to deliver his speech. All the distinguished students froze in anticipation. Whose name would he name? And when he asked Leo to come up to the stage, he was very surprised. He glanced at Professor Albi and wondered if he really recommended him. After that, he went up on stage and started giving a speech. The students were confused. They had never heard of him and thought that someone famous would become the first-year representative. Duran, meanwhile, was very angry, judging by his frown, and when MC finished his speech, the professor thanked him and asked if he wanted to share his plans as the first-year representative with them. He smiled and wondered if they were deliberately forcing him to anger the other contenders for this position. He started speaking, and the professors exchanged glances. Noting that he had the gift of gab, he was a true model student. Most likely the ceremony would go smoothly. But Leo did something unexpected for them. He told the students that if any of them were eyeing his position, they should try to take it away. Some were surprised by what he heard, while others were outraged. In this way, he challenged them all. This busy day passed quickly, and evening arrived. The students were escorted to the dorm and told that orientation classes would begin tomorrow and continue throughout the following week. During this period, they could attend any class, regardless of their preferences. This was necessary, so they could choose which areas they wanted to develop in. The professor advised them to go to bed early so as not to be late for their first classes, and they all dispersed throughout the dorm. Leo had room 302, right next to Carr. This guy was very happy that they would be roommates and said that he was looking forward to it starting tomorrow. After saying goodbye to each other, they went to their rooms. The first thing MC did was lie down on his bed and think about his goal. He joined the academy for the extensive library. Here he hoped to find a hero's protocol with records about him. A new day dawned. He went to the dining hall for breakfast, and Carr wanted to join him. He didn't mind, but as soon as the guys sat down at the table, someone angrily put down their tray in front of them and called out to Leo. It was Duran, sullen and angry as always. He asked if he was serious about what he said in his welcoming speech. He asked indifferently in response. It seemed his words came out rather provocative. Now all sorts of strangers will start pestering him, asking for a fight. The guy frowned and asked, "Doesn't he know him? He's the best in the central region." They both ignored him because they were eating, and this really angered him. He began to emit his aura, and then something flashed before their eyes, which surprised Carr quite a bit. This impulsive guy knocked over the table and all the food started flying in all directions, but MC deftly caught everything and returned it to its place, for which Carr was grateful. During all this, Leo even somehow managed to assemble himself a burger, after which he said that throwing such delicious food was unforgivable. Duran was angry. He swore to shake his confidence in an instant. Some weakling didn't dare show off in front of him. The professor appeared just in time. Neither of them even noticed him approaching. He threw his arms around their shoulders and noted that there was a guy from the central region and their newly appointed freshman representative, and they started a fight at the academy on the very first day. They understand what awaits them for this, right? His words made them uneasy. Soon, class began, but Ain simply remained silent, as if waiting for someone. One of his students raised his hand in confusion and reminded him that it was time to start class, while Celia looked around for her cousin. And then the two latecomers finally arrived at the lesson, looking quite disheveled. Celia immediately ran up to Leo, asking what had happened. Had he been fighting? He glanced at Duran and remained silent, then smiled. It turned out Ain was waiting for just the two of them. He said that since everyone was already there, class was starting. He was glad to meet them. He was in charge of training the first-year night unit. Duran had been casting hateful glances at Leo the entire time, and Carr, noticing this, wondered if he was trying to put pressure on his opponent. Ain, meanwhile, walked down the row of students and explained that mana provides 3 forms of enhancement: spiritual, magical, and aura. Of these, aura is the most difficult to master. Who knows why? Celia told him that it was because mana loses its fluidity during the process of being converted into aura. He confirmed this and added that while magical and spiritual energy are fed by mana in its natural form, Aura, which consumes mana, must adapt to your body. He began emitting his icy aura and asked if anyone could explain how exactly they use the aura they accumulate in their body. Celia covered her fist in flames and thought, isn't it just releasing mana through effort? MC told the professor that they can use aura by burning their mana. He smiled and said he was right. Does he know what's most important when burning mana? He answered that it's endurance, and then Duran began to breathe heavily from fatigue. The professor told Leo that he was impressed by his knowledge. Had he studied aura before? He answered that he hadn't, and he thought with a smile that he understood the essence so well without having taken specialized classes. It was quite interesting. He suggested that they put the theory aside for now and do some stretching. He took a few steps using aura, and the students looked up at him in admiration, because he was now literally walking on air. He told them it was an aura step, based on simply concentrating aura in the legs. Landing, he added that its potential applications were limitless. After that, all the students began practicing, some trying to learn the aura step, while others sparred with each other. Celia successfully mastered the aura step and decided to brag to Leo, saying that she would teach it to him if he called her sister. He walked away from her and told her that he didn't need it. The principle of using aura was the same everywhere. Duran, meanwhile, was using aura, and judging by everything, he was a little nervous. Noticing this, the professor smiled, then clapped his hands, drawing attention to himself, and said that, as they all remembered, there had been a slight commotion that morning. Chelsea didn't understand what was being discussed, and Carr, approaching her with a grin, asked if she was interested. This was no joke. She was already starting to worry about what had happened, after which the professor called the culprits of the morning's incident over and leaned towards Duran, asking what had made him so angry. He looked away and told him that he wasn't angry at all, after which Aang smiled and told them to get ready. Now they will have a one-on-one running competition for the position of class representative. In this competition, they can use aura without restrictions. Hearing this, Duran saw an opportunity. After that, Carr began collecting bets. Duran, a genius from the Moira House of the Hero League, a master of lightning attribute aura, against a dark horse from the hinterland, a mysterious man who surpassed everyone in the entrance exams and became the first-year representative, Leo Plov. One of the students said that he thought that since he was chosen, it means he can do something. Recently, in a conversation with Celia, he mentioned that he doesn't know how to use aura. Top student of the Central Region is not just a title, but this dubious representative of the first years has not yet shown his worth. Aang said that the first one to cross the finish line would win, and whoever won had to accept the result. That was the essence of rivalry. They stood at the starting line, and he told them to get ready. Meanwhile, Celia thought that, frankly, Leo had no chance, but this guy always exceeded expectations. As soon as the professor gave the signal, they both rushed forward, and Duran used his lightning aura. He overtook him and said that he would be first, after which he accelerated, and his classmates began to admire him. MC, meanwhile, was slowly gathering strength in his legs, and his classmates said that he was so bad. They were sure that he was mistakenly appointed as the first-year representative. Despite the opinions of the others, Chelsea fiercely supported him, shouting that he was the best. Meanwhile, Duran did not slow down. Carr noted with surprise that he had already run halfway, and Leo was still behind. Meanwhile, he waited for his opponent to run past him, then suddenly stopped and ran towards the wall, which made Celia very surprised and exclaimed, "What is this idiot up to?" He used the power he had been accumulating all this time, and rose higher, from where he could see the entire stadium. He aimed at his opponent, gathered all the strength in his legs, causing the floor to crack and an explosion. Hearing this, Duran turned around to check what was going on, and at that moment, MC rushed towards him at high speed. He flew past him and mockingly said that he would be first, and then crossed the finish line and immediately stopped. Duran slowed down, not taking his surprised gaze off him, and he turned to him with a smile. The other students were shocked at what they saw. Duran was the fastest among the first years. How did he manage to overtake him? They definitely heard that he did not learn the aura step. Celia told them in her mind that this wasn't an aura step but a phoenix step. His friends, meanwhile, were overjoyed that he had won, and the professor thought that Duran had used his attribute to accelerate. He had expected it, but this speed was simply astounding. However, although Leo was slower, he had much better control of his attribute. He managed to gather and focus the maximum amount of fiery aura in his feet to form a giant aura step, an amazing use of capabilities. At this time, MC approached Duran and extended his hand, saying that it had been a good competition. If this had been a long-distance race, the result might have been different. But Duran had no intention of being nice to him and rudely pushed him away, telling him to leave him alone. Meanwhile, Aang thought that a true hero had emerged in this generation. Chelsea was delighted with the result. She told Leo that she wanted the same and asked him to train her, while Carr approached Celia and asked why she was so obsessed with him. He was no worse. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at him with displeasure, after which he said that since classes were over, they could go to a cafe. He was treating them today. MC apologized to them, telling them to go without him, then headed for the exit of the stadium, and Carr indignantly asked where he was going. He told him that he had summoning classes, and he scratched his head in confusion, wondering why he was doing this. Celia said that she was also interested in it. While Leo was on his way to the training location, he was lost in his thoughts. He still couldn't understand something. Why did the Fairy King give him an oath as a reward? Usually, the reward in the hero's world is limited by the power of their creator. The reward he received seems much more useful for a summoner, but Professor Albie is an ordinary mage. He has no connection with summoning. That is, he should have received some kind of magical prize. Besides, to forge a contract with a fairy, he needs to travel to the fairylands, so this prize is completely useless. He arrived at the training venue, near a tall tree, and immediately a girl's voice rang out from behind him, asking if he too had come to the training by summoning. He turned around and saw a top student from the east, Chen Xia. She greeted him warmly, and he did the same in return. She said that he could communicate with her informally. She was sure that he would choose the night division. She hadn't thought that he was interested in summoning. He told her that he was more interested in spiritualism, and she noted with a smile that then they would see each other often. He asked what spirit she had made a contract with, and she showed him a water spirit and asked him to tell her what choice he had made. He told her that he hadn't made a magical contract yet, and she said that then, if he needed help, he could safely contact her. She would give him a couple of useful tips for summoning. He responded that he would count on her then, after which he asked how old she was. She told him that she was 17, and he, I think, was 15. She accidentally overheard his age in a conversation with Celia. MC was slightly surprised. She looked younger, even younger than Chelsea. Noticing how he was staring at her, she suspiciously approached him and asked what he was thinking about. He told her that he was thinking about nothing, and she said that in any case, she was very impressed by his match with Duran today. She was watching him from the crowd. After that, she said with a serious face that she hoped he would accept her challenge one day, to which he replied with a smile that he would. She was very pleased with his answer, and soon, the introductory summoning class began. The students crowded around a huge tree, among them the already familiar Walden and Elsa Georgina, a representative of a famous family of summoners from the north. Leo looked at them and asked, "Are these all the students?" Chenxia said that summoning isn't very popular, especially in introductory class. He said that he found it strange to hold classes right like this, in the open air, and at that moment, the wind picked up, and a huge shadow appeared above them. A black wyvern landed right in front of them, startling them, and when it reached out to sniff one of the students, he fell over in fear and told it to leave. The wyvern rider smirked and called him a jerk, saying that it was actually being polite. She dismounted her wyvern and told the first years that she was glad to meet them. Her name was Yura Marine. She was the summoning professor who would be teaching them for the next year. The boys were in awe of her beauty, and MC thought, if Dueno were here, he would go crazy. He would probably say now that this woman's appearance was completely different from Luna and Lycinus, but she was so inspiring. Leaving her wyvern in the shade of a tree, the professor approached the newbies and asked that since they were all here, that meant they had a talent for summoning, right? They loudly confirmed this, and she noted that they were cheerful, which was good. So, they would immediately move on to practice. She called Carlo, her assistant, and he brought several griffins to them. Yura said that they would learn to ride griffins and would work in pairs. One of the students objected, saying it was their first time interacting with griffins. She suddenly became angry and asked if he had any complaints about her teaching methods. She then mounted her wyvern and ordered him to leave if he wasn't confident in his abilities. The wyvern sensed her mood. It spread its wings and roared loudly, making everyone nervous, and Kara said he'd better follow the teacher's instructions. After that, they got down to business. Some successfully managed to mount the griffin, while others suffered. Chenxia approached Leo and asked if she could control the griffin. He agreed, and after the students finished their preparations, the professor took off with them. They flew over the surface of the lake. Everyone was delighted with the experience. They never thought they'd be mounted on griffins so quickly. Those working in pairs constantly asked each other to switch places, as everyone wanted to control the beast. Chenxia excitedly said that, to be honest, she was a little worried. But the griffin turned out to be so cute. MC said that vigilance still couldn't hurt, as griffins aren't that easy to control, especially for a newbie. She petted the beast and asked, even though it's so gentle, at that moment the professor blew her whistle, and the sound caused the griffins to go berserk and stop obeying them. The students became very scared and started asking the teachers for help, and Leo told his partner that the professor had been controlling them the whole time. Yura turned to the students with a smile and said that if they couldn't handle the griffin, it was too early for them to become academy students. They should try to control them themselves. The griffin carrying Leo and Chenxia began spinning, frightening the girl. MC, taking control, said that griffins are proud creatures, and attempting to subdue them by force would only anger them further. She was terrified by what he was doing, after which he loosened the reins and suggested she continue flying like this. She closed her eyes in fear and trusted him, and the griffin truly became more obedient. Yura immediately noticed him and thought it was pretty good. She called out to Carlo and asked if the first-year representative hadn't applied for the night unit. He checked the documents and confirmed it, and she asked if he had a personal griffin at home. Why was he so good at riding? He told her he wasn't from a noble house that could own griffins, and then she touched her chin with a smile and said that perhaps it was an innate gift. It seemed they had found a diamond in the rough. Soon they landed on Summoning Island, a special training ground. The poor students lay down right on the sand from exhaustion. Some even felt sick and started vomiting. Leo, meanwhile, walked along the shore and saw fruit on a tree. He plucked one and discovered someone's feather stuck to it. He removed it, and Chen Xia, noticing that he was doing something there, dismounted from the griffin and asked what it was. He told her that there was nothing there, after which he fed the griffin, and Yura gathered all the students. She told them that there would now be a practical test, which they were very surprised at, since today was their first day. One of them warily said that it was just an introductory lesson. Why a test? She answered him that their path was harder than that of other divisions. Or did someone present not know this? For a summoner, simple control over mana is not enough. To forge a contract with a spirit, you need a predisposition, and to command it, the gift of taming is necessary. That is why the number of summoner heroes is always fewer than in the other two classes. However, summoners who have achieved oneness with the summon are capable of performing greater feats than other heroes. Didn't they come here to become exactly such heroes? They enthusiastically confirmed this. After which Elsa stepped forward and asked what the purpose of this test was. Yura said that this island was called the Island of Summoners, and the name spoke for itself. It was full of them. A summon is a summoner's primary weapon, so the test would test their taming abilities. The conditions of the test were quite simple. They needed to tame a local summon and bring it here, and after taming it and forming a contract, it would become theirs. The students were delighted. They immediately rushed into the forest to search for the beasts, and MC leisurely followed them. But Elsa called out to him, saying that rumors of his victory over Duran had already spread, so he would be attending summoning classes? Chenzia and Walden glanced at Leo, waiting for his answer, and he said that the best should excel in everything. She frowned, and Yura looked at them with a smile, thinking that it seemed they would become key figures among the first years. MC walked through the forest. Several students had already managed to find their beasts, and one of them asked, "Isn't this the first-year representative? Hadn't he gone too deep into the forest? So what, if he fails the test? He'll go back to his night unit. Does he really think summoning is that easy?" Finding a quiet place, Leo took out the feather he'd recently found on the fruit, after which streams of flame swirled around him. They instantly burned the feather, and then an explosion sounded behind him, making him nervous. Meanwhile, his parents went hiking, Deed fried eggs, and his wife asked, "Leo can handle it, right?" He replied that it was only his first day at the academy. Why worry so much? Meanwhile, the flames in the forest grew brighter, forcing MC to cover his face. Reina, meanwhile, put all her worries aside, wondering what could possibly happen there. Her son was surprised by the fierce heat and realized that it was one of the 3 greatest summons, a phoenix. Sensing its power, the phoenix asked if he was Zerdinger's child. He also smelled of Reina's flames. He asked if she knew his mother. Hearing this, she remarked that she was not mistaken. If she had a child, he would be about his age. Does she know his mother? Of course she does, and she owes her a great deal. This phoenix's name is Farina, and she is one of the 3 mystic tier summons. She introduced herself to him, and he greeted her back, asking how she was related to his mother. What debt was she talking about? She answered that Reina saved the life of her summoner, Ellen Lunda. Leo immediately recognized the name. It was one of the heroes. Phoenix told him that Ellen was clearing a dungeon in Seiron, lost all her companions, and her own life was in danger. At that moment, his mother appeared and saved her, but in the process, she lost her fiery aura. If not for that incident, Reina could have easily become a full-fledged hero. He felt a little sad from this story and said that his mother told him that she never regretted what she did. Farina laughed and noted that she was such a knight. He asked how she ended up at the academy, and she answered that she couldn't say. Let him tell instead. Isn't he a knight? What is he even doing on this island? He told her that he was attending summoning classes, which surprised her greatly, after which she saw through his essence. Seeing a hero in him, she chuckled and said that it was interesting. It seemed like fate. Finally, she could repay her debt to his mother. She flapped her wings and told him to reach out and take it, after which a golden egg appeared in his hand, and she said that it was her child. One day, he would become a great summoner, and then, she hoped, he would make a contract with her child. It was a pity that for now, this was all she could give him. He asked if it was possible to make a contract now. She looked at him in surprise, and, seeing how he released his power, excitedly exclaimed that it was too early, he could lose his life. Seeing his eyes, devoid of shine, she realized it was too late and said that his determination to challenge the impossible reminded her so much of Reina, and therefore she wished him luck. Meanwhile, he found himself in another dimension. Seeing a bright flame in front of him, he reached out his hand to it, and it immediately flared up. The flame engulfed his entire body. He felt an intense heat, and thought that it was making it difficult for him to breathe. So this is what it is, the flame of the phoenix. As a result of burning to emit such a powerful flame, they face this pain every day. Beings who live by regenerating their eternally burning flesh, he understands their pain and shares it. Now the pain was more bearable. He returned to the real world, and the egg cracked, and as soon as he opened his eyes, it rose into the air and flames began to gather around it. Purina asked, was he able to do it? He caught his breath and confirmed it with a smile, and she happily said that he was a true genius. He would have no equal in this world. While she was taking human form, several more cracks appeared on the egg, and once the shell was completely broken, she congratulated him on successfully completing the contract. The name of this child is Fiora. She handed him this little phoenix and said with a smile that she entrusts her child to him. He thought, is this really a phoenix? She looks like a chicken. Fiora tilted her head to the side with interest, looking at him, and he thought she really was like a chicken. Meanwhile, the students began to gather at the starting point, showing the professor who they had tamed. She asked Carlo what the time was, and he told her there were 5 minutes left. 4 students hadn't arrived yet. Hearing a strange sound from the forest, she turned around and saw a huge bear rushing toward them. Chen Xia, peeking out from behind him, called out to the professor with a smile and asked, "Time's not up yet, is it?" Yura was delighted and asked, "Did she tame a water bear from a baby? That's quite impressive." Then the sound of huge wings flapping came from above. Walden descended toward them, and Yura noted that it was a shadow raven. Even representatives of a renowned summoning family won't always be able to tame such a summon. He said he hadn't made a contract yet, and she remarked that even that was a good thing. Elsa finally appeared, and everyone was amazed by the size of her enormous Gorgon snake. She said she had gone further and made a contract with this creature. There had never been one like it in the family before. Carlo informed the professor that time was up. The last student was just emerging from the forest. All eyes turned to Leo, and as soon as they saw the chick sitting on his head, they laughed and asked if he had tamed a chicken. Maybe he would give up now, realizing his incompetence in summoning, but none of them knew how rare this creature was. Only Yura stared at it in shock and thought it was a baby phoenix. Evening came, and after all the classes, she called Leo to her office. Approaching the door, he straightened his tie and knocked, after which he received permission to enter. Inside he saw a professor, who had apparently been reading his file, and said that he had been told that she had been looking for him. She smiled and told him to sit down. Today was the first time she'd seen a phoenix chick. To be honest, she hadn't thought they lived on the summoning island. She approached him and said it was amazing. A newbie had immediately formed a contract with a phoenix. This was an unprecedented case in the Academy's history. He felt slightly nervous from how close she had gotten to him, and she said that she thought she knew who she really was. He swallowed nervously, after which she suddenly hugged him and joyfully exclaimed that he was a summoning genius. Fortunately, it wasn't at all what he thought. After that, she let him go and said that she should reward him for such an achievement. But she thought it was better to keep the fact that he had formed a contract with a phoenix a secret for now. If it were revealed, there would be a big fuss. She patted him on the shoulder and asked him to choose a summoning class as his main focus as soon as the introductory classes were over. He was born to become the greatest summoning hero who will be remembered for centuries. A new day dawned at the academy, and MC went to a new orientation session with a friend, as did Chloe. She yawned widely, and Carr called out to her, telling her not to yawn like that, and she immediately turned around. He waved at her and remarked that she looked tired, to which she replied that she had been reading a book on magic until late. MC asked, "She's Chloe Mueller, right?" He gave her his student card, and she, remembering how she ran into him before leaving for the academy, was slightly surprised and thanked him. After that, the three of them went to the magic classroom, and Carr asked if he was really going there. He told him that, while the orientation session was going on, he should try his best. The guy said that it was simply amazing. He was only interested in magic, so he signed up here. He approached him and whispered that this ice girl was going to be the first in the magic division. He was talking about Chloe. Of course, she heard this and gave him a displeased look, which made him feel uneasy. He wanted to move to a seat further away from them, but suddenly a huge block of ice appeared in front of him, and Chloe, abruptly standing up, said that today he was sitting in front with her. She grabbed him and pulled him along with her, saying that she saw that he was very interested in magic, so she would help him. Leo laughed at this sight, after which a familiar voice was heard from the back desks, calling him. He turned and saw the Lulan siblings. They both waved at him with smiles. Then the door to the classroom opened and the professor entered, saying that he was glad to welcome them all to magic class. The girls' faces immediately blushed because the professor was such a handsome man. He walked to his seat and said that he would be teaching them magic for the next year, and his name was Len Horse. Before the start of today's classes, there would be a short written test. He snapped his fingers, and the papers he had brought with him scattered throughout the classroom, one sheet for each student. MC glanced at this, and the other students were surprised that they would have a test in the first class, and Len said that students who do not meet his standards cannot study with him. They were confused because they did not expect this, and he timed the time with an hourglass and said that a student of the Lumine Academy should be able to solve such tests with ease. Once they finished, they should give their answers to his assistant Anna. She waved at them, and Leo, meanwhile, smiled nervously and thought, "So this is what the current magical trends are? Why is the formula so confusing?" After that, the students began to solve the test in silence, and when the time was up, they began to discuss it. MC felt uneasy, as he had only been able to solve one problem, and when he handed his test to the professor's assistant, he thought he should have become more familiar with modern magical theory before coming here. He left the classroom, disappointed, thinking that it seemed he would have to study magic on his own. The professor, meanwhile, said that magic had evolved greatly over the past 100 years. Magic that once required a perfect understanding is now easily used with only knowledge of the principles of activation. Snapping his fingers, he handed out the test results to the students and said that, however, this evolution had significantly lowered the level of today's mages. After that, he raised his hand, and a bright flash appeared of his fingertips, which shot upward, making the ceiling now resemble a starry sky. The students looked up in delight, and he said that this was his essence of magic. He had created it from start to finish, and he wanted them to become mages too, capable of creating their own magic. That was why he had administered this test. 49 questions worth 1 point each, based on simple memorization, and only one question about the true essence of magic, worth 51 points. He hoped each of them could answer it. Chelsea looked at her test result with disappointment and said that it was no wonder she couldn't answer this question. She glanced at Leo's empty seat and thought, so he gave up? This is bad. She would like to go to class with him. Meanwhile, Anna ran up to the professor and whispered to him that there was one student who answered question 50. Hearing this, he was initially very surprised and then laughed out loud and delightedly asked, "Where is he?" Among them is the one who scored the first perfect score in history. Let the one who did it stand up. Anna noted that it was far from a perfect score, and he said that there was nothing wrong with that. A few missed answers were nothing compared to the answer to the last question. It was neither good nor bad. His assistant said that wasn't the issue, only the last question had the correct answer. This surprised him greatly and asked what his name was. She said Leo's name, and he asked him to stand up, while his friends started whispering because they hadn't seen him in class. A few seconds later, Chelsea raised her hand and said that Leo left after taking the test. This surprised the professor greatly. MC, meanwhile, was eating with Celia, and when he told her what had happened, she laughed and asked, "So he left because he could only answer one question?" Chicken in a summoning class, only one correct answer on a magic test. In her opinion, he was heading in the wrong direction. Let him just focus on fencing since he was aiming for the knightly division. He asked, "So she wanted to train together?" She looked away, not knowing what to say, and suddenly the professor's displeased voice was heard behind him, asking, "So he preferred the knightly division? He decided to make fun of the magic lessons? Why did he leave right after taking the test? It seemed so easy to him that he didn't even wait for the results." Leo told him that it wasn't a misunderstanding. He thought he had failed the test. All the questions except the last one were too difficult, so he only answered it. Len stared at him in surprise, and he explained that he had studied magic on his own, reading outdated literature, so such advanced questions stumped him. Len was shocked and happy at the same time. He couldn't contain his emotions, and joyfully picked him up, then put him back on the ground, and Leo looked up at him with a puzzled look. The professor was so happy that his eyes literally sparkled, and his breathing was ragged. After that, he grabbed him and dragged him back to the magic classroom, and Celia watched them go, thinking, is this the magic theory teacher? He's so eccentric. Anna, who was chasing the professor, ran into the cafe and stopped to catch her breath, and at the same time asked Celia if she had seen Professor Len. Did he do anything? She answered him that he was just there, but then grabbed Leo and dragged him somewhere. Hearing this, Anna ran after him and wondered what this crazy professor was up to again. Meanwhile, he erased everything from the board, quickly wrote a magic formula, and excitedly asked Leo to solve it. He took a piece of chalk and began to solve the problem, and the professor thought that, if he really did not answer the last question by pure luck, then he must have his own idea of the magic system in his head. He smiled and mentally asked him to show him this. He must see his true abilities. Immediately after that, MC turned to him, saying that he solved all the problems, and Len stared at him in shock, clarifying, he solved all the problems in his head? He confirmed this, and he looked at him with delight, exclaiming that it had finally happened. Meanwhile, Albi was strolling through the corridors of the academy, and seeing Len running towards him, with a happy expression on his face, he felt uneasy. He immediately turned to leave, but Len grabbed his leg and excitedly thanked him. Albi couldn't stand it any longer and used magic to lift him into the air, saying it wasn't the first time he'd witnessed his strange behavior, but today he'd gotten a little too carried away. Ignoring the fact that he was currently hanging upside down, he joyfully exclaimed that he was a genius mage, talking about Leo, the student he'd recommended. The one representing the first years, he was simply a genius. Albi, confused, asked if he wasn't a knight. Len suddenly became angry and shouted that he had to become a mage at any cost. He couldn't let his mind wither while waving a metal rod. After that, Albi let go of him, and at that moment, Anna ran into the corridor, and Len exclaimed that entrusting him to the care of knights was an insult to magic. As soon as he realized he was falling, he cried out in fear. Fortunately, Anna managed to catch him in time and soften his fall, for which he thanked her with a smile. Mentally vowing that she would kill this idiot someday, she smiled nervously and said that they should return to class. At that moment, MC walked out into the hallway, and Albi, seeing him, smiled, to which he responded with an indifferent look. After that, he walked on and thought that these mages, as always, were all a little otherworldly. A week passed, and the trial lessons ended. Leo lay on the roof of the academy and read a book called Kyle, the Hero of the Origin, a Fraudster, and, having learned nothing new, he slammed the book shut and surveyed the academy grounds. Meanwhile, 3 professors ran into the principal's office and excitedly exclaimed that this was simply unbelievable. Ain showed him Leo's application for enrollment in 3 divisions at once, and in the reason, he wrote that he simply wanted to be in time for everything. While Yura and Len fought over him, Ain told the principal that he should get into the night division. But that's not right. It's an unprecedented case at the Hero Academy. He had to choose one. The director laughed and said that he reminded him of that effective hero. Because of his words, all 3 immediately stopped fighting and looked at him in surprise, and he said that he was talking about the 5th grade hero, also known as the Hero of Origin, Kyle. He is the only master of all 3 directions. Meanwhile, MC and his friends were spending time at the stadium. The girls were running, although they were pretty tired, and Carr asked if they train on weekends too. MC told him that Chelsea asked him to train her, and the guy, sitting down next to him, asked why they were just running. Where are the weapons? He said that there is something more important than weapons, and Celia continued for him, saying that it is endurance. They both stopped next to them, and Chelsea said that endurance is the most important aspect for a battle mage. That's why they are running. She told Carr to leave them alone, then sat down on the grass and said with a smile that it was so nice to run on the weekend, she missed it, and she wouldn't mind running with Leo. At that moment, Celia splashed some water and Chelsea gave her a displeased look, asking, "What's wrong with her?" MC told her with a smirk that he was planning to run with her anyway, so let her do it properly. Celia jumped up and exclaimed that she wouldn't run with him, and Carr asked in surprise, what's going on between them? Why were they so close? At first, he thought they were dating. Celia gave him a displeased look and said that he was actually her cousin, her aunt's son. Hearing this, they were very surprised and Chelsea exclaimed, "So he's Zerdinger?" Celia said that wasn't exactly true. She wanted to explain everything to them, but she felt too lazy. Leo stood up, saying that they needed to continue training, and Chelsea was very happy, but Celia was the opposite. Carr decided to take a walk around the city and said goodbye to them, and Celia asked him to take her with him. But it was too late. MC was already dragging her away. Carr looked at them and asked, where are the normal nobles in his circle? Soon the day of the sorting arrived. Leo entered Class 1-5 and Carr, seeing him, was very happy and told him to sit next to him. He approached him and asked, did he know that he would get into this class? He laughed and told him that there was nothing he didn't know, and he asked, is Chelsea here too? The girl, exhausted from his training, greeted him, and Carr, surprised at her state, asked what he did with her over the weekend. He told her that he was just teaching her the basics, and she tiredly said that she would never agree to that again. The seniors who looked into their class asked if this was the class of suffering, 1-5. One of them said he wondered how many of them would survive the first semester, and his friends sympathized with them. Suddenly, the teacher's voice was heard behind them, displeasedly saying that it was the 2 of them who were in trouble now. They turned nervously, and he measured them with a stern look, asking, isn't that so? This was Herod Edmund, the homeroom teacher of Class 1-5, nicknamed the Tear Squeezer. He ordered them to become a chair, but they couldn't resist him because they were afraid, and they stood in a plank position. He sat on them and greeted his class, calling them all worthless scum. This was the class of losers, the ones with the lowest scores among the new students. He was sure they had already heard of him, the Tear Squeezer and all that. Does anyone know why he was appointed their homeroom teacher? Carr raised his hand and asked if it was to improve their academic performance. Herod unceremoniously called him a typical loser and asked if no one in the class understood the duty of a Lumine Academy student. Chelsea raised her hand and asked if they were supposed to conquer the world of heroes through practical missions. He confirmed this and said that here, he only saw those who would die as soon as they crossed the threshold of the academy. It would be better to simply expel those pathetic nobodies who dragged their comrades down than to let them die a little later. This is the reason he took over their class, as well as the root of his nickname. He glanced at Leo, and noticing his indifferent face, thought that this guy could and would survive. He told them to change into training uniforms and head to the training grounds. It was time for the combat trial. While they were lining up on the training ground, the professor brought himself a huge umbrella, a chair, and some juice to brighten up his time. Taking his seat, he told the students that their lesson was about to begin, the purpose of which was to eradicate their illusions about the academy. Do they think that in this world, where life comes and goes with the snap of a finger, they can save someone? Nella Kerwin, a girl from the night division with the healing attribute, asked, but shouldn't they, as comrades, protect each other? He answered her that you can only rely on yourself. Only if you have enough strength to overcome any danger can you think of helping someone else. What made her think that she could help someone? Eliana Layden from the Night and Magic Division raised her hand and said that she was confident in herself, and he asked, does that mean he can test her capabilities? Let her create a fireball. She immediately did it and smirked, and he asked, is that all? With such a fireball, he doubts that even an ant can be killed. She asked in response, what if she put more mana into it? What would he say to that? Immediately after that, the ground beneath her feet burst into flames, and there were 2 fireballs. Herod asked, so she could not only maintain 2 balls, but also double their power? That's impressive. But how about hitting this little one with your spell? He summoned the wind spirit, who immediately flew up to the girl, who stood frozen in confusion. She touched her nose and laughed, which greatly angered her, and she immediately began shooting fireballs at the spirit, but she easily dodged each one. When she returned to Herod, he asked, "What's the point of strength in numbers if she can't even hit?" Now they finally understand. They all lack efficiency in using their skills. They need to hone them, surpass themselves. Or have they already forgotten? Until they caught his sylph, the lesson wouldn't end. He wished them luck, and MC thought his manner of speech might be rude, but he spoke the truth. Should he join in too then? He ran off to the side, and Herod, watching him, wondered if he was as much of a windbag as the fictitious hero Kyle, or if he really was the first true all-rounder across 3 divisions. All the students tried to catch the little fairy, but no one succeeded. Leo decided to take the matter seriously. He gathered all the strength in his legs, then dashed at high speed toward the crowd of students using phoenix steps. Chelsea, meanwhile, exclaimed that this little spirit was so fast, and Carr, next to her, caught his breath, asking how they were even supposed to catch her. Meanwhile, MC was rapidly approaching. He took a few steps up, entering the sylph's blind spot, and snuck up on her from behind. She noticed him in time and jumped aside, but it was as if he had been expecting it. He smirked at her and moved his fingers slightly, directing a stream of energy to her feet, which made her nervous, but suddenly a bright flash flashed past them. Duran grabbed the sylph and landed, then looked at his opponent. His teacher, Sejin, second in the alumni performance evaluation, applauded him and mockingly said that they seemed to have a lot to learn from Class 1-1. Herod asked indifferently, "Is that so? So he'll teach them instead of him?" He gave him a displeased look. After all, he was first in the alumni performance evaluation. Sejin's smirk immediately disappeared, and Carr asked excitedly, "Is this a fight between the pillars of Lumine Academy? These two have been working for the good of the Academy for 20 years. And as far as he knows, Professor Ain, Yura, and Len value them highly." Nella looked at him with admiration and asked where he got such information. He answered with a shy smile that he was an expert in this, and Chelsea almost threw up from his behavior. Sejin, meanwhile, laughed and said that he didn't know what he was thinking when he took on a class of losers, but he would find out soon. A ball appeared in his hand, and he requested a competition between their classes. How about the oldest ball sport, Bastera? Herod had an idea, suddenly jumped up from his seat, and exclaimed that he was a genius. After all, the best learning is direct confrontation. Sejin was slightly confused and said that his class would win, and Herod, leaning back in his chair, said that he didn't care, as long as he continued the lesson for him. The man nervously clenched his teeth, wondering how he could lose to such an idiot in grades, and the students mentally noted that he looked pathetic. After that, he left with his student, and Herod addressed his class, saying that he was giving them a rare opportunity to practice their skills. They would have a Bastera match with Class 1. He stood up and menacingly added that if they lost, they would be expelled. Velodia, perplexed, asked, "Is he serious? It was only the first lesson." Class 1 had 3 top students. The teacher replied that that was their problem. They should try their best. Besides, what did they have to worry about when the class president was with them? Let Leo assemble a team of 6 people to play busters with. MC thought he was essentially testing him, but he wasn't doing this because he didn't like him. At Lumine, many students lose their spirit after the first week, and that's no surprise. The professor apparently wanted him to give the losers in classes 1 to 5 some confidence, so he needed to make a breakthrough in the busters match to boost the spirits of the entire class. After a while, Class 1-1 and Class 1-5 of Lumine Academy met on the playing field. The protagonist looked at Chelsea and asked why they were so shy. She excitedly replied that she thought he hadn't heard of this game before. It was a combat sport, a unique academy tradition. He asked if it wasn't just a regular ball game. Carr approached him and replied that no, it was a very dangerous ball game. At that moment, Celia mockingly called out to her and asked why she was so scared. Had she already resigned herself to her inevitable defeat? Chelsea exclaimed furiously, "Who's scared? Does she think she can afford to lose to someone like her?" The protagonist hugged them and told her not to be afraid. They wouldn't lose. Celia nervously noted that he was the same way. She would show him the fruits of her training. Chloe stood next to her and said with a serious face that this time she wouldn't lose. After that, Sejin ordered participants from each class to go to the arena. MC asked who was going with him. 2 girls came out to him. Chelsea, with a serious face, said that she wanted to put those upstarts in their place. Eliana added with a smile that since they were facing expulsion, she would channel all her anger into winning. They needed to show the professor what they were made of. Meanwhile, Carr hid behind one of the students. Chloe called out to him and asked, "He knows he's playing too, right?" After that, the protagonist approached the professor and said that Class 5 was ready. Sejin threw the ball into the air and shouted that the game was starting. Duran leaped for the ball and grabbed it. MC approached Tide and asked him to explain the rules. He replied that the rules of busters were simpler than they looked. They needed to fill the ball with aura and throw it into the hoop without touching it with their hands or feet. The first one to reach a 2-point lead wins. At that moment, Duran approached their goal and threw the ball with incredible force straight at the protagonist. He quickly dodged, causing the ball to ricochet straight into the goal. The students in their class began shouting at him for his performance. Tide remarked that he thought Professor Herod would really expel them all. The protagonist asked how else they could get a point. He explained there were 3 ways: if the ball went out of bounds during an opponent's throw, if they intercepted the ball, ball, and so on. Suddenly, an ally called out to them and warned them to be careful. Together, they dodged the fast-moving ball, causing it to hit Eliana. Celia, with a sly smile, asked what they were whispering about. Shouldn't they be concentrating on the match? Tide grabbed the girl and said that it was forbidden to personally hit or block a player. So, the third way to score a point is to knock out a player with the ball. Attacks can only be made with the ball. MC took the ball and, smiling, thanked him for the clarification. Now it was his turn. The match status updated, and the table showed that Eliana had been knocked out. Sejin, watching this, nervously reflected that a team of players with a high destructive fire attribute possessed the greatest potential in busters. And among the famous families, the flames of Zerdinger were the most powerful. He turned to the second professor and noted that he had agreed, even though Celia was in their class. He didn't know what he was trying to achieve, but it would be incredibly difficult for his class to defeat. The man remained silent in response. Sejin nervously asked if he had forgotten how to speak like a human being. Herod asked if he remembered his first student, that child from the Zerdinger family. He replied that of course he remembered. How could he forget her? She was the Empress in this game. The professor noticed that the Empress's son was in Class 5. Meanwhile, the students of Class 5 began to fret, saying they were doomed. How did they even get into Lumine? Could it really be that soon? Suddenly, Celia looked at the protagonist with a mischievous smile and noted that he seemed to have finally collected his thoughts. He swung his arm with lightning speed and threw the ball very quickly. Chloe arrived at the goal, created an ice wall, and stopped the ball. Then, with a mischievous smile, said that as long as she was in goal, a goal would be impossible to score. The protagonist, in response, instantly appeared behind her, jumped up to the stuck ball, and delivered a powerful kick that pierced the wall and landed in the goal. Sejin, watching this, was shocked to think that his sense of combat was simply incredible. After such a goal, all the 5th grade students were inspired and began to celebrate. The professor chuckled and noted that the real game had begun. A thrilling game ensued between the teams, with everyone trying to keep up. At one point, Duran aimed straight at the goal and quickly threw the ball. Carr somehow caught it and landed safely, then noted that his mana was running low anyway. The rest would be Leo's. After that, the girls led the tired boy away. The professor announced the score was 10-10, and it was match point, but the opponent still had 3 top students left. Chelsea said they only had Leo. The enemy had a huge advantage. Left alone, the protagonist took the ball. Chloe created several clones of herself and said that she might not have enough knowledge of magical theory, but she would not lose in this game. He took a running stance and got ready. Everyone became wary and waited for him to move. MC vanished in a flash and began running toward the goal, creating several clones. As he passed Celia, she exclaimed that he intended to score. She mustn't let him. Chloe wondered if it was an illusion spell. It was rather petty. Where was the real one? Suddenly, he used his star magic skill and, blinding her, abruptly threw the ball into the goal. She fell to her knees, perplexed, wondering how a person could use an elven spell. Then the professor exclaimed that Class 5 was the winner. All the students joyfully began shouting his name, and even said that they wouldn't be expelled. Sejin, perplexed, asked if they really lost. How did this happen? Herod replied that it was probably motivation. He approached Chloe and, extending his hand, asked if they were upset about the defeat. Now that the match is over, they need to bow to their opponents regardless of the outcome. They worked hard to snatch victory for Class 1-1. For those who cheered for their friends, and for those who gave it their all in the arena, they must stand with their heads held high. Herod walked up to them and shouted for the losers to come and finish it off properly. After that, both classes formed a line. Sejin exclaimed that both classes worked hard. Class 1-1 showed off their talents well, and Class 1-5 managed to hold on until the very end, giving it their all. They made excellent use of their opportunities to get out of the situation. He hoped they would continue to work hard and compete with each other. Now, let them shake hands. All the students began to follow his instructions. Celia, shaking Chelsea's hand, noted with a smile that she had held on longer than she thought. She replied that those were his words. She was as nimble as that squid. Carr happily shook Duran's hand and remarked that victory was theirs. He continued to stare silently into his eyes. Chloe lowered her head and burst into tears. The protagonist extended his hand and remarked that it was cool. With a little more experience, she would definitely become an outstanding sorceress. The girl asked if he was making fun of her. In response, he continued to smile silently. She shook his hand and thought that one day she would definitely defeat him. A month later, the students of classes 1-5 sat down to lunch in the cafeteria. While eating, Carr asked what club they wanted to join. MC replied that he planned to start one. Chelsea, smiling, said that if Leo created a club, she would definitely join it. The guy asked in surprise, what kind of club? He replied that it would be a hero research society. He would like to thoroughly investigate the truth about the hero of origin, Kyle. Carr, perplexed, noted that this was simply a relic of the past, and a fake one at that. He had a feeling no one would join this club. Chelsea considered this, thinking, Would she be left alone with Leo? She raised her hand and exclaimed that she would join. Suddenly, the other students sitting in the cafe approached the window and joyfully exclaimed that they were back. Carr ran there and noted that yes, it was today. Chelsea, perplexed, asked, "What's there?" He replied that today was the day the 5th years returned from clearing the dungeon. MC mused that fragments of the hero protocol were scattered all over the world. From time to time, they spilled out into the world and formed dungeons. These places were called hero dungeons. The upper years of Lumine Academy cleared these dungeons, returning fragments of the hero protocol. Their journeys could last anywhere from a week to a month. His mother had been through all of this too, Chelsea exclaimed in delight. So this is what they are like, the best in Lumine. Carr began to explain that the muscular guy from the east was Lee Jamia. The southern girl next to him was Toria Yan, and that pale guy in a hoodie he thought was Yulta. But he didn't see the main attraction here. It was the top guy in the academy, the student council president, Reese Zerdinger. When that guy came out, a crowd of students rushed to the window to see him. At that moment, Celia grabbed him and dragged him outside. MC, confused, asked, "What's wrong?" This was a bit much. She replied that she needed him to go somewhere with her. The student council president wanted to meet him. He wondered if the student council president was looking for him. But why would he want that? The girl sighed and replied that he had no idea how things worked here. Well, he'd figure it out when they arrived. After a while, they arrived at a restaurant and sat down. Celia, looking around, asked why he'd chosen this particular place to meet. The protagonist replied that it was nothing out of the ordinary. It smelled delicious. At that moment, Reese Zerdinger, the student council president, a 5th-year member of the night division, and Celia's brother arrived. Seeing him, Celia happily ran to hug him. He smiled and said he was glad to meet Leo. He'd heard a lot about him. He's an academic all-rounder, right? Afterwards, their food was brought. Reese, watching them eat, asked if everyone was enjoying the treat. The protagonist agreed and continued eating. Celia hesitated and said it was her first time trying this dish. She tried it and exclaimed delightedly that it was delicious. The guy chuckled and remarked that he'd always wanted to take her to this restaurant. By the way, he's his aunt's son, right? The protagonist asked if he knew his mother. Reese replied that he'd seen her a couple of times when he was little. She was also quite a famous person at the academy, with many heroic deeds to her credit. For example, she openly declared that the desserts in the dorm cafeteria were disgusting. She gathered the students and stormed into the principal's office to protest. Celia exclaimed in disbelief, "So she was behind that famous event?" Reese agreed with a smile, and they continued chatting. The protagonist, watching them, thought that, as he'd thought, there was a reason he was called the strongest in Lumine. His becoming a hero was only a matter of time. The boy asked with a smile, "So is it time for dessert?" The girl happily agreed and waited. After a while, they finished eating. Reese said he'd go pay for the food, and they should go ahead. He took out the magic item and, seeing something wrong, asked in shock why it had cracked. Sometime later, Eliana, sitting in class, exclaimed that she had a question for the professor. He replied that she should ask her next stupid question. The girl asked why they didn't elect a class representative. All the other classes had already chosen them. Herod said he'd forgotten about it. Let Leo be the representative. Eliana, upset, asked, "Why him?" Tide asked, "Isn't the election done by vote?" The girl remembered how much paperwork a class representative had to do and immediately sat down silently. At that moment, the speakers installed in the classrooms announced that classes would be held in the hero world today. The first years should get ready and proceed to the appropriate classroom. MC asked if they could go. Herod snapped his finger and exclaimed that this was as expected of a class representative. After that, they went out into the hallway and met Chloe, who looked very tired. Carr noted that she looked tired. The girl asked if he had any potions to relieve fatigue. She would buy everything. The guy gave her the flasks and said that was all he had with him. The protagonist noted that the school year had just begun. Wasn't she overexerting herself? Chloe drank the contents of the flask and replied that she was fine. Carr, surprised, noted that she already had an A in magic theory. Chelsea approached him and said she had reason to worry. As soon as Leo caught up with modern magical trends, he'd surpass her in magical theory too. Confused, he asked what was wrong with second place. She replied that this girl was a canonical sorceress. She was a combat mage, so a failing grade in theory wouldn't bother her too much. But for a future employee of the Magic Tower, gaps in knowledge were unacceptable. It was a matter of honor. And how could he call himself a mage? Carr replied that he was ordinary. He was simply a practitioner and already successfully making a living at it. Chelsea furiously screamed, "Let him die." After some time, Alien, wiping plant leaves, felt something and asked if the damaged protocol page was responding. Sometime later, Reese came to him with his artifact. The director asked if it was true that the hero protocol page had responded. He agreed and added that the page was so damaged that it shouldn't have responded at all, but he'd clearly observed it and there were no relics nearby. Alien asked if there had been a reaction after those events. Reese replied that there hadn't been one. He looked at the page of the hero protocol and said they needed to sort this all out. He'd just returned, so he was probably tired. He'd done an excellent job and could rest. The director called Erna and instructed her to take it to the Hall of Origin with the other exhibits. Joint classes for first years would begin soon. Afterward, he mused that sometimes even such tiny fragments could react. The reaction most often occurred when the hero mentioned in the protocol was nearby. Sometime later, in the Lumine Academy auditorium, Altian Nair, homeroom teacher for classes 1 to 8 and the first-year teacher, stood on stage and ordered everyone to calm down. The students ignored her and continued talking. She, with a powerful aura, said she'd warned them. If they value their own skins, they should shut their mouths, or are they too eager to die? These idiots never listen. After this, all the students immediately fell silent. The girl calmed down and noted with a smile that there was finally silence. The protagonist, watching her, wondered if this was a spiritualist. Even in his past life, they were hard to find. Altian said they would continue their studies in the first-year hero class. After the emergence of the hero protocol, reasons arose for the creation of entire clans of heroes. To open the world of a hero, an item with a deep connection to that hero is necessary. Therefore, the world opens most easily to the descendants of such heroes, and Lumine Academy, which preserves the hero protocol, maintains contact with the families of heroes. She would say it's a relationship like that of a chest and a key. Now everyone understands the significance of classes in the world of heroes? All the students agreed in unison. Altian added that hero studies are essential because they help them learn more about both the hero world and the heroes themselves. In their senior years, they must choose a favorite hero whose power they wish to inherit and clear a page from their world. At that moment, Irena approached her with a small box. The teacher took it with a smile and said it was a fragment of the hero protocol that the fifth-year Lumine students had retrieved for them during a recent cleansing mission. So now, before they experience it, would they like to share their thoughts on what kind of hero they would like to become? Celia raised her hand and said she would like to become a knight who surpasses all previous generations of heroes in her family. Chloe raised her hand and said she would like to write a book containing her personal spells. Carr stood up and said he would like to support the heroes in their battle in any way he could. Altian remarked that she thought he wanted to become a pillar of the hero world. That was wonderful. The protagonist stood up and declared his goal to completely eliminate Erebos. Everyone present was greatly surprised. The professor, perplexed, declared it astonishing. Who would be next? After that, the students began to mutter among themselves, wondering if his dreams were too big. Sejin called out to the second professor and asked what he thought about it. Herod responded, his skin crawling. He wasn't one to mince words. He reflected that hundreds of years had passed since Erebos was broken into several pieces and sealed. But there had been cases of its resurrection. Even a single fragment had caused a catastrophe, and he said he wanted to completely eliminate it. After a while, Altian announced that they would begin reading the fragment of the hero protocol retrieved from the dungeon. After this, each class must guess who these records are about, and then they will move on to a training cleanup in the hero world. She will speak separately. In case of unforeseen circumstances, the professors will be observing the lesson, so they should try not to do anything strange. Nella excitedly said that this is her first time touching the hero protocol. Tide noticed that he was very nervous. Altian said that first, have the class presidents of each class step forward. Celia, the protagonist, Yulta, and Chenxia came out to her. The teacher said that this time, 2 fragments of the protocol were obtained at once, but, of course, only one will be used in the lesson. The second piece is too small, but they will show them both so they know that such things also exist. The protagonist took one piece, and after that, the hero protocol began to open. A moment later, the fragment began to pour out, and they were transported to a burnt world, filled with monster corpses. Herod shouted, "Have everyone be on guard. This is the heroic dungeon." Sejin called out to him and noticed the walls of some kind of fortress visible there. MC wondered if this was the last line of defense and the last bastion of hope in the age of catastrophes, the walls of Guardslan. If this was the right time, he quietly muttered, "That's right, her wish was so stupid." Suddenly, Lysinus approached them and replied that it was truly idiotic, however they would save the world. After that, the fragment ended and they returned to the ordinary world. Chenxia excitedly asked, "What just happened?" Herod exclaimed that classes are cancelled. He asks everyone to remain calm and leave the Great Hall immediately. After that, everyone began to leave. The protagonist, holding the fragment in his hands, wondered if it was his Kyle protocol. After some time, he told the other students everything. Eliana exclaimed in wild shock, "He saw the Queen of Wisdom?" Chelsea admiringly said that it was worth a lot. So, this was a fragment of Lysinas's heroic protocol? She said that if she were the class representative, she would have seen her in person. At that moment, Herod entered the room and said he had come to punish the noisiest students, and it turned out they were in his class. Let them choose, self-study or expulsion. The protagonist, with a calm face, wondered why his hero protocol was so strange. Even the world and chapter names weren't displayed. It was as if someone had deliberately destroyed his hero protocol. A hero protocol is essentially an object containing a fragment of a hero's power. And what if someone doesn't want that hero to have followers? Wait, maybe Erebos did it. He needs to figure out why his protocol was shattered. A month later, in class, Len explained that original or unique magic would be the goal of their transfer exam. Original magic reflects the very personality of a particular mage. In the age of activation formulas, mages no longer strive for originality. However, Original magic is a great ace in the hole when it comes to a fight. The star magic wielded by the elves is essentially just a tiny fragment of the original magic. The only one who could use star magic was none other than the stargazer Luna. Meanwhile, Chloe looked at the protagonist with a serious expression, recalling how he defeated her in the game. He noticed a magic book next to her and wondered in bewilderment. Was this a magic book? Len said he was looking forward to their personal developments. Classes were over for today. After all this, the students began to leave the classroom. The protagonist caught up with her, grabbed her hand, and told her to wait. Would she like to have lunch together? He wondered if she had hidden the book on purpose. The girl pulled her hand back and replied that she didn't have time for that if she wanted to defeat him in the upcoming exam. Suddenly, Carr ran up to him and called him a scoundrel. He dared to set his sights on the position of Ice Queen. Chloe said she'd lost to Leo before, but when it came to formulas, she had to be the best. This time, she was absolutely certain to win. MC smiled and asked if slacking off would be rude to her, right? She nodded silently in agreement. He extended his hand and said that they should prepare well then. She remained silent, perplexed, and shook his hand. Carr, watching this, wondered if this was how they shook hands. Sometime later, the protagonist arrived at the Hero Tower and wondered if the forbidden archives of Lumine Academy must be somewhere here. If he found them, he'd find a clue about his missing hero protocol. He started climbing the stairs and encountered some older students who began to comment, "He's a first year. What's he doing here?" Suddenly, Yan called out to him and remarked that she'd heard about him from Professor Len. She was glad to finally meet him. The protagonist bowed his head and greeted her. She put her foot in front of him and, blocking the entrance, asked what business a first year could have had with the Tower of Heroes. He replied that he was there to speak with the student council president. The girl said that if he chose the magic division, she would let him pass. The main character said that he already regularly attends magic classes. She removed her foot and let him pass, then said that she hoped he would permanently transfer to their division before the end of the semester. The MC approached the elevator and pressed the call button, but nothing happened. Confused, he asked why it wasn't working. Lee approached him and, pressing the button, explained that he needed to invest mana to activate the buttons. He was glad to meet him. Was he the all-round first year who was also the class president? The protagonist bowed his head and said that he was greeting a senior. The boy inquired what business he had with the Tower of Heroes. He replied with a smile that he'd like to speak with the student council president. Lee was surprised to see that he wasn't even nervous in front of him. Coming to the student council headquarters alone, that's some bravery. The night division was just the thing for him, wasn't it? After a while, MC arrived at the student council office and realized he was already at his limit, even though he hadn't even gotten to the main task yet. He knocked on the door and asked if he could enter. Reese agreed and asked what he was doing there. The protagonist replied that he needed access to the Forbidden Archive. He noted that he knew he wasn't the type to joke around, but for an ordinary student, there were only two ways to get there. The first was to clear the hero dungeon. This was usually done to return the hero log page to its source. The second way would be revealed when he joined the student council. Sometime later, the day of the night division selection exams arrived. Carr happily remarked that it was impossible to see such a spectacle without bringing popcorn. Chelsea, watching him, remarked that he was a born salesman. Eliana replied with a smile that that's just the way he is. Even without Lumine Academy, he would have definitely made it. MC, looking around, realized he didn't see Chloe there. At that moment, Ain announced the first match between Howl Nape, a warrior from the Night Unit, and Leo. Carr ran up to Sejin and asked if he'd like popcorn and a drink. He grinned and wondered if he really thought he'd take that. He should offer Herod instead. Celia begged him to please buy it for them. It looked delicious. All the students started shouting the professor's name, egging them on. Sejin said to give everyone one popcorn. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked out onto the field with a smile and said he was lucky to be the first to fire. Howl, with a sly smile, replied that he felt underestimated here. He'd regret it. One student asked who knew the class representative's combat skills. A classmate replied that, as an all-rounder, he believed there was a difference between him and the members of his own unit. Furthermore, Howl was considered the third strongest in Class 1 after Celia and Duran. Meanwhile, the boy himself began waving his spear and thought Leo was an arrogant jerk who hung around Celia. Ain said that the winner was the one who incapacitated the opponent. They should treat the duel like a real battle. Suddenly, MC sensed a dark energy emanating from the academy. Meanwhile, Chloe, sitting over her textbook, tore out several pages and nervously said that she couldn't do it. With her current skill level, she can't create unique magic, but she's not going to lose the practical exam. She looked at the Book of Dark Magic and asked, "Will that be enough for victory?" She really wants to win. At that moment, Howl, taking advantage of his distraction, began to attack, shouting at him for being careless. The protagonist dodged and, grabbing his spear, pulled it toward him, causing the boy to approach him. He struck him in the face and asked with a smile, was he careless? Howl unleashed a poisonous mist aura and replied with a sly smile, "Don't act all-powerful. The game has only just begun." He thought about how he didn't know how to control his aura. Such a flaw couldn't be overcome with strength alone. The protagonist used his flame aura and remarked that it was interesting. Howl smiled and said that only Celia's flames could block such an attack so far. He covered his entire body in flame aura and replied that he felt like he was missing something. Celia, watching this, was shocked and wondered when he had managed to increase the power of his flame aura. Howell wondered in horror, did his flames match Celia's? This idiot who pretended to be a generalist was capable of such a thing? He chuckled and said that he was actually planning to use it on Celia. Who would have thought he'd have to waste it on him? The guy began to attack and use the skill Snake Shackles. Instantly, MC was bound by a poisonous snake. Howell looked at the girl and smiled, wondering how she could do that. He had specifically prepared this technique to catch her flames. Celia, watching this, pointed a finger at the protagonist. At that moment, he used his fiery aura to burn away his bonds and free himself. Howell, horrified, thought it was impossible. He tried to strike with his spear, but the protagonist counterattacked with lightning speed and knocked the weapon out of his hands, then said with a smile that he advised him not to get distracted while his flames were still burning. Ain declared Leo the winner. Chelsea exclaimed delightedly that this was as expected of him. Carr joyfully exclaimed that he knew she could count on him. Howell began to walk away, musing that he was so skilled even in practice. No wonder he was on par with Celia. Suddenly, the girl herself approached him and asked if he was impressed. But it was awesome. The boy immediately became embarrassed and overjoyed. Ain announced that the next duel would be between Eliana from the 5th grade. She stepped onto the field and asked with a smile who was up against her. He said to let Chen Xia from class 10 take a step forward. The girl, perplexed, asked why she was matched against a top student. She folded her hands and asked her to be gentle with her. Eliana also folded her arms and replied, "Let her be gentle too." After this, Ain announced the start of the duel. Chen Xia created a water barrier and waited for an attack. She leaped forward with lightning speed and aimed her sword. MC, watching this, thought it would hurt. As Eliana approached her, she failed to break through the water barrier and was sent flying. Ain declared Chen Xia the winner. The girl stood up and noted with a smile that at least she wasn't afraid to go up against her. The protagonist said that the initial selection wasn't the fairest, but if she had focused, she would have done even better. Ain announced that the next duel would be between Celia and Duran. She chuckled and remarked that it would definitely be fun with him. The protagonist said with a smile that this match promised to be exciting. They entered the field and prepared for battle, covering themselves with their auras. The girl exclaimed that they would see who was the best knight in class 1. In an instant, Duran began to attack her, but Celia deftly deflected all attacks. Carr inquired who Leo was betting on. He replied that, judging by everything, the girl would win. He thought that he only had to look at that look. She must have a plan to turn the situation to her advantage. At that moment, Duran began to circle around her and tried to strike. Celia dodged and, after deflecting several blows, created a flame barrier. MC remarked that she was a good girl for using her head. Carr, in complete shock, asked, "Why? What's going on?" He explained that the first-year training grounds were quite small. She realized there was no point in trying to keep up with him, so she used the size of the room to her advantage. Inside this fiery barrier, he wouldn't be able to run as fast and the heat was restricting his vision. She was already good, but now she was even better. Duran nervously noted how hot he was. Celia quickly appeared behind him and tried to strike. He spun around and tried to counter, but she grabbed his arm and delivered a powerful forehead butt that sent him crashing to the ground. Ain exclaimed that Celia was the winner. She extended her hand to him with a smile and suggested that he should work on his physical strength. Duran took her hand with a disgruntled expression and stood up. Their classmates started taking photos of them, thinking they made a cute couple. The protagonist remarked that Celia's training had paid off. Herod approached them and said that she had indeed won. He thanked the class leader for his comments. Carr, perplexed, asked how long he'd been eavesdropping on them. After a while, Ain announced that the practical exam for the night division was over. Celia, 4 wins, 1 loss. Duran, 4 wins, 1 loss. Chen Xia, 4 wins, 1 loss. Leo, 5 wins, 0 losses. A week later, at the written linguistics exam, Herod said they did well. He hoped that they tried hard and that none of them would be expelled. After that, he gathered his documents and left the classroom. Eliana exclaimed angrily that he was only talking about expulsion. Students began approaching Chelsea and asking her to tell them the answers. She asked with a smile who should go first. The boys began arguing among themselves. Meanwhile, the protagonist lay down on his desk and began to rest. Nellie approached him and asked how the test went. He replied that he thought it was not bad. She smiled and asked what the headman, who always seems to be in control, could have such a face. If he was in pain, he should just tell her. She would heal him with her magic. Carr approached her and said his back and shoulders were hurting so much, she should help him too. Chelsea hit him and asked, how was he doing? Was he okay now? How were the summoning practicals going? Tide said he rarely showed up for practicals. The protagonist replied that he was just practicing where no one could see him. Chelsea remarked that that was just him. What rank did he think he'd be awarded at the summoning unit selections? He replied that, of course, the highest rank. Sometime later, the day of the summoning unit selections arrived. Runba Tess from the summoning unit announced into the microphone that he welcomed everyone. The day had finally arrived. The biggest event of the first semester for freshmen is the summon race. Celia asked her brother if that was the exam. Reese replied that summon races are a real tradition for the summoning division. They're super popular. Plus, it's the highlight of the qualifying trials. Everyone loves it. The stands were bustling with excitement as everyone prepared to watch the competition. Tide nervously said that all the noise was ruining his spirits. Elsa approached the protagonist and said she heard he showed outstanding skills at the Night Division qualifying trials. Had he even prepared for the Summoning Division qualifying trials? He agreed. Warming up, the girl remarked that she'd never seen him at practical training. Was he looking down on the Summoning Division? The other participants exclaimed angrily that if he was just lazy, he should just go to another division. They weren't even sure if he'd even signed a contract. Tide anxiously tried to calm them down and asked why they were doing this. He replied that he shouldn't cover for him just because he was his classmate. He was tarnishing the honor of the entire summoning department. Chen Xia noticed that the atmosphere was getting tense. If things were like this before the preliminaries, what would happen once it all started? Shen Liu from the Eastern Continent Summoning Department called out to her and asked if she had also distinguished herself in the Night Division, so she didn't care about the Summoning Department. At that moment, Walden came out to them and said it was noisy. If they were going to argue and compare the length of their summoning contracts, they should do it away from him. Shen Liu angrily asked what he had said. He replied that he had said that he was irritated by those who considered a longer summoning contract a great achievement. The boy exclaimed with a sly smile. What, is he ashamed? He hadn't come to the practical classes either. He replied that he simply didn't need to practice the basics. He's not some idiot who can't even handle a griffin. Shen Liu swung his arm furiously and prepared to strike. MC grabbed his hand and said that if they fought at the preliminaries, they wouldn't get off with a simple warning. Their professional suitability would be called into question. He pulled his hand back and calmed down. Tide remarked that he thought their peers in the recruiting unit were in a bad mood. The protagonist asked why. He replied that hazing was rampant in the recruiting unit. He and Chen Xia had reached the top, despite not being representatives of their unit alone, and now the second years were taking their frustration out on them. Add to that their low attendance. The protagonist wondered if their behavior might have seemed dismissive to them. Tartaros's assistant, observing this, entered the portal and said that it was finally beginning. Shen Liu furiously wondered what those arrogant bastards would see during the exam. He would crush them into dust. After a while, Runba cheerfully announced that before they began, he would explain the rules. First-year summoning division applicants may only use summons in these trials. They are forbidden from using magic or aura, even if they have one. The task is simple. Tame these griffins, cross Summon Island, circle over the Silent Lake, and return. Who will emerge as the star of the Summoning Division selection exams? That's what they were about to find out. After this, all the participants became nervous, and a commotion ensued. Yurishara shouted for everyone to stop panicking. They needed to do what they'd been practicing. Those who couldn't handle the pressure might not have to return. Now, get ready. She announced the start, and all the participants ran toward the protagonist. They grouped together and attempted to attack him with magic. Runba asked, "What's going on?" The students from the summoning department had apparently planned everything in advance, and were clearly targeting class representative Leo and Walden, a top student from the south. MC began casting his flames. Tide climbed onto the griffin and called out to him excitedly. He yelled, "Let him worry about himself. It's an exam, after all." The guy apologized and galloped off. The spectators began shouting angrily that the summoning department was full of non-humans. Let them fight fairly. The protagonist reflected that he knew they would be outraged, but to bully them so collectively? Runba said the Class 5 fans were quite vocal, but it was some kind of strategic move. Walden instantly dispelled their magic and remained untouched. After this, he mounted the griffin and remarked that he seemed to be having difficulties. Did he need help? The protagonist replied no. He could handle it himself. After that, Walden silently took off on the beast. Chelsea, watching this, asked excitedly what she should do. Yura, with a serious expression, thought that the discord between her students was much deeper than she thought. Some had openly united against each other. Leo hadn't even studied spirits, only taming. It would be difficult for him to counter. Suddenly, MC began summoning spirits and casting spells, asking for the spirits to grant him the grace of nature. Let them free him from his shackles and clear the way. She thought in wild shock that he even spoke the language of spirits, but how did he do that? The girl grinned and remarked that she had to get him into the summoning unit. After a while, the guy from Class 5, flying on a griffin, grinned and said that it served him right. The best student in the south and the class leader are there. It was clear from the start who would end up in last place. Shenlu called out to Elsa and asked, "How did she like it? Isn't it great?" She replied that she didn't like it. She could have beaten Leo and Walden anyway. Do they even realize what people think of the summoning division? He chuckled and replied, "So be it. The way they humiliated those idiots was worth it." Elsa rushed forward on her griffin and said that in the future, she advised them to think before they act. The boy furiously thought that she was completely crazy with pride. Okay, so he would come in second, and that's good. He was the best at controlling flying summons after her. This time he wouldn't lose. Suddenly, Chen Xia, flying upright on her griffin, began to quickly overtake them. Shen Liu, confused, asked what kind of strange stance the rider was in. He thought about how she was so fast even though she didn't even use spirit energy to strengthen the summons. His classmate created spirits and, starting to attack, shouted, "Let her taste this." Chen Xia flew into the air, landing above her. She leaped down and delivered a powerful kick that sent the girl flying off her griffon and plummeting. She screamed hysterically. "That's unfair," Chenxia asked with a smile. "Why?" She hadn't used her aura. She then quickly rushed forward and, catching up with Shenliu, greeted him. He nervously exclaimed that she shouldn't have gotten in his way. The girl said that she might not have the advantage in aerial combat, but she wouldn't be alone against him. His antics angered many. In an instant, powerful explosions began to appear nearby. Chenxia remarked that she thought Walden was the type to always return the favor. At that moment, the man himself appeared, exploding everything around him, saying that he thanked him for the gift. Let him taste his gratitude. All the griffins began to lose coordination from such powerful explosions. At the start of the competition, Runba mentioned that Leo, the first-year class president, was a well-known figure at the academy, with ambitions for every division. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to prove himself today. Could the summoning really be his Achilles heel? MC looked at the griffin and, noticing the splinter in its wing, remarked that it was disgusting for future heroes to resort to such underhanded tricks. He took the leash and began trying to calm the beast. Runba exclaimed, "Let them just watch. This guy is trying to tame the beast. Mounting an enraged griffin is extremely reckless." Celia, watching this, asked in bewilderment, "Why make such a sacrifice?" Reese suggested that perhaps he had a plan. The protagonist tugged on the leash and said that he understood his feelings, but he had to obey him. Let him obey him now. The aura frightened the griffin and calmed it down. He pulled the splinter out of the wing and sat on it. The beast spread its wings in displeasure, revealing the wound. Runba exclaimed that it turned out Leo's griffin had a wounded wing. Although he had managed to mount the beast, the odds were clearly against him. At this rate, he would finish last. MC unleashed his fiery aura and said it would hurt, but he would cope. He commanded it with the power given to him by his contract. Let it appear to him. Suddenly, Fiora appeared next to him, immediately covering the griffin in flames. After that, the beast took off and set off. Celia, perplexed, asked what kind of flames were those. Reese wondered if those were Zerdinger's flames. No, those weren't aura flames at all. Then what was that? After a while, one of the participants remarked that they were badly injured and were falling behind. The boy replied that at least they wouldn't be last. Instantly, the protagonist raced past them on his fiery griffin. He smiled, thinking that he now understood. He needed to speed up a little more. Suddenly, a huge Fafnir appeared in his path. A few minutes earlier, Elsa had caught up with Walden and shouted that she wouldn't give him first place. He snapped his finger and instantly caused a powerful explosion. The girl dodged, wondering if it was an explosive attack, using the spirits of fire and air. This wasn't the level achieved simply by affinity with spirits. She hadn't thought he was proficient in magic either. Elsa sped up and exclaimed that the power of the attack didn't matter as long as it could be dodged. Walden began casting an ice attack and said they'd see how she dodged it. He flew higher and began bombarding her with icicles. Elsa used the skills Strengthening Summoning, and, strengthening her beast, repelled all attacks with powerful fire. Runba exclaimed, "What a delightful fight this is." The challenger blocked the guy's attack, using Spirit Strengthening on 3 summons, and while they were chatting, Chenxia took advantage of the opponent's preoccupation and surged ahead. Suddenly, Elsa grabbed her neck and shouted, "Slow down." The girl noticed the fire magic near her and instantly jumped off her griffin, followed by a powerful explosion. Already in the air, she severed the magic rope and landed safely back on the beast. Chenxia noted with a smile that top-class summoners are no joke. Suddenly, in the distance, she saw a huge monster. It was Shenliu, riding a black wyvern. He furiously shouted that he would finish them all off. The girl pointed out that using anything other than a griffin in the race was breaking the rules. The guy exclaimed, "Shut up! Does she really think he cares? Are they such great talents? Let her get out of his way." After that, Walden asked in bewilderment, how could this idiot even form a contract with a wyvern? Chenxia replied that it wasn't an ordinary black wyvern but something special. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind them on his fiery griffin. Shenliu, seeing him, asked in shock, "How did he do it? It doesn't matter, he'll kill him anyway." He asked with a serious expression where he got that lizard. The guy grinned and asked, "Is he jealous?" "It's all thanks to his power. He subdued it with summoning skills. He's jealous, right? Let him say so." MC wondered, does he really believe this is a summon? But that's Fafnir, the monster used by the Tartaros mages. This monster was one of those they destroyed during the Age of Despair. But how did this guy subjugate it? Suddenly, Shenliu launched a powerful wyvern blast at them. Everyone immediately dodged, but Chenxia didn't have time and, to somehow protect herself, created a magical barrier. The powerful blow shattered the barrier, and she fell from the griffin, losing consciousness. The protagonist caught her and realized she was unconscious. He needed to save her first. He flew down and shouted that he would bring her down. Shenliu flew up and asked with a wild grin, "So this is what it's like to look down on pathetic humans? And he likes it." Runba shouted into the microphone that the participants had left the track and were now out of their sight. Too much had happened. Participant Shenliu had summoned a black wyvern and was attacking the race leaders. Suddenly, Yura came up to him and shouted furiously, "Does he really think there's any point in continuing this speech?" She grabbed the microphone and said, "Have the summoning unit prepare flying summons. The race is suspended." Sejin approached her and asked what was going on. The girl replied that Shenliu had apparently contracted not with a regular summon, but with a demonic beast. The beast's influence would soon drive him mad. The professor, perplexed, asked, How could a student subjugate a demonic beast on his own? Herod approached them and said he meant, did someone help him? Yura replied that she wasn't sure, but it was a possibility. He indicated that she would lead the summoning unit to capture this guy and destroy the demonic beast. The remaining professors will split up and protect the students. Let Sejin follow him. At this point, the protagonist landed on the ground and put the girl down. By this time, the others had also flown to him. Walden looked up at the sky and noticed him flying this way. Shenliu asked, were they trying to escape? Then they should have been hiding, not hanging around in the open field. He landed nearby and smirked. The protagonist replied that he wasn't running. He wasn't in charge of summoning, by the way. The guy chuckled and asked if he really thought he, a specialized student in the summoning division, couldn't tell the difference. MC explained that it was the demonic beast, Fafnir. He would destroy this vile monster. Shenliu laughed and asked, what kind of nonsense was he talking about? Did he still think he was weak? Let him die right now. After that, the guy started attacking him with the monster's power. Walden summoned a golem and began to hold back the attack. The protagonist remarked that he was clearly out of his mind. He replied that he agreed with him. They needed to destroy that vile creature. Shenliu nervously wondered if this was a magical technique for creating a golem. Elsa, with a serious face, said that he had no need to pretend he was someone else. She would help them too. First, they needed to somehow separate this idiot from the monster. Walden remarked that he thought the golem would soon fall apart. Let them be ready. The girl said that he couldn't do anything normal at all. Shenliu furiously shouted that these golems were no obstacle to them. Have they seen how cool his summon was? Where are those little rats? He destroyed the golem and began to rejoice. Suddenly, Elsa tried to grab him with a magical rope. The guy furiously shouted, they still dare resist? He tried to attack with the monster again, but Walden instantly began creating explosions around him and said that now is the time. MC leaped with lightning speed, grabbed him by the head, and delivered a powerful kick. Shenliu said they had worked hard to get rid of the boy, but that was all. Suddenly, the wyvern took off and began to move away from the ground. He asked with a smirk, is he scared? He was a hero candidate. MC noted that he was the Tartaros mage controlling the beast. Where was his main body? It couldn't be far away. The mage, controlling Shenliu's body, asked, does he know who he really is? This was quite interesting. He remained calm in this situation. He was the very embodiment of the ideal hero. In that case, it would be better to finish him off. He instantly attacked him and, taking the opportunity, pushed him straight off the wyvern. The protagonist called on Fiora to catch him. He reflected that he was good at everything, but never excelled in anything in particular. Dueno and Aaron were better at aura, Luna at magic, and Lucina's at summoning. So he chose to fuse abilities. Aura with magic, magic with spiritual power with magic. MC smiled as he enhanced Fiora, noting that she now looked much more like a phoenix. Immediately after, Fafnir roared ferociously. He wondered if it reacted to the phoenix's aura, which was especially hostile to monsters. Tartaros asked if he was seriously a phoenix contractor. The protagonist replied that if he told him where he got this monster, it would answer his question. He said he knew too much about the Age of Despair. He couldn't let it go alive. The wyvern then prepared to attack. The protagonist shouted that he was advancing. He used Zerdenger's secret art, Phoenix Breath, the Fluminance technique, and sent an incredibly powerful volley of fire in its direction. Suddenly, the monster staggered and began to lose control. MC wondered if the main body had been attacked. His spiritual connection was weakening. He seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful fire attack, burning everything in its path. The force of the attack tore the monster apart, along with Shenliu. The protagonist praised the phoenix and then told it to return. In an instant, the bird transformed into a fledgling, and they began to fall together. A little earlier, Tartaros had been sitting on a tree stump, controlling Shenliu's body. Suddenly, Sejin appeared and shackled him. Herod approached them, saying they had a question for him. He chuckled and noted that the Lumine pillars had arrived. Unfortunately, they would have to postpone their procedure until a better time. In an instant, the mage vanished, leaving behind only fragments of stone. Sejin asked if he had really missed him. Herod replied that he thought he was prepared for this. He picked up the mage's remains, and agreeing, said that Lumine was no longer safe. The protagonist hugged Fiora and told her to return to the spirit world. Suddenly, Yura caught him on her dragon and asked with a smile if he was all right. Thank the gods they arrived in time. Sometime later, Tartaros arrived before his mistress. She remarked that it was shameful. Had he really been defeated by an ordinary student? Even though he was wounded, he said that he was certainly not ordinary. He had managed to form a contract with the Phoenix. Moreover, he immediately recognized Fafnir. The girl smirked and remarked that things were getting more and more interesting. Sometime later, the protagonist, standing in the academy corridor, began to think that the selection for the summoning unit had inevitably been cancelled. Shenliu had died, and this incident made the newcomers even more acutely aware of the danger of the dungeons. Many were curious about the contract beast that had driven him mad, but all four witnesses, including him, decided to remain silent about the incident. Not without Professor Yura's guidance, of course. Afterward, the day of the practical exam for the magic division arrived. At that moment, Chloe, who had dyed her hair blonde, entered the classroom. Carr asked in surprise, "Has she been up all night again?" The girl silently walked to the desk and sat down. Len noticed that the last candidate had arrived, so they were getting to the main point. He believed that each of them had put their utmost effort into creating original charms that reflected their individuality, and since it would be a shame to enjoy such a spectacle alone, he invited 3 people to share the pleasure. All 3 had successfully graduated from Lumine 3 years ago as part of the magic division. Afterward, Lilda Fedni, Edmund Slack, and Sin Huz entered the room. Len said they were the judges for today, the ones who would be giving grades. They all greeted the students and said they were glad to meet them. Carr called out to the protagonist and said he felt they weren't stingy with their grades. He asked if he really thought so. Then Len called Eliana. She stepped forward and said she was greeting her seniors. She was a 5th grader. It was a great honor for her to meet them. The girl used her magic and noted that her main attribute was light. Lilda asked if she had her own personal mana attribute. She replied that if you add the flame flower magic formula to it like this, the result would be quite powerful heat magic. Sin wondered if this was any different from the existing laser type magic. Eliana was confused and didn't answer. They entered their grades and handed them to the professor. He looked at the result and said she had a C-. After that, they began calling on the remaining students, but none of them received a grade higher than a C. At that moment, Carr came out and, after demonstrating his magic, earned a B+, followed by Chelsea, who received an A. Sin thought it was not bad, but boring. Lilda, with a disgruntled expression, thought that Professor Len had said there would be extraordinary candidates this year, but so far, there weren't any. The professor called on Abad as the next participant. The boy went to the board and began writing out formulas, then said that the magic he was about to present was called Storm. The expected danger level upon completion was highest. A little earlier at the Llewellyn estate, he began practicing his technique under the supervision of other mages who had created a protective dome. Abad flew into the air and created a powerful tornado, which began to demolish everything in its path. A passing deer was caught in such a powerful whirlwind. He noticed this and immediately stopped casting the skill, then caught the beast and asked with a smile if it was alright. Abad now created a whirlwind in his hand and explained that this spell maximized the power of the wind. It looks simple, but in reality, it's unique magic, difficult to reproduce due to its structure. The experts gave his skills an A+. Chelsea joyfully exclaimed that this was as expected of her brother. Len called the next student, Leo. He came to the board and with a smile, announced that the unique magic he was presenting was a system of formulas for attributeless magic. Edmund, surprised, asked what that was. He had never heard of such a concept before. The protagonist replied that they probably knew that all magic spells are based on an attribute. Sin agreed and noted that this was a necessary condition for the spell. He replied with a smile that his unique magic would significantly simplify the process of casting the spell. Perplexed, Edmund said that he was misunderstanding something. Sin asked if he meant to say that he would create a fundamentally new system of enchantment. The protagonist agreed and began writing the formula. Len, delighted, thought, what a natural-born mage. Edmund said with displeasure that he was disappointed. They hadn't gathered to listen to fairy tales. The professor joyfully exclaimed that he wanted to see. Let him please continue his report. Lilda agreed with him and added that they needed to see. She began to look at his formulas and noted that only one mage used a fundamentally different system of enchantment, unique magic. MC agreed and added that it was the astrologer Luna. Sin asked if he was going to displace her. Did he really believe he had reached her level in terms of magic? He replied that of course not. He wasn't comparing himself to Luna. The girl exclaimed that she was great. The protagonist agreed and added that the great Luna was a legendary sorceress. But they didn't have to be geniuses to create a different system of enchantment. After that, he wrote down all the formulas and looked at them. Lilda, in shock, asked if he really intended to implement this. Edmund remarked that, judging by the formula's composition, it was capable of performing any magic without penalty. Chelsea, watching this, marveled and said she didn't even really understand the formula. Carr replied that he hadn't even tried. Edmund inquired as to why he'd decided to create this system of enchantments. MC replied that he'd set out to find a way to freely use any magic. He marveled at how incredible this was. Now he understood why they'd been told this year's students were something special. The expert asked with a smile, what would he call it? The protagonist began casting magic and replied that he'd call it the Bible. Sin, shocked, thought that a historical figure had already used that term. This was the magical system of the false hero Kyle. Maybe Leo would prove he really existed. After that, all the experts wrote down their grades. Len, seeing this, beamed with joy and exclaimed that he'd gotten an A+. The protagonist began walking to his seat and mused that he hadn't been able to complete the formula system as Kyle. But this time he would succeed. He looked at a disgruntled Chloe and asked if she was okay. The professor announced that the last candidate for the day was Chloe. Lilda remarked that she had heard that she was the top student in the magic department. What had she prepared for them today? The girl angrily replied that the unique magic she had prepared was unquenchable flame. Chelsea wondered in surprise. Had she deliberately chosen the opposite attribute for her unique magic? But it seemed quite ordinary. Edmund wondered if he had thought it would be something on par with what the previous two had shown. Lilda said that if that was all, she supposed there was nothing more to see. Suddenly, Chloe said that she would now demonstrate the true value of this charm. She summoned a stream of water onto the flame, but it did not go out. Everyone was immediately surprised and exclaimed that she'd added resistance to spells. The girl agreed with a mischievous smile and added that the flame wouldn't go out until the caster revokes it. Edmund wondered if spells usually break as soon as their mana supply is cut off, and this girl had created a spell that violated that rule. But how did she do it? Chloe wrote out the formula and said that her unique spell was an eternal flame. MC wondered if that was impossible. Len gathered all the experts' ratings and announced that hers was an A+. He wondered if even Luna had managed to create an unquenchable flame. Only one being could use such a flame, Erebos. After a while, the protagonist approached Celia and asked if she could call Chloe. She replied that she was still asleep. She said she couldn't get a good night's sleep because she was preparing for the selection exams, so she was catching up. He said it was bad. Okay, then he'd go. The girl called out to him and asked if something strange was happening to her. She'd been acting a little strange lately. She'd even gotten into a few fights with the guys from Class A. She'd also heard rumors that she'd started reading forbidden magical literature, even though she wasn't one of those. After that, MC came to class and summoned Fiorina. She appeared next to him and asked why he'd asked Fiora to summon her. He replied that he was curious about why Miss Fiorina was staying in Lumine. The protagonist mused that phoenixes were the complete opposite of demonic monsters, so she had a reason to stay here. The girl replied that the academy had been attacked 5 years ago. As a result, Principal Alian had tasked her with thoroughly searching the area, and since then, she'd been searching for traces of the conspirators. He asked if she'd heard that someone who had tamed a demonic beast had appeared during the summoning division selections. Fiorina replied that yes, that student had also fallen victim. MC asked if she thought Tartaros might be behind all these events. She said she suspected them, but that was all she could tell him. The protagonist asked him to please convey this to the principal for him. Shenliu might not be the only student Tartaros had egged on. Sometime later, the day of the heroic and martial skills practice exam arrived. Herod exclaimed, "Have the first year assembled. Okay, everyone's here. Have the class president brief everyone." The protagonist explained that the heroic and martial skills practice exam would require them to form teams and explore a heroic world. And the world they would be traveling to was the Chedmore incident. Eliana, hearing the name, nervously asked. Nella asked if she knew anything about it. Suddenly, Herod shouted, "Shut up and listen carefully." The protagonist took a piece of paper and explained that 30 years ago, a group of fifth-year students from their academy went on a mission to the central forest of Chedmore. However, they were attacked by Tartaros representatives. Professor Albi, the owner of a magical eye and then a second-year student, was sent as part of the rescue operation. Fortunately, they managed to prevent the group of students from being completely annihilated. Therefore, the goal of the test is to save the wounded and destroy the demonic monsters. In short, they need to help Professor Albi. Herod noted that this is a difficult exam. It teaches them to be attentive and cautious, so they should always remain on guard. Those who do not demonstrate any performance by the end of the exam will be immediately expelled. All the students immediately became nervous. The professor smiled and said that they should believe in themselves. They are all strong enough. Eliana was amazed by his speech and burst into tears. Altion announced that they would begin by dividing into teams. Please have them come forward, one by one. They'll start with Class 1. Chelsea asked in confusion. Won't they be assembling their teams themselves? Carr asked excitedly. Will they be working with people they barely know? After that, all the students began drawing their numbers. MC drew a ball with 11 written on it and wondered if that was the very last team. After a while, a portal appeared, and Altion said that the teams were assigned. Have the first team line up in front of the portal. After that, 2 girls walked out to the portal. Chelsea, looking at her ally, asked if she was with Princess Zerdinger. That gave her hope. She replied with a smile that they would show them the power of the Laden Empire. After that, Albi opened the hero protocol and opened a portal. A system window appeared, stating that they would be taken to Albi's world. Chapter Prologue, The Incident in Chedmore. After that, the girls teleported. Sejin noted that they had only just begun, but had already advanced quite quickly. Children of hero families are definitely of a different stamp. With Celia, a top score is guaranteed. Herod replied that it depended on the team. He was most impressed with Chelsea so far. Suddenly, the director approached them and said that the first team's speed was truly impressive. No wonder they were considered rising stars of the first year. Sejin, surprised, asked what had brought him here. He replied that he wanted to see how much their first years had grown. He owed Professor Albi an apology for using painful memories in the first-year exam. The boy replied that he had sworn he would never forget what happened, so he was grateful for the annual reminder. After some time, Team 1 completed their walkthrough. Alian thought that, as expected, Celia and Chelsea excelled. They worked well together, despite their tense relationship. Perhaps it was because they were from the same country? After this, Team 3 also completed their walkthrough. He reflected that they had put their 2 strongest players at the forefront, with the rest playing support. This led to their success. By this point, Team 4 had completed their walkthrough. Alian reflected that Nella's healing magic was definitely special, and Chen Xia's decisive measures were simply incredible. After this, Team 7 completed their walkthrough. He reflected that there were indeed many amazing students, but the most promising one would only arrive now. After some time, the professor announced that it was time for Team 11. The protagonist emerged into the portal with Chloe. Alian thought that for some reason, looking at it, he felt nostalgic. When they approached the portal, Albi attempted to teleport them to the desired location, but only a pillar of flame appeared. Everyone asked in confusion, "Is it true? Nothing happened?" A moment later, the protagonist and the girl disappeared. Alian called out to him and asked what was wrong. Albie showed him the hero's log, which had a tree with a skull on it, and said they should stop the test. He froze in horror upon seeing it. The professor agreed, adding that it was a manifestation of the heroic dungeon. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Chloe were transported to an unfamiliar forest. A blank system window appeared, displaying the mission objective. He noted that usually, a notification about the start of the quest and the mission objective should immediately appear. Perhaps they had experienced the infamous summons? Chloe pointed out that the professor didn't have a lost page in his diary. She had never even heard of a hero's diary page going crazy like that. MC contacted the professor and noticed he couldn't contact the other group members. What should he do? There was no answer, so he asked, and no one answered. The girl nervously exclaimed that that couldn't be happening. If they just waited a little, they would stop the exam and then get them out of here. The protagonist asked that if they had the ability to do that, then why were they still here? He couldn't see any other reasonable explanation. This was a hero dungeon challenge. He assumed they needed to pass it. She exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is he talking about? In this world, even a full group of 10 people would have a hard time handling a shared mission. Does he know how many students have died in this exam over the past 30 years? The protagonist replied, "Let her understand that there's simply no other way out of here." Chloe exclaimed that he understood that Tartaros had planned the Chadmore incident precisely to kill as many hero candidates as possible. Just like them. She fell to her knees and noted in horror that this entire forest was one big trap. MC also knelt down and said that she was the best among the first years. If they joined forces, they could handle anything. She was perplexed, wondering how he could remain calm in such a situation. She thought they would just remain trapped here forever. She stood up and asked if he had a plan. He replied that to pass this dungeon, 2 conditions must be met. The first was to rescue the first years, and the second was to ensure their safety. To cope with these tasks, they first needed to improve their abilities. Chloe wondered, but how could they do that if they had no communication with the outside world? MC asked with a smile, "Were they the only Lumine students in this forest?" She exclaimed that they were absolutely. The seniors who were killed 30 years ago should still be alive. Then he crouched down and looked at her. The girl, confused, asked what he was doing. The protagonist calmly replied, "Let her climb on his back." She exclaimed, embarrassed. "Why should she climb on his back?" he asked. "Does she want their elders to meet Tartaros before they do? Let her wake up. She's a mage, and her movement speed is extremely slow." Meanwhile, Subarn, a demon from the Tartaros clan, observing the students, noticed that everything had begun. He noticed the protagonist and asked if the rescue team had already arrived. His primary target would always be those hero candidates who could harm their clan in the future. As for the rest, he didn't care. Suddenly, the demon noticed the protagonist casting skills and asked in confusion, "Is he a classless one?" It was that same Kyle. Meanwhile, MC, carrying the girl on his back, thought that the further into the forest they went, the darker it got. Maybe he should use Aaron's technique? He needs to slightly alter his aura through subtle manipulation. It's a technique that heightens his senses to the extreme, super perception. He used the skill and told her to get ready. He spotted a group of orcs ahead. After that, they arrived at a clearing where the monsters lived. Chloe began attacking them with her staff. One of the orcs grabbed a horn and brought it to his mouth. She thought that if he blew the horn, all the orcs would come running. At that moment, the protagonist instantly cut it down without much effort. The girl, in shock, wondered if the difference in strength between them was really that vast. Would she even be able to defeat Leo? He looked to the side and said he had found them. Chloe, seeing the monsters, asked if they were demons. The protagonist quickly rushed to attack and told her to help. The girl strengthened him with her staff and began to help. Aliyah shouted, "Don't let them retreat, she's coming." Suddenly, a demon tried to kill the students, but MC killed it instantly. The girl asked in surprise, "Is he from the rescue team?" He calmly agreed. At that moment, another demon appeared behind him and, creating Gorgoroth worms, shouted for him to just die. The protagonist used the fire attribute and instantly cut down all the worms. Aliyah began casting magic and used the directed beam skill, which finished off all the remaining monsters. Chloe, seeing this, was perplexed. Is this special magic? Could this really be the same girl? Afterwards, Aliyah thanked them for their help and said that she was worried when the demons suddenly appeared in front of them. However, their timely arrival was a great help. Chloe apologized and mentioned that she needed to talk to her teammate about something. They stepped aside, and she revealed that it was Aliyah Jaron. She is Professor Avery's younger sister. She died in this forest 30 years ago. MC asked if she remembered that the group of students she'd taken into the forest had never been rescued before. Chloe excitedly explained that they'd run into Aliyah's squad. After all, Subarn is a warrior knight of Tartaros, and as everyone knows, he was the first to attack this squad. After all, Tartaros orchestrated the Chedmore incident to eliminate the genius sorceress Aliyah, an outstanding hero candidate. That's how they'd fallen into the hero protocol. They couldn't protect her with their powers. If they wanted to fulfill the condition, they should look for other groups. The protagonist asked if she was really suggesting they just abandon them. The girl nervously exclaimed, "Does he really think she wants that? This is the hero world. In reality, they're already dead anyway." He agreed and added that they couldn't just abandon them. Chloe furiously shouted at him to come to his senses. He's amazing, generous, she admits it, but now is not the time for reckless actions. He should stop playing the hero. MC patted her head and told her not to speak so frivolously. She was a hero candidate herself. They don't play the hero. It's just part of the journey to becoming a true hero. They had already changed the course of events. Let her look back. Was the forest this dark when they first met the Alea squad? By now, Subarn should have finished her off. Chloe thought she still thought it was useless, but she told him to let him decide for himself. The protagonist said he was offering to continue on with the squad. The girl thought about how he had ended up on top again, leaving her behind. How many times had this happened? She was still losing. At that moment, Teyad, a first year in the magic division, asked, "Isn't it strange? Only 2 rescuers arrived?" Dina, a first year in the night division, agreed, adding that they looked about their age. Belak, a first year in the night division, wondered if this was another Tartaros trap. Alea wondered what they were even talking about. If they were on the demon's side, would they fight alongside them? That guy's pretty cool, right? Everyone gasped in shock. Dina wondered why she'd even said that. Alea, confused, asked, "What's wrong?" She replied that she'd simply thought her standards would be much higher because of her brother. At that moment, the protagonist approached them and told them to listen carefully. They needed to get out of the forest as quickly as possible. Teyad asked why. Now that reinforcements had arrived, they could calmly and methodically deal with the monsters as planned. He replied that they couldn't take such risks. A high-ranking demon was heading this way. The boy thought with alarm that such a demon was as strong as an entire platoon. The protagonist remarked that this was precisely why they needed to avoid direct combat. Their goal was to return alive. Alea thought he reminded her strongly of her brother. He asked if they were ready. Then, they were moving. With that, the entire squad began to flee the forest. The girl looked at Chloe and thought about the strange expression on her face. At that moment, the professors ran into the hero library. Sejin shouted for them to search for any records about converting the hero protocol into a heroic dungeon. They had very little time. Alian asked if it was a good sign that they weren't being allowed to enter. Albi agreed and added that the heroic dungeon couldn't be accessed while the previous group was still inside. So those 2 were still alive. But 3 hours had already passed since their entry. In the world of Hero Protocol, night should have fallen by now. The director asked what time he had defeated Subarn 30 years ago. He replied that it had been around midnight. But was relying on him from the past really all they could do? Suddenly, Arena ran into the room and said that they had found the person who had sold the demonic beast summoning catalyst to student Shen Liu. Albi, seeing her, became very angry. Alian called out to him and told him to calm down. He started to leave, saying that he would cool his head. The girl excitedly noted that this was as expected of someone who had become a great hero. He was filled with hatred for demons. The director replied that he was understandable. During that incident 30 years ago, no body, not even a memento of his sister, was found. Okay, so who sold the demonic beast summoning catalyst to the student? She replied that it was a black market merchant. He had settled on the outskirts of Lumine this year. It was quite a popular spot among first years. Alian took the portfolio and asked if she meant that Tartaros spies had infiltrated Lumine. Arena replied that wasn't quite true. They weren't working directly for Tartaros, but one thing was clear. He was supplying them with artifacts. He wondered what they were trying to achieve with this. Suddenly, Alian noticed a note in the document, stating that Chloe had obtained a black spellbook. He instructed her to please call Professor Len. The director looked at his hand and wondered if his instinct, forged in countless brushes with death, was screaming at him that danger was right under his nose. After some time, the protagonist destroyed several orcs and realized that he had been using his heightened senses for too long, and everyone else was at their limit. He said they needed a little rest. After that, they settled down near 2 trees and began to rest. While Chloe was reading a book, Aaliyah approached her and said that she wanted to ask, "What is her relationship with Leo? Are they dating by any chance?" She exclaimed sheepishly that no. The girl noted that her reaction didn't suggest that. Chloe thought that even if in reality she was 30 years older than her, here she was just a first year. She was no different from her classmates. She wondered why she was asking. Did she really like Leo? Aaliyah answered that, to be honest, he stirred her heart. The girl asked, did she fall for him at first sight? She thought that she was a brilliant sorceress who was not forgotten even 30 years after her death. Leo really is amazing since he caught her attention. Aaliyah said that she doesn't know yet whether it's love or not. He just looks a lot like her brother, especially when he screws up but still succeeds in the end. Chloe asked, confused? He screws up? That's the guy with the magical eye? The girl asked in surprise. What eye? She excitedly replied that she was confused. She was talking about Albi, right? Aaliyah agreed with a smile and added that he constantly challenges the impossible. Chloe remarked that it was similar to Leo. At first they got along, but then she began to envy him a lot. Aaliyah replied that they were similar in that way. She was also very envious of her brother. He seemed like an airhead, but he still won everywhere, and it irritated her to no end. It's a secret, but he also created the basis for her original magic. She's good at mastering existing magic, but coming up with something of her own is difficult. She even failed the entrance exam to Lumine twice. At one point, she actually hated her brother. She had an inferiority complex, but then envy gave way to admiration. At that moment, the protagonist suddenly stood up and shouted, "Everyone get up now." Plans had changed. Escape was no longer possible. Let them not be afraid and remember who they are at heart, heroes. A moment later, Subarn himself appeared and began to furiously attack him. MC quickly dodged and wondered in disbelief that he'd been ordered to exterminate the young heroes of Chadmore. But the first thing he did was seriously attack him. Just playing through the level, was he really putting him in the same league as this heroic brat? At that moment, Chloe began casting her magic and created a powerful ice pillar, which blocked the attack. The protagonist quickly coated his sword with flame and delivered a powerful blow to the monster's neck. In an instant, Subarn healed and began using its skill. The protagonist shouted at them to stay focused and get away from him. He was using the Void skill. It was a curse that nullified all attacks. Alea, horrified, said they couldn't defeat such a monster. MC exclaimed that the Void curse wasn't all-powerful. Besides, he didn't create it himself, which meant there was a limit to its use. Subarn grabbed his weapon and asked if they seriously believed they could win. He was just a shadow of the great hero he once was. He replied that he had the same question for him. Was he so afraid of nascent heroes? Then the entire squad began to attack. Alea tried to help them and used the Arc Ray skill. The demon wondered if it was that damned star magic. Lady Solatna was right. They should have been finished off beforehand. He began furiously smashing everything around him, trying to hit them. The force of the attack sent shards flying off the ground, severely wounding Belek and lightly grazing Dina. The protagonist grabbed the boy and led him behind the ice wall. Alea cried out excitedly, asking if they were all right. The girl replied that she was still going strong, but he wasn't feeling well. MC said they shouldn't worry. His internal organs were intact, and the bleeding could be stopped with aura. He needed one powerful blast from Chloe. She agreed and added that he should buy her some time. After that, he charged, and the girl thought that while Leo was distracting them, she needed to prepare something powerful enough to counter the Void Curse. She began studying dark magic skills and said that if she used this spell, they would succeed. A loud noise was heard and everyone froze in anticipation. MC quickly moved towards the monster and began to attack. He swung his sword and cut the demon's hand, and Teyat asked in surprise, will he also someday be able to fight like him? Dina replied that she didn't know, maybe. Alea thought it was definitely some kind of stellar magic. Who is he? Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Chloe, who was hovering in the air and creating a magic seal. She ordered the vile demon to prepare for death. Leo, let him dodge, he might get hit. MC turned around and saw a stream of magic, thinking, that's it. Chloe screamed, if he burns to ashes, he'll have only himself to blame. She directed a huge stream of mana towards the demon and ordered him to die. Leo thought, fire? Not ice? The mana hit the demon's body and Chloe asked, what about his everlasting flame? Let him die in hellish torment. MC looked at the monster and thought, the flame is coming back. He ordered Chloe to quickly cancel the spell. She gripped her staff even tighter and replied, someone like him deserves much more suffering. MC pushed off the ground and ran towards Chloe, who had already released her mana. He knocked the book from her and swung his sword. After a while, Chloe grabbed her head, and MC asked her to be honest. Is this her everlasting flame really her unique magic? Chloe answered, no. She found this spell in one book. The demon squeezed the staff in his hand and released mana, and MC thought, he knew it. This is the flame of Erebos. He asked Chloe to listen to him carefully. It was black magic. Chloe asked fearfully, what? Black magic? He replied, yes, that grimoire is a demonic artifact. Chloe sighed in fear and asked, she, what did she do? Leo, she doesn't deserve to be called a hero. He ordered her to come to her senses. He told her to listen. There was no mention anywhere of Chubaran using Void, which means he spent all the charges of this spell in the battle with Alia's group. Now she understood? 30 years ago, even though they were gripped by terror, no one gave up. They fought to the end, in a battle where there was no chance of victory. What do they teach them in Lumen? Chloe answered, to surpass themselves. Now she understood. Somewhere deep down she always admired this man. He is too cool to envy him. At that moment, Alea approached her and held out her staff. She asked her to take it. Leo thought, however, Chloe's spell still took away his void charge, so it's time to finish. He heard the spell and looked to the side to see Chloe, who began to cast a spell. He thought he too had surpassed himself, Chloe Mueller, so as not to disgrace himself in front of those who believe in him. He smiled and thought, so strange, really. He clenched his sword and walked forward, remembering himself from his past life. MC thought, the runes of true magic, why do they inspire him so much? He frowned when he saw the demon running towards him. He blocked the attack, and the demon ordered him to die. Leo cried out in tension, blocking the attacks, and the demon clenched his fist and punched him. MC flew to the side, after which the demon said, this is the end, the embodiment of a great hero. Leo looked at the frost magic and said, with demons like him, they deal with the first time. The demon asked, what? MC answered, he's finished, Chubaran. Chloe stood behind and thought, her unique magic. She was able to complete this thanks to him. Leo. Chloe screamed. A world of ice. Ice magic covered everything around and froze Chubaran's body. Leo walked up to it and lightly pushed it with his finger, after which black mana formed a book. He attacked it and thought, a demonic artifact. The system window reported, a new achievement unlocked. Defeat Chubaran completed. MC said, he must admit, Her unique magic is impressive. He would never have been able to cast such a large area spell. Chloe looked away, slightly embarrassed, and said, Leo, she wants to confess to the entire academy. She will most likely be expelled. MC interrupted her and said, he finds it hard to believe that a hero candidate like her would be expelled. He is sure that one day she really will become one. Aaliyah screamed with joy. Amazing. They are both simply amazing. Dina said, really, they looked like real heroes. Chloe looked at them in surprise, and Leo said, they all did well. They gave it their all. Chloe approached Aaliyah and said, thank you for the staff. It served her well. Without it, there would have been no victory. She handed over the staff and Aaliyah told her to keep it. Dina happily said, yes, she saved them. She handed Leo the sword and asked him to accept it as a gift. Leo thanked her, and after a while there was a loud cry. Come here quickly. There are survivors here. Albie ran quickly and cried out, Aaliyah. She turned around and asked, brother? Chloe asked in surprise, Professor Albie? She told Leo to look. He's about their age here. Leo said, no wonder. It happened 30 years ago. Albie asked, Alia, is she okay? She replied, everything's fine. The guys from the rescue team came to their aid. Oh, she met someone, and he looks a lot like him. The system window reported, mission accomplished. Albie's World, chapter prologue, the incident in Chadmore. Chloe smiled and thought, it's good that everyone survived. Aaliyah pointed to the side and said, over there. There was no one left in the place she just pointed to. Aaliyah asked, puzzled, where did they go? At that moment, Chloe looked at the broken dome and said, the world is collapsing. MC looked at the flower, which the system called a reward for the mission, a gift. After a while, he opened his eyes and asked, horror, a hospital? Albie said. He woke up. Leo spoke. Professor Albie. He said, Leo, thank you for saving the girl. And let him convey his gratitude to Miss Muller. He turned and walked towards the exit where he met Alian. MC spoke. Rector Alian. He waved his hand and said that there was no need to get up. How is he feeling? Leo asked again. Everything's fine. Alian asked to tell him what happened inside the records. Was the incident somehow connected to Chloe's grimoire? He asked how he found out. Alian replied that they found out where Sen Lu bought the summoning amplifier. Chloe also bought the grimoire there. He knew it. So the grimoire was also a demonic artifact. A demonic artifact, a shard of Erebus. In other words, the physical embodiment of a part of it. MC thought that if a demon got hold of such a shard, it would turn into a powerful weapon in their hands. But anyone else who dared to use such a thing would face only one thing, gradual madness. MC answered that in short, it was like this. He began to tell everything, recalling every fragment. After a while, Alian said, I understand. If what he told was true, then it means the artifact was able to influence the hero's world? MC replied that after they got rid of it, the records returned to their original state. So, he thinks his proposal is correct. Chloe woke up and screamed in surprise. Rector Alian! He waved his hand and told her to relax. He screamed, Arena! She went inside, and Alian said that since they had both come to their senses, he would like to clear something up. Arena opened the things wrapped in cloth, and Chloe screamed, it is Alian's staff. Alian asked to explain where this reward came from. After all, something like this shouldn't happen. How did these items end up in their hands? MC thought, judging by her reaction, Chloe didn't receive anything. Everything is exactly the same as in the introductory one. There are no direct rewards for completing worlds from the hero's personal records. That's the rule. All rewards are strictly tied to their owner. In this, they were both broken. But why? The reward was the Fairy King's promise. Leo didn't understand why this happened to him again. He said it was a reward for completing. Alian asked, so they got these items for closing Professor Albie's records? Leo answered, yes, that's right. He thinks something went wrong with this record initially, back when the world was being reconstructed. He thought he needed to come up with a plausible excuse. Alian put his hand to his chin and said, it seems Miss Muller knows absolutely nothing about this. But why did he, Leo, get the rewards? Chloe asked, maybe it was because his contribution was greater? She heard that receiving rewards depends on one's personal contribution. Alian said, indeed, that makes sense. He stood up and said, okay, they will conduct an investigation. After a short study by their specialists, the rewards will be returned to them. And yes, he ordered that no one be told about the demonic artifact. Chloe asked, but why not? After all, Alian interrupted her and said, they have more than just external enemies. In any case, the two of them worked hard. Chloe cleared her throat and said shyly, Leo, she'd like to say something. He looked at her questioningly, and she blushed and hesitated even more. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. Leo! The doors to the infirmary swung open and classmates appeared at the threshold. Alian smiled and said, yes, esteemed candidates, there's a celebratory party tomorrow evening. If they don't have suitable clothes, now's the time to go to Lumeria and stock up. He laughed and said, young people, how nice to watch them. Chloe and Leo asked again, a party? After a while, a voice rang out. Here's a party for the first years who survived their placement exams. The first battle of the brave warriors has been successfully completed. The host invited them to look at the distinguished guests who had honored them with their presence. Carr adjusted his hair and asked, is this a reward for all their troubles? Tide said, Lumine Academy. It's a piece of cake. After a while, students were standing near the table and talking among themselves. The girl asked how the interview went. The guy replied, he thinks he'll try himself in a new direction. Carr took a sip from his glass and asked, where are their guys stuck? Tide replied, Lumine doesn't forgive tardiness, apparently. The host said, here comes the next pair of heroes. Let them come out to them. Nella Carvin and Eliana Layden from the 5th grade. Let everyone just look at how beautiful they are. The boys' eyes widened in surprise when they saw them. Car exclaimed, they look great. The girls approached them and burst into loud laughter. Did they steal their tuxedos from their dads? Car said, yeah. He even felt ashamed for staring. The host said, next up is the pride of the Lordran Empire, the Lulan brother and sister. Someone cried out, how they wish they were in her place. Car said, well, she's a real princess. A princess from a fairy tale. Chelsea stuck her tongue out at everyone, and Eliana said something, and the people of the empire instantly surrounded them. Well, nothing new, after all, they're big fish. The host announced, slightly embarrassed, and finally, another sweet couple, Celia Zerdinger and Leo Plav. Let everyone greet them. Celia asked discontentedly, and why of all people was she paired with him? The MC asked, what's wrong? Nella happily stood up and shouted, Headmother. Eliana turned around and asked, Headmother. Leo Plav, they will lead Lumine to a better future. Kyle cried out joyfully, Leo, he's their star. Eliana said, the class president, he's the best. Ariana cleared her throat and asked, so guys, are they enjoying the evening? Car shouted joyfully, everything's great. The other boys also shouted joyfully and thought, I hope she doesn't lose her temper again. Ariana said she was glad they were enjoying themselves, but please, let them listen carefully now. She'll announce the results of the placement exams. Car was upset and asked, does she really think she won't ruin the whole atmosphere with this? Ariana said, as expected, not everyone likes it. So today they'll only announce the top 3 students in each division. But don't worry, the rest of the divisions will find out their results tomorrow. The homeroom teachers will announce everything. And now the division representatives will announce their top students. Ain came onto the stage and said, the Ice Knight, Ainul and Diu. Each of them had done an excellent job at the sorting exams, and now he would announce the names of the best in the night division, starting with first place. The names of the students appeared on the screen. Celia Zerdinger, Duran Moira, and Chen Xia. Celia looked at MC and thought, what about Leo? Isn't he at the top? The next teacher, Len, came on stage and said, Abad Llewellyn, Chelsea Llewellyn, and Emio Lucian. Chelsea looked at MC and asked why Leo wasn't there. He replied, it happens. Car spoke up, but that's strange. He's not at the top, and neither is Chloe. Celia looked at Chloe, and Len thought, because of that damned book, he was forced to give her a 0 for practical training. But Miss Mueller will still prove herself to be the best mage in the academy, despite this fact. Sejin stood up and cried out, for him personally, Chloe will always be the best student in the magic division. Herod ordered him to sit down, and the teacher nodded. Chloe looked slightly embarrassed, and Celia placed her hand on her shoulder. Yura came onto the stage and said, okay. New recruits from the recruiting unit. She looks forward to seeing their success in the next exams. Someone shouted, he already wants to join her recruiting unit. She named names. Walden Titan, Elsa Georgina, Jordan Lusson. Celia thought for a moment, and again Leo wasn't there. Ariana asked, well, is everyone happy? And now it's time to introduce them to the top student across the board and the class president. The one who performed best in the exams will become the next class president. And that's it. Everyone tensed in anticipation, and Ariana shouted, Leo Plav. She told him to keep working hard. Everyone cheered and began to applaud. Emio Lucian stood up from the table and cried out, he objects. Why on earth was Leo Plav appointed class president if he's not in any of the top classes? Emio Lucian from the magic division, top 3 in the magic division based on exam results. MC folded his arms and thought, that's true. Why him? Ariana sounded slightly frightened. Actually, there was a good reason for that. She became very agitated and screamed, they're scoundrels. She won't repeat it, so let them remember this information, idiots. Do they understand? Was he raised in a barn or something? Herod asked. Is she possessed by a demon or something? It's funny to watch. Sejin agreed with him. Ariana continued shouting. Firstly, generalist students aren't included in the top lists of a specific division. They can't be lumped together with representatives of just one division. Let's take night mages, for example. Their aura abilities are weaker than those of a pure knight, and their magical abilities are also inferior to those of a pure mage. However, the combination of the best traits of both gives them considerable power. And also, Leo's practical skills score in combat skills and heroic traits is the highest among first-year students. Amio asked fearfully, but didn't the top participants also get the highest score in the practical part of the exam? Ariana screamed, idiot! Leo's achievements are incomparable. He cleared the heroic dungeon. He defeated Chubaran himself. Everyone around widened their eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Eliana asked, did he really defeat Chubaran? Car asked, with only Chloe? MC nodded, and Ariana returned to her normal state and said, guys, Leo Plav took first place in the exams because, Sejin said, that's enough, Professor Ariana. He thinks she's already convinced the students. That's all the announcements. They can enjoy the party. Everyone around started chatting. Yura turned to Len and asked, what would the results be if the all-rounders were also included in the final ranking? Len replied, well, in the magic division, the results would have changed dramatically. One person would have simply pushed everyone aside. Yura said something like, so he should have been first in the magic division. Len interrupted her and said, yes, Leo has the highest results. She cried out in surprise. What? And in the summoning division too? Ain sipped from his glass and said, just like in the night division, Leo Plav is first in everything. Yura said, my god, so his desire to become the best all-rounder. Len replied, yes, it turned out to be quite real. Len said, but his place is still in the magic division. It's his calling. Yura slammed her hand on the table and ordered not to make her laugh. Does he think such talent in summoning is just lying around? Ain called out to the two of them and said, Leo is most suited to be a swordsman. Isn't that obvious? They shouted loudly, and assistants Karo and Anna looked around in confusion. The next day, Carr laid his head on his desk and said he thought he'd had too much to drink yesterday. Chelsea folded her arms and said discontentedly, yeah, that's the first time she's seen someone down 2 liters of orange juice. Herod entered the room and hung a map on the board. He said, silence. He has an announcement regarding a field trip. They're heading to the lands of the elves. Eliana screamed. Yes, they know, and they also know that the class can choose a specific location. Tide said yes, they're thinking about the Duin Forest, which is also called the Warm Forest. There are so many different types of fruits there. Herod pointed at the map and said they're going to El Salbekia. Eliana asked fearfully, El Salbekia? Carr said, El Salbekia, it's a small cold town. Eliana asked, what are they even doing in such a remote place? Tide asked, let it be a joke. Herod reached into his ear and said, all complaints go to the class leader. He was the one who chose it. Eliana screamed, class leader? Everyone turned and looked at MC, and Carr asked, Leo, why did he choose this place? He smiled and replied, first, they'll buy everything they need in Lumeria. Eliana said she thought they'd have to start with gloves. Chelsea happily said, she'll find a suitable jacket. MC thought, El Salbekia. It might seem like an unremarkable town to people, but it's home to the sacred land of the fairies. Silid. I wonder how he's doing. After a while, MC and Nella met at the fountain, and he said he'd buy food and equipment. Nella let her handle the potion shopping. Nella replied, okay. After a while, the shopkeeper said no discounts, and Leo suggested he haggle. MC left the store and walked down the street, when suddenly he noticed a sign and stopped. He thought, Block 13, Karaju Street. He was almost there. He turned and after a while saw the sign Lutek. This was where Sen Liu and Chloe had purchased their artifacts. He walked inside and saw an empty store, with only cobwebs in the corners. Leo thought he guessed nothing significant was left here after the Lumine crime scene investigation team had been here. That teddy bear. Is that all there is? Wait, a teddy bear? The investigation should have seized every last piece, and the store was definitely closed. Maybe it's an item that lowers vigilance? Suddenly, 2 dark streams shot out of the bear's eyes, and MC thought, a demonic artifact. A black creature appeared behind him, and Leo jumped back and thought, this is not simple. Besides lowering vigilance, there's much more to this. A huge creature towered over MC and screamed loudly. Leo thought, that voice. The monster spoke. The sensitive youngster noticed its magic. MC thought, Salatna, this is the Witch Queen. She's one of the 3 Legion commanders who were destroyed 500 years ago. This can't be the real body. It's definitely a clone made from a piece of flesh. Salatna asked, aura and magical power. Is he a magic knight? What an exceptional talent. Let him allow it, she will reward him. However, he can blame his keen senses, kid. Salatna began to attack and struck Leo's arm. He screamed and thought, in this state, he is no match for her. He needs to get out of here. He grabbed his hand and Salatna thanked him for the food. A promising hero. She opened her mouth but Leo only smirked in response. Albi appeared behind him and used a spear of light. It pierced Salatna's body and she said, he is a wizard with a magical eye. Even better this way. Spectators are always welcome. Salatna directed an attack towards MC, and Albi said, she is vile. He created seals around himself and MC, which surprised Salatna. He said, she is demonic scum. Salatna screamed, those vile eyes. She will rip it out, disembowel him, and taste his flesh. Albi said, he is not interested in a pathetic clone like her. He directed his attack towards her and ordered her to die. MC thought, Albi Jaron, the owner of the magical Eye of Evil. However, he is better known by another nickname, the Purifier of Tartarus. Leo thought, if rumors are to be believed, he became a professor at Lumine for only one thing, the right to freely cross the border to hunt demons. He owes him. He nodded his head and Albi asked, Leo Plov, should he bother to explain how this happened? MC replied, the monster appeared while he was examining the room. It was imprisoned in this teddy bear with a curse. He picked up the toy from the floor, and Albi examined it and said, that's interesting. The Lumini investigation team should definitely answer for this. He will omit the details of his involvement in what happened. If he needs help, he should ask. He is grateful to him for what he did. MC's eyes widened in surprise and thought, Albi Jaron. House Jaron is one of the 3 noble families that rule Lumaine. Perhaps it makes sense for him to ask him for access to the restricted section of the library. Leo went outside and saw Nella, who said, he was here. She finished shopping. She saw a wound on MC's arm and cried out, President, how did he get hurt? He replied, oh nothing. She treated him and he thanked her. MC thought this event only confirmed his suspicions. Salatna was the one responsible for what happened to the summoner and for the book on dark magic that ended up in Chloe's possession. What did she want to achieve by doing this? A week later, everyone gathered at the portal and Leo asked, did they have everything prepared? The girls happily answered, yes. A shout rang out behind him. Leo, he turned around and saw Celia, who asked why his class was going to El Salbekia. It's cold there, MC replied. They've been having hot weather lately, so they'll go somewhere cooler. Celia said she hates the cold. She waved her hand and said, okay, let him enjoy his trip. MC replied, yeah, and she should take care of herself too. He turned around and ordered the 5th grade to get ready. Chelsea said happily. She was looking forward to the start of a new adventure. Carr said discontentedly, he also hates the cold. Leo thought, well, it's time for them to go. He said, El Salbekia, the kingdom of fairies and elves, awaits them. They entered the teleporter and after a while, they were transported to Siren Academy, a military training school for elven heroes. The elves asked, what kind of strange clothes are those? How did he even manage to get into Siren? The guy asked, what did she expect from a half-breed? He flaunts his lowly pedigree for everyone. Suddenly, the voice of Lunia El Lunda from the Lunda house, a first year at Siren, was heard. She said, you shouldn't behave like that towards your peer. She ordered them to behave as befits a Siren student. The girl asked, does it not matter to her that there is a half-breed studying with them? The boy screamed, really? His very existence is an insult to them all. Let her just look at what he's dressed up in. You can clearly see an elf who doesn't know what civilization is. Lunia said, of course, there are others like him. She shouted loudly, if they don't like the way he looks, then let them take off their clothes and give them to him. She ordered them to stop this farce if they are not going to help him. Note, she is very hot-tempered. The girls screamed in fear. Miss Lunda, she should avoid such things. She is from a noble house, the daughter of influential aristocrats. You can't do this. The boy asked fearfully, how did it come to this? Lunia asked, aren't they ashamed of what they did here? They gathered in a crowd and started insulting him. Isn't that right? She suggested they move on if they didn't like something. She ordered them to get lost, and the girls said they'd better leave. The guy called her a crazy dog. Lunia asked the guy why he was dressed like that. She felt an overwhelming feeling of pity for him. Luca Enares, the third-ranked first year in Siren, a half-elf, smiled and replied, well, someone just stole his clothes. Lunia clenched her fist and growled menacingly, showing it after the elves. Luca asked, what's wrong? He asked Lunia to please take her scarf. It's cold, after all. Lunia scratched her nose and replied, it's fine, there's no need to worry about her. Luca said, slightly embarrassed, that she was in a particularly good mood today. Lunia said, yes, it looks like her contractor has finally hatched. Luca happily congratulated her, and she said that she should probably go. After a while, Lunia ran into the office and screamed, Dad, her contractor was finally born, right? Ellen Lunda, patriarch of House Lunda, keeper of Firen's oath, said, Lunia, he asked her to call him professor at the academy. Yes, Firen's cub has hatched. Lunia cried out joyfully, she knew it. Can she see it? Ellen exhaled and answered, there's a nuance. Lunia, her contractor, seems to have already signed the contract. As for the details, he'll find out about that later. He needs to find out something, according to Farron. Lunia shook with anger and slammed her hand on the table, screaming, who is this terrible thief who stole the finished contract from under her nose? At that moment, the MC group teleported to Velkia, the capital of El Salbekia. A cry rang out, Leo. Everyone started shaking from the cold, and Carr ordered to simply kill them. MC spoke up, and as it seems to him, it's quite bearable. Herod ordered them to stop making a fuss and line up. This is Velkia, the capital of El Salbekia. Does anyone know the history of this city? Chelsea raised her hand and spoke. Velkia was named after the fairy knight Velkia Ursar, one of Luna's students. MC thought, to be precise, he was a student of Luna and Aaron. Velkia, he's an arrogant idiot. What a pretentious title he came up with for himself. Fairy Knight. Herod said he would only add that House Ursar currently rules the country. A snowy wind blew towards them and everyone turned towards it, seeing the approaching figures of people. Carr asked fearfully, are there really bandits even here? Herod said, there are bad people everywhere. A voice rang out, how is he doing, Professor Herod? An elf with his guards appeared before him, and the girls thought in admiration, my god, so this is what elves are like. Lung Ersar, a member of the El Salbekia Council, head of the Ursar house, spoke up, and he'd been waiting for him for a long time, Professor Herod. He bowed and said, the years go by, but he doesn't change. Aleda screamed, oh my god, it looks like she's met her betrothed. MC asked, so age doesn't matter to her? Aleda looked at him and asked, what? She nudged him in the side and asked, President, let him just not tell her he's jealous? Leo replied, of course not. He knows that elves live very long lives and practically don't age, right? Hence the question. How old does she think he is? Aleda began stomping loudly, and Long smiled and said, what lively students there were. Usually, the ones he brought were more disciplined. Herod replied, first years. They were still children. Aleda approached them and asked if they could forgive him, but could he please tell her his name and how old he was? Long replied, yes. He was a bit late in introducing himself. His name is Long Ersar, and he's 97 years old. Aleda froze at the thought, and Herod said, aha, a man in his prime. Carr moved closer and asked if he would really be their mentor during the trip. Long replied, he is the head of House Ursar and a member of the Elsavekian board. Carr burst into tears and said it was an honor to meet him. Herod said, discontented, they'll discuss their manners later. Sometime later, in the dorm, where cobwebs were everywhere and mice were running across the floor, Carr shouted, are they really going to live here? Chelsea screamed, she can't do this. MC asked, really? So they have an alternative place to stay for the night? Aleda replied, she knew it, President. He had a plan from the beginning, and he stuck to it, right? Leo said he agreed with them, so he thought of an alternative too, and he did something for himself outside. Do they want to do something like that too? He pointed at the tent, and Carr screamed, what are they talking about? He suggested that they better unpack their things. Everyone started talking, and what was wrong with this place? This is a great dorm. Have they seen the weather outside? After a while, Carr and Tide were sneaking up the stairs. Carr asked, he knows what the special charm of all school trips is, right? Spying on girls. Suddenly, Chelsea appeared in front of them and asked, Carr? He swallowed in fear and looked at her. Chelsea used a wind circle and everything around shook. MC said, he thinks everyone is enjoying the trip. Maybe he should take a walk too. He left the house when he suddenly heard a voice. Mr. Leo Plov. He looked at the girl standing in front of the door and she said, the head of the house wants to see him. After a while, they arrived at the Ersar house and Lung told Leo to come in. He was sitting at a table in a large study with many books and saying that he had urgent business and asked to be excused. Could he wait a little? MC replied, no problem. He has a huge number of interesting exhibits on display here. Could he take a look at them? Lung replied, of course, please. Leo started looking around and thought that some of these things were quite ancient. He saw a blade on the wall and asked, is this the Urquint? Lung asked in surprise. How did he know about the Urquint? Its history is passed down only to the heads of the house. MC realized he had let it slip and said that he had read a small note in an old tome in the Great Lumen Library. Lung asked again, really? Well, Lumi knows how to surprise. MC reached for the sword and thought, it's filled with stellar mana. However, it's a replica, the real Urquint. He remembered hearing a shout some time ago, Luna, let her see it, a dagger that defends its owner on its own. What does she think? Kyle asked to see it. Luna waved it and asked, well, how does he like it? MC replied, she looks like a goblin who decided to rob travelers. Luna screamed obscenities at him. Leo thought, originally, it belonged to Luna. However, she gave the blade to her apprentice, Velkia. And just before the final campaign in the war against Tartarus, Velkia lost it. Lung said, the Urquint is a reward received by their ancestor after completing the Velkia Heroic Chronicles. Unfortunately, weapons obtained in the Heroic Chronicles cannot be used by anyone except the owner. MC thought, that's why it looks like a replica. Lung told him to sit down. Herod told him that he was studying in all areas simultaneously and was the representative from Lumine this year. Is that correct? Leo answered, yes. Lung said that he knew that such a request on his part might seem rude. After all, they had just met. MC looked at him questioningly, and Lung asked if he could meet his granddaughter. His granddaughter, she is a first year named Siren. She is a talented girl who entered with honors. However, she lost her motivation to study after entering the academy. He thought that meeting someone like him, an outstanding student of a different race, could rekindle her thirst for knowledge. After a while, MC left the office and walked down the hallway. He approached the door and asked if he was sure he should have given him the key to her bedroom. He took it out, opened the door, and went inside. The room was a terrible mess. Leo looked around and said, God, so much dust. Yes, she's a fan of great heroes. No. Well, of course he knew there were always children who liked that kind of thing, but this was too much. He looked at the suit hanging in the closet and asked, is that Siren's uniform? Iran Ursar, the second best student. Siren wiped her eyes and asked, Grandpa, doesn't he think it's at least impolite to enter his adult granddaughter's room like that? She saw MC and widened her eyes in embarrassment. MC looked at her, and she screamed, human! Leo said, hello, he's Leo Plov. He came to meet her at her grandfather's request. He looked under the lump of blanket where Aaron was hiding. He turned away and said, her collection of books about Kyle is even comparable to his. He'll see how the elves saw him. The great conquest of monsters in the northern mountains, according to their historians, was his doing. Well, that's quite good. Aaron crawled out from under the covers and asked if he really liked Kyle too. She had posters of him hanging in her room and a framed photograph. After a while, she asked, that very battle at Darnos? That's where Tiberk, the commander of Tartarus's armies, was killed, right? If she's not mistaken, that's where the great heroes first fought together. Maybe he knows where the army commanded by Zerga was defeated? MC answered at Edvelik. That's where Luna first used stellar magic. Iran cried out joyfully. Amazing! He'd answered everything correctly. And yet this particular chronicle of heroes is considered the least studied, and most of their contemporaries had never even heard of it. MC thought, after all, even among historians in academic circles, this topic is rarely raised. What does Leo look like from Aaron's point of view? A radiant, handsome guy. She spoke up, asking to be forgiven for her rudeness. Her name is Aaron Ursar. She got too carried away in conversation, even though this was their first meeting. Leo told her to stop. Great heroes would be pleased to know that even after so many years, someone still remembers their story. Aaron said that this was only her point of view, but everyone knows that the official version of history believes that there were 4 great heroes, but she thinks there could have been a 5th. MC asked again, Kyle? He also thinks he existed. When he returns to the academy, he plans to join the club of enthusiasts looking for evidence of his life. Aaron cried out happily. Sounds cool. She grinned and said, the academy. Leo looked at her and thought, shy, reserved, but there's nothing wrong with that. He asked Aaron why she doesn't go to the academy. Aaron replied that she simply thinks Saren is the right place for her to study. Everyone at Saren works very hard. Everyone is obsessed with the desire to become a hero. There is no place for someone like her there. MC thought, however, the uniform looks clean and well-groomed. Most likely this means that deep down she still hasn't come to terms with her reluctance to go to the academy. He spoke, Aaron. He is not the only person in Velkia right now. Their whole class went on this trip. He thinks his classmates would be happy to meet her if they knew about her story. Aaron looked at him in surprise, and MC asked, she knows, right, that in the human lands there are also academies like Seiran, where those who dream of becoming a hero study. If she is curious about the Lumine students, she should get out of the room and come visit. He left the room and saw Lung, who was looking at him pitifully. He screamed. He was shocked. He whispered, just don't tell him that he was talking to Aaron all this time? Leo answered, well, yes. Lung burst into tears and said, My God, it's been several months since she had such a long conversation with someone. It seems she opened up to him. As her grandfather, he simply has to thank him for his help. What does he think about this? He would like to give him a magical item that might be useful to him one day. MC said, refusing to accept gifts is impolite. Sometime later, in the Ursar clan's family treasury, Long said to come in and choose. MC looked around and said he will take this. Long looked at it and said, it's an ornament with a figurine of a fairy. The former head got it about 1,000 years ago. Of course, the fairy figurine carved into this stone is quite beautiful, but the use of this item. MC interrupted him and said, it's fine. Long replied, well, whatever he says, if he likes it, let him have it. MC thought, it's not a carving, old man, but a real fairy. After a while, Herod spoke in the dorm hall. Silence. He'll tell them about the schedule of upcoming activities now. Wake up tomorrow at 6 in the morning. Next, personal training in the fairy forest next door. At noon, practice. Eliana asked to stop and asked, but isn't the personal training they went through at the academy back home still enough? Do they really have to train even on the trip? Herod replied. During the trip, they'll focus on working on their weaknesses. He hoped none of them thought they came here to have fun. Besides, the schedule was made by their president, so the questions were for him. Everyone turned and looked at him. Chelsea asked what evil they had done to him. Carr asked if Leo had made the schedule. He replied that the fairy forest was infested with monsters, making it the perfect place for extra training, simulating real combat. He suggested training as hard as they could. Eliana spoke up. She was sure the president had noble intentions. Tomorrow would be the end for them. Herod said that was all. He told them to enjoy the rest of their free time. After a while, MC sat in the room and looked at the decoration with the fairy inside. He thought it was sealed with the royal fairy magic. He understood why Lung Ersar thought it was just a decoration, a figurine, nothing more. After a century of disaster, the fairy king's contractor disappeared. There were simply no elves left alive who knew about this magic. But he knew it. After all, this is Silrod's magic. Finally, the time had come to use the fairy king's vow that he had received earlier. He directed mana towards the fairy, and everything around was covered in bright light. The guy reached out and asked if his father had finally removed the seal. He looked at MC and asked why there was some unknown person in front of him. Leo asked, who is he? The guy asked displeasedly. Did he dare to call him you? He is the firstborn of the great golden king Silrod, the heir to the fairy kingdom. He has the honor of beholding the silver fairy Kiran before him. MC bent his finger and hit Kiran. He grabbed his forehead and screamed, how dare he? What is this? Leo ordered him to listen here. Even his father was polite to him. And who does he think he is? Kiran screamed, you are a bald squirrel. He dares to insult the fairy king Silrod. MC hit him again, and Kiran screamed, he is small. Leo continued hitting him with his fingers, and Kiran screamed. A few minutes later, Kiran turned into the picture of politeness. He said, this can't be. Is this the same person father spoke of? MC replied, well, it seems so. Doesn't he think? He removed his seal. What's the problem? Kiran replied, on the other hand, making a contract with an inferior person, it's not such a bad thing. Leo said, if Silrod, soft by nature, took all 6 of his wings and sealed them in stone, then he was quite the thorn in his side, right? Prince Kiran? Kiran asked. Did he even know about that? He believed he wasn't lying, and really was the one his father had a contract with. MC said he needed him to go to his homeland and called Silrod. Kiran replied that he couldn't. He could only get to his homeland if he regained his 6 wings. If he needed to meet his father, let him help him regain his wings. The first pair was most likely in the fairy forest, which was once their home. MC smiled and thought, Silrod, his son ended up with him. It must be fate. MC hit him again, causing Kiran to cry out. The next day, Leo's group headed into the forest. The huge trees were covered in snow. Chelsea fell into the snow and said no way, they won using only wind magic. MC extended his hand and asked, so what, is she okay with training now? Eliana screamed a few minutes ago, you mean his magic and sword don't work together? Him? That's just an excuse to make her train until she's blue in the face. MC looked in the other direction, where Tide screamed, you mean he lacks skills in controlling summoned creatures? Carr screamed, alchemy, that's the only thing he's confident in. Chelsea asked, he said that himself at the entrance exams. Does he remember? That she's using wind magic incorrectly. Well then, let him show her how. Leo nodded his head and replied, okay. Chelsea thought, everything Leo had demonstrated so far had already exceeded expectations. I wonder how much more he's still hiding? There was no time to prepare. She had to give it her all now. She used a wind cutter. But MC didn't even move. He used wind cutter and directed a mixture of mana towards Chelsea. Eliana covered her face with her hands and asked, isn't casting speed Chelsea's specialty? How did he manage to counterattack at the same speed? Chelsea used wind chain, and Leo said, Chelsea, as he already said, wind magic must be used completely differently. He created a target and activated wind strike. It was directed towards her, raising questions. Chelsea fell next to a tree, and snow fell on her head. She looked up and looked at Leo, who held his sword to her. She thought, is this real wind magic? Carr said in surprise, he can't even believe that Chelsea would lose to wind magic. Eliana sighed and said, the class leader is a monster. He helped Chelsea up, and Herod said that in terms of magical potential, Chelsea is not inferior to Leo. But in understanding the essence and application of wind magic, Leo is far ahead. This is what determined the winner. As they move from class to class, they'll learn new techniques, but first, it's important to lay a good foundation. MC patted Chelsea on the head and Herod suggested polishing their basics under the watchful eye of the class president. Good luck to everyone on the training mission this afternoon. Ileana wiped her forehead and said, yes. Carr hugged himself and said, he's hungry and cold. MC set about his practical assignment, collecting herbs. He returned to the dorm and found his classmates lying on the floor. The guy grabbed his mouth and said, he'll join in a bit. Leo smiled and said, they're finally moving. After a while, Kieran cried out, Leo, let him see how much he's got. MC replied, that's impressive. He didn't expect anything less from a fairy. Kieran said, he's not just any fairy. MC said, these herbs should be enough. It's time for him to start thoroughly exploring the forest. Kieran said, they'll finally look for his wings. After a while, Leo stopped and Kieran asked why. MC asked Kieran when exactly he was banished. Kieran replied, about 100 years ago. MC ordered him to take a closer look. It was illusion magic. Kieran asked again, is this the fairy king's spell? But it wasn't his father's magic. Leo thought, more likely it was the magic of Silid's father, Graven, the king of the era of calamities. But the spell was cast no more than 100 years ago. Judging by the time, the spell is fueled by Kieran's wings. This barrier is created using ancient magic and the wings of a small one. Apparently, something significant is sealed here. Kieran suddenly grabbed his nose and screamed from the foul smell. The monster stepped forward and asked, what is a human doing in elven lands? MC asked, what is this dead man doing here? The skeleton replied, this place has long been under the control of Tartaros. Kieran shouted in displeasure, this is a fairy shrine. What nonsense is he talking about? The skeleton asked, fairies? He meant those little winged kids. Kieran got angry and screamed, what did he say? He rushed into battle and screamed, stinking corpse. He attacked him, and his cloak fell onto the snow, and Kieran screamed, what kind of fairy is that, who just pounces without thinking? Kieran stretched and asked, it works, right? What's the point of talking? Fairy power is the opposite of necromancy. He suddenly smelled something behind him and turned around, and the skeleton said, even a weakened fairy is still a fairy. Kieran grabbed his nose and screamed, still stinking. He rushed into the attack again and said, he'll take him apart. MC widened his eyes in fear and screamed, Kieran, get back. The skeleton's sword plunged into the ground and created a magic seal. Kieran looked at it in surprise and quickly dodged. He flew into MC's body and asked, what kind of nightmare is this? MC whispered, this is the monster Tartaros, which has existed since time immemorial, a death knight. The skeleton said, his name is Kargor. He is a knight who serves the great Lich King. He gripped the hilt of his sword and rushed into battle. Kargor said, and also, he is the one who will destroy him. This is his death. MC thought, spectral form. He placed a barrier in front of himself when Kargor began to attack. He walked towards him and asked, did he create an aura shield in such a short time? This is not bad. He released his mana and tried to attack Leo, but he quickly blocked the blow. Kargor screamed, his fight is pointless, human. Kieran screamed, Leo, he will help. He hit the monster's shoulder and fell to the ground. Kieran grabbed his head and asked, has he run out of strength? If only he had wings. MC said, in the name of the contractor he calls upon him. Wings appeared behind him and he took off, spreading his mana. Kargor spoke in confusion. Wings. Kieran smiled and asked, what? He has another contract with someone other than him. Leo swung his sword and cried out, Phoenix. The mana dragon headed towards the skeleton and then returned to MC's shoulder in the form of a small bird. Kieran jumped onto his shoulder and cried out, Phoenix? He waved his hand and laughed awkwardly, causing the bird to become displeased. Kargon asked, Phoenix and fairies? He can't let them leave alive. He clenched his sword and thrust it into the ground, commanding the undead army to devour the living, the land of death. MC thought it was a curse that endlessly summoned the undead. Kieran asked, has he given up? Leo smiled and said, if only. He thought it was Kyle's mana. He hadn't used that in a while. He used Earthquake, which affected the skeletons and made them question it. MC rushed towards the creatures and swinging his sword, began to attack. He quickly dealt with the creatures, when suddenly Kargor ordered him to stop. He said, if he calls himself a knight, then let him fight him with honor. MC asked, is this the idiot who summoned the lesser undead telling him this? What was he even talking about? He turned and started to run and Kargor screamed, he's leaving. MC ordered the phoenix and the fairy to fly back. They won't fight. After a while, Leo thought it should be safe here. A death knight in the fairy forest? So there's something here that Tartarus is hunting for? He folded his arms across his chest and heard a growl. He looked to the side and saw a skeleton walking towards him. Leo thought, undead that broke away from the main horde? Suddenly, the monster's body was cut into pieces, and the elf pointed a sword at MC and asked, was it he who summoned it, a human? Leo replied, no, he's just a student at Lumine. He has nothing to do with these undead. He looked at the guy and thought, is this uniform a student from Siren? The elf swung his sword and screamed, what a stupid excuse. Let him die. Necromancer. Leo quickly dodged and yanked his sword. The elf fell to his knees when suddenly a voice rang out, enough. She asked him to forgive his rudeness. Lunia came out of the forest and said, her name is Lunia El Lunda. She's a first year at Siren. She asks not to judge all the students by his actions. MC replied, her apology accepted. But what are they doing here? Lunia replied, they're training here. And him? Leo replied, he's on some sort of field trip with the academy. He turned around and said, well, he needs to report everything to the professor. Lunia replied, let the Velkia forest keep an eye on him. Leo asked, Lunia Lunda, where had he heard that name? Around the same time, Lunia screamed loudly. The worst student in the class screwed up trying to make himself look cool. He's an idiot. Oh my god, what a shame. The peaceful and friendly atmosphere of the El Selbekia forests. After a while, Long asked, is the Death Knight in the fairy shrine? They know that at some point, monsters appeared there. But there was no sign of such severe desecration. Herod replied, he's not the kind of student who would lie. A voice came from the side. Misunderstandings born of ignorance also carry lies. An elf emerged from the hallway and said, a first-year candidate, who was only recently born, claims to have encountered a Death Knight. Gerdium Vintel, a teacher at Siren Academy, entered the hall, and Long said, this is Professor Gerdium Vintel. He teaches the first years. Please let him continue. Gerdium said he most likely saw a skeleton knight and was scared of it. He doesn't believe he could escape if faced with a Death Knight. He's only a first year. Professor Herod, does he believe his story? Herod replied, of course. He may be a first year, but he's the top student in his class. And he also represents the academy in all areas. Gerdium frowned and thought, if what he said was true, it would help expand the horizons of Saren's students. And the story about the Death Knight was obvious nonsense. He asked, if he represents the academy in all areas, does that mean he's good at magic too? He offered to teach a joint lesson with their students. After a while, the students gathered in the hall, chatting with each other. Carr looked around and said, they've set everything up really well here. Siren, this is a rich academy. Chelsea said, yes, it's like being received by an emperor. Eliana said she heard they would have classes tomorrow taught by Siren's teachers. She was curious about how they taught. He was excited. Nellie said she was too. The teachers were sitting at the table, talking, and MC looked at them, thinking, he decided to make this big deal out of nothing. So, he's the type of person who won't believe anything until he sees it with his own eyes. Lunia approached Leo and asked, they've met before, right? Does he dance? She offered him her hand, and after a while they were already twirling in a dance. Lunia asked, does he know elven dances? MC replied, he once learned, a long time ago. Lunia said, that's interesting. And by the way, she doesn't even know his name. How should she address him? MC replied, his name is Leo Plov. She can just call him Leo. Lunia grabbed his tie and asked, so it's him? He's the thief who stole someone else's contract? MC looked at her, puzzled, and she said that she would kill him. MC remembered being told that Reyna saved the life of her summoner, Ellen Lunda. She asked him to forgive her, the child who was supposed to become Fiora's contractor. MC's eyes widened and thought, so this is the original holder of the contract? Lunia clutched MC's shirt and said, shameless thief. Leo replied, Fiora is fine. Lunia got even angrier and said, he is. She pounced on him and ordered him to die. After a while, Lunia apologized to Leo Plov. She was rude. MC smiled and replied, okay. He thought it must be hard for her to pretend. Leo and Herod started to leave, and Gerdius turned to the student Lunia and ordered her to stop thinking about doing such things. She is, after all, the representative of the first years of Saren. Lunia replied, she understood. Gerdius said, she will make up for it tomorrow during joint classes. He ordered her to prove that Siren is better than Lumine. No. What are they? This is the best hero academy in the whole world. What stupid commoners. Gerdius thought, maybe he overdid it. He cleared his throat and said, so that's it. Lunia screamed, she will never lose to this idiot. She will crush him no matter what. No need to worry. For the honor of Siren, Gerdius said fearfully. Lunia. After a while, Lumine and Siren's joint classes began. Herod walked to the center of the hall and said he was glad to welcome them, the students of Siren Academy. He is Professor Herod, a teacher at Lumine Academy. Today, they will take part in the traditional Lumine lesson. Carr, Eliana, and Tide have them come up. Today, they will represent the class. They cried out in surprise. What? Herod said. They are model students of Lumine Academy. Let them show what they are made of. The student said, slightly embarrassed, Professor. Chelsea said, I see, one student from each division. MC thought, he didn't seem to care at all who was nominated. After a while, Eliana released mana on the sword, and the boys activated their magic. The elves watched this happily and wrote down in their notebooks. Gerdius, exchanging experiences with representatives of other races, helps refresh knowledge. He stood to the side, arms folded across his chest, grinning. He thought, but it was a little strange that the class monitor stayed to the side. Chelsea shouted joyfully, unbelievable. The students bowed, and Gerdius said, that was a truly informative lesson, Lumine's students. He felt the depth of knowledge he gained in each department. He took the chalk in his hands and said, in Saren they use slightly different methods. All their students study magic as a main discipline, so in the future, they can afford not to focus on magic, but strive for balance. MC thought it was ironic to hear about balance from them. All their training is built around magic, and everything else is just in passing, complete show. Elven arrogance in its repertoire. Gerdius said, so that's how they got to the main point. He looked at MC, who yawned, his mouth wide open. He thought, what kind of behavior is this? And this is a student who defeated a Death Knight. Nonsense. He said, well, enough theory. He will show them the essence of Saren. By nature, they are a magical race. He released his mana and began to spread it in different directions. Stars appeared on the ceiling, attracting the gaze. Chelsea cried out happily, star magic. It's an original elven spell. Gerdius said, here it is, their signature star magic. The formula he wrote is the great legacy of their ancestor, Lady Luna. She laid the foundation for all star magic spells, and what he demonstrated is one of the many modifications of the formula. It's impressive, right? MC raised his hand and Gerdius said, yes, class leader, let him ask. Leo thought he doesn't know much about star magic, but he asked, isn't that a misinterpretation? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise and Gerdius asked, what did he just say? MC replied, he says the formula won't work. All the elves froze in surprise and Gerdius said, of course it's an incomplete spell, so it won't activate. Their ancestors modified this legacy and created many formulas, which they were now observing. Leo thought, so the formula was lost? Well, that's quite possible. Luna created this spell at the very beginning of the discovery of the stellar magic system, and she only managed to convey it to Kyle. Gertius said he thought he was quite knowledgeable in stellar magic. If he thinks the interpretation is wrong, why doesn't he show them, the elves, his own? Herod was thinking when he suddenly heard footsteps, and his eyes widened in surprise. MC thought, the magic the elves now use is just a simulacrum. Leo went down and thought, now only he knows Luna's original formula. Then he died, without having time to tell the other elves. Perhaps it's fate. Herod clutched his head and thought, stellar magic is the pride of the elves, the legacy of the founder. But if this continues, everything could result in a full-scale conflict between the academies. MC went to the board and began to write the formula. The girl asked, what kind of interpretation is this? It looks like stellar magic, but they have never seen such a formula before. Leo said, it's done. Gertius looked at it and burst into tears. He asked, this spell, where did it come from? He's been using it for a long time. MC remembered how Luna had said a while ago, Kyle, this magic, let him see. She finally finished it. She offered to teach him. Kyle, this is her best creation. A spell that makes flowers bloom. The students were currently watching the modified spell in amazement. Eliana asked, did their classmate do something mind-blowing again? Lunia's eyes widened, wondering what the professor's reaction was. Did this idiot really know the true interpretation of the founder's legacy? Gertius fell to his knees and tearfully asked them not to tell him that the magic that gave rise to so many useful spells was originally intended to make flowers bloom. MC replied, it wasn't that simple. During the era of calamity, flowers nearly became extinct, so they were something special to the founder. Kyle remembered him asking, what kind of magic is that? It's useless in battle. Luna asked if he even remembered how beautiful flowers were. She dreams of one day seeing a world where buds bloom everywhere. Gertius said, and it's true. The founder had definitely intended that. But who is he, boy? How does he know the original formula? Leo answered, he is Leo Plav. He studied star magic from ancient manuscripts. He is a generalist, gifted in magic as well. Gertius asked if he at least has elven roots. MC answered no. Herod stepped forward and apologized for his students' rudeness. He suggested ending their joint lesson for today, and perhaps they should stick to the official version of the formula for now. Gertius said, Professor Herod, let him not consider it rude, but could he transfer Leo to their academy? Herod looked at him puzzled, and then shouted, what? After a while, Chelsea said, Llewellyn's special soup is ready. Eliana said, here's a killer risotto. Only the strongest will survive. This risotto won't even pass the censors. Carr looked at it and said, this will be the toughest test since entering Lumine. Tide asked, is there an option not to eat this? Nellie spoke up, saying she still had some bread left over from the elven mission. Eliana scooped some food onto a spoon and shoved it into Carr's mouth, ordering him to try it. He held the food in his mouth and began to sweat. Eliana screamed, what is he doing, you idiot? Lung laughed and said he liked seeing young people having fun. Herod grabbed his head and said, Headmaster. MC tried to leave, but Lung asked him to stop, saying he needed to hear this. The El Salbekia Grand Council had reached a verdict on the Death Knight case. Nellie overheard their conversation and said, that's it. Lung said, long story short, there's been an increased number of undead and Death Knights detected in the fairy forest. So they formally requested Lumine and Siren to investigate the anomalies. But these Greenhorn first years alone won't be enough, so Siren will help them. From the start of the mission, the seniors will also investigate the anomaly. MC asked if the head of the council really came all this way just to give an assignment. Lung shook his head and said he wanted to come himself. Because of him, Leo, his granddaughter, wants to see him. Aaron, she peeked out from behind the door and asked, Brother Leo, how is he? She was told she could come, so she came. Leo thanked her for coming. He will introduce her to the guys. Chelsea saw her and shouted happily, Cutie, what's her name? Why didn't she come to the joint activity? Eliana asked, how does he know her? Nellie looked at her and said, she's cute. Iron blushed and said fearfully, well, she apologized and ran up the stairs. Chelsea asked, did they do something wrong? Eliana asked, is she that shy? Lung said, Leo, he's counting on him. They walked down the hallway and talked. After a while, MC saw Iron sitting on the balcony floor. He threw a jacket over her and she said, Leo, he'll catch such a cold. He asked her not to worry about him. So why did she run away from Siren? Aaron looked around and said, because she's not fit to be a hero. He asked, is she at it again? Aaron replied, student life was too much for her. And then she met a girl. She was shining like the sun. Leo asked again, who was it? Aaron answered, slightly embarrassed, Miss Lunia. Miss Lunia is truly incredible. She's smart, confident, kind to everyone, a true heroine. She admired her, but she seemed completely dim in comparison. She wanted to follow her around. She worked hard to get into the advanced first class, but she made a terrible mistake at the demonstration duel. And she thinks she hated her after that. MC thought, she doesn't seem like someone you could hate. And Lunia also doesn't give the impression of being an arrogant girl who would hold a grudge because of something like that. He should ask her what's the matter. For some reason, he always sees Velkia in her. He asked if she liked stories about Velkia. Aaron replied, of course. She was her ancestor after all. MC replied, then she should know. Velkia always respected great heroes who guided her on the right path. That's why she eventually became a hero herself, right? Iran looked at him in surprise, and Leo asked her not to worry about how others saw her. Let her just stick to the path she chooses for herself. He extended his hand to her and invited her to come back. Her classmates were nice and cheerful. After some time in the forest, Lunia asked how he managed to convince Iron to come. He answered, he simply said that there was no reason to be afraid of her. Lunia asked again, Iron is afraid of her. Why? Leo looked at her and said, she says she was so creepy during the demonstration duel that she thought she hated her. Lunia replied, yes, she was just focused. She is so strong. Let her talk to her. He thinks she needs to hear it from her. Gertius looked to the side and said, there they are. The Siren students appeared in front of them. Rauta Algra, the third-year representative at Siren Academy, approached them and with a smile on his face said, Professor Gertius. He shook his hand and said, Rauta, his recent thesis was quite impressive. MC looked at his hand and asked, Lunia, who is this guy? Lunia asked again, Rauta? He is the third-year representative. Back in his second year, he didn't stand out in any way, but then he dramatically improved his skills and became the most talked-about figure of the semester. MC thought, Ryoko has gotten stronger then? Herod said, well, since everyone is here, it's time for them to split into teams. Gertius said they'll split it up like this. One third year will take 1 or 2 first years with him. He announced the first team. Leo Plav, Lunia Elunda, and Rauta Algra. MC wondered if he was joking. After a while, Lunia said, oh my god, this is so annoying. She remembered Gertius's words. He hopes the two of them take this opportunity to become closer. She asked, why should she even go on a mission with a thief? MC asked, is she still not over this story about the thief? Lunia replied, of course. She still doesn't accept him as Fiora's contractor. Leo said, it's time for her to calm down. Their current location is the Fairy Forest. Deep in the forest is the MC team. In the Boxwood Grove is Chelsea. In the Medicine Field is Ilana. In the Pine Forest are Carr and Nelly. And at the entrance to the forest is Tide, with a group of seniors. Lunia looked around and asked, by the way, where did the senior Rauta go? They were supposed to be moving in groups. MC crouched down and remembered Rauta's words, who suggested splitting up. He suggested meeting in the center of the forest. MC said it seemed he needed to do something without witnesses. Lunia looked around and said that she was still worried that they had come so far, but they still hadn't encountered the undead. After all, in theory, they should have encountered them by now. Leo thought everything looks the same as last time, but still, he remembered how he asked Kiran to watch. This is an illusion spell, Kiran asked. Isn't this the Fairy King's magic? But at the same time, it doesn't look like his father's magic. There is a curse on this land that wasn't there before. The curse of the dead. Something like this can only be recognized by someone who has survived this calamity. Only he could do this. Erebus's most loyal servant, Commander Tartarus, who survived the Age of Calamity. Death King Kaiser. MC thought it was unlikely the Death King had acted on his own. Most likely, this was the work of his servant, the Death Knight Kargor. Leo rose from the ground and thought, besides, there was something hidden here that Silrod really wanted to protect. Lunia asked, what's the matter? Did he sense something? MC said, someone's coming. Loud footsteps were heard and they armed themselves with weapons. Rauta exhaled and asked, well, how's the investigation going? Respected representatives of the first year. Lunia shouted, Senior Rauta? He asked, did they encounter any undead on their way? Lunia replied, no, they didn't see any undead. Rauta smiled and asked, he saw the Death Knight first, right? MC extended his hand and said, right. He looked at his hand and thought, a black ring, so everything is as he thought. Rauta said, unfortunately, everything points to him being mistaken. He didn't see any undead on the path, let alone a Death Knight. But there's nothing wrong with a first-year student imagining things. He knows that higher undead, which includes Death Knights, disappear if the necromancer who created them cuts off their mana supply. That's precisely why the demon who summoned a Death Knight must always be with them. Lunia asked him to wait. So there should be a demon here? But they are in the capital of El Salvakia. Rauta said that, as a first-year Siren, she should know that a huge array of star magic is installed around Velkia. Lunia replied, it is a spell created by the great founder, Lady Luna. Thanks to it, no demon can set foot on the territory of their capital. That is true. But nowhere is it stated that a necromancer has to be a demon. MC interrupted them and said that other creatures can also use darkness magic. For example, elves. Rauta said, for example, elves. Rauta smirked and said, what an interesting point of view. He supposes he is far from understanding how proud the elven race is of itself. He suggests finishing the investigation. They will meet at the entrance. MC thought he was looking for something. Lunia looked at him and thought Rauta knew something. Later, that evening in the dorm, Chelsea asked Carr, did his team not find the Death Knight either? Carr screamed, what Death Knight? They didn't meet any undead at all. Chelsea screamed, and this raises even more questions. The principal said that the undead were definitely there. How did it happen that they all disappeared as soon as they went out into the forest to investigate? Carr said he wanted to sleep. Chelsea said not so fast. Leo at that moment landed on the ground near the Siren Academy dormitory. He climbed into Rauta's room and thought, he escaped from the dormitory. He looked at the table and thought, this is the entry point to the fairy forest. At that moment, Lunia appeared in the window behind him and asked, what is he doing here? He covered her mouth and ordered her to be quiet. Lunia said he acted strangely in the forest, and now he climbed into his room. MC answered he was looking for him, but he managed to escape. He is sure that he went to the fairy forest. He looked to the side and asked, did he escape? He hears a conversation in that direction. Lunia whispered, but why the elder Rauta at all? Leo picked her up and jumped out the window. At that moment, Aaron got out of bed and went to the window. She saw MC and said, Leo and Lady Lunia? This is simply incredibly romantic. She imagined the picture from the book and blushed, thinking, this is a secret romantic encounter. After some time in the forest, Leo asked, so how much longer does she plan to follow him? Let her go back to the dorm. Lunia asked, does he really think the elder Rauda is involved in this? He only returned this morning, and he saw the Death Knight a few days ago. Suddenly a scream was heard. Stop! The two of them. Enough. Lunia asked in fear. How did she get here? MC said she had been following them all this time. Iron screamed, students are forbidden from inappropriate relationships. Boys and girls must live separately from the age of 7. Lunia asked, puzzled. What? MC asked again. What is she talking about? Aaron screamed, she saw everything. Even how they left the dorm together. It looked so strange. Of course she understands that Lunia is very beautiful, and he, Leo, is also handsome. MC grabbed his head and said, Aaron, she got it all wrong. Lunia, let her tell her. Lunia said that. Everything is not as she thought, that is. She was very embarrassed and turned away when suddenly Leo noticed an undead hand emerging from the ground. He screamed, it's the undead. He grabbed his sword. Welcome to the fairy forest, MC said, and all high-ranking skeleton knights. Lunia asked, where do they even come from? He asked, Lunia, is she ready? She released her mana and screamed, of course, a firestorm. A huge stream of fire headed towards the monsters and destroyed them. She asked, well, how are they? One of the monsters rushed towards her and Iron screamed in fear. Lunia. She ran forward and put a shield in front of her. MC thought, this is Velkia's signature armor. Iron swung her sword and killed the monster, throwing it aside. Lunia said happily, as expected of Iron. She shyly ruffled her hair and laughed. MC said she looked just like Velkia. Iron said, it's an honor for her. So the two of them, what are they doing together at such a late hour? MC answered, nothing that she could think of. Lunia exhaled and said, yes, they just broke into the third-year dorm to find out something. Aaron asked again, right? Lunia pointed her finger at Leo and screamed, yes. Besides, she has no time for stupid love dramas now, but they would be good for him. -1 competitor, right? Aaron said, that's not true. Miss Lunia, she's the best student, and she hopes it will stay that way. Because she's going to become a hero. Lunia asked in surprise, what? She thought, is that what she thinks? The exhibition duels of Saren Academy's first class. Iron held the shield in her hands, and Lunia thought, she's so smart, she managed to endure it. Among the first years, she's the only one she considers a rival. Okay, then she'll give it her all too. She attacked and saw Aaron's scared face. Now, she understands why she had that expression, and why she stopped going to classes after that battle. Lunia turned to Aaron and said, she hopes she'll return to school. They're friends, aren't they? Aaron asked again, what? She and Miss Lunia are friends? Doesn't she find her disgusting? Lunia happily said, they're friends and rivals. She'd like to continue competing with her. Iron happily repeated, friends and rivals. But aren't the two of them really dating? Lunia cried out in embarrassment. No. MC thought children butt heads often. That's just how they are. At that moment, a raven cawed loudly and the Death Knight said, I think he's been caught, mage. There are outsiders here. Rauda asked, what? Isn't this an oversight of his knights? Death Knight Kargor. He removed his hood and Kargor called him an idiot. They are knights of the Great Lich King. How dare he speak to him in such a tone? Rauda showed him his hand and asked if he had forgotten that the ring of the Great Lich King chose him as its master. Once they complete the summoning circle, they will no longer need his Tartaros, and until then, he is counting on him. Kargor laughed and said, of course. At that moment, Aaron asked, so Rauda is behind the anomalies in the fairy forest? Lunia replied, these are just his guesses. There is no need to take it seriously. Aaron said, but she feels like it's gotten colder here. Velkia is a cold city by itself, but this frost feels different to her. Lunia agreed with her, and MC thought he felt like he felt a curse. He suggested they prepare a little before they continue on their way. Kiran appeared in front of him and said, there it is. A phoenix appeared next to him, and Lunia screamed loudly, Fiora! How beautiful. It's her, Lunia's sister. She remembers, right? Iron asked, Leo, isn't that a spirit beast? MC said, it's a baby phoenix, Fiora. Lunia burst into tears and said, Fiora, so cute. Leo said, and this is the prince of the fairies, Kiran. Iron asked in surprise, so he made a contract with both a phoenix and a fairy? That's incredible. MC said, enough chatter. They need to prepare for battle. Next, they will go into the thickest part of the forest, and serious trials await them there. After a while, they started fighting the monsters. MC attacked them with his fists, and Lunia used a fireball. Skeletons appeared from the monsters, and Iron screamed, dead. Lunia said, there must be a necromancer somewhere nearby. Leo grabbed his sword and attacked the monsters, and Lunia burned them with her fire. Leo said, no, he is not here. Lunia said, Leo, he saw it with his own eyes. The orc turned into a skeleton. MC said, this is definitely not the work of a necromancer. Lunia asked, whose then? Leo answered, the death curse. Lunia asked again, the death curse? She had never heard of such a thing. Aaron said, it infinitely raises the undead in a certain area, turning the land into a breeding ground for death. And who cast it? MC said, it is the general of Tartaros, the Lich King Hellkaiser. Lunia screamed, horror. This means Tartaros is targeting El Salbekia. They need to report this to the professors immediately. Aaron narrowed her eyes and said, suddenly, Kargor appeared before them and said, welcome, hero candidates, to the land of the dead. He laughed loudly and said, he's not leaving today. They will know true despair and fear. He will make them regret daring to come to this forest. MC said, ladies, he is taking on the Death Knight. Iron, she needs to hold back the undead. Lunia, please let her prepare her strongest magic. The girls answered. They understood. Okay. Kargor asked, has he decided to fight this time? MC answered, yes, his opponent is him. Kargor said irritably, stupid brat. Does he really think he will let him fight according to his plan? He will suffocate in the impenetrable darkness. Leo used Zerdinger's secret sword technique, Prominence. He created a stream of fire and attacked the enemy. Kargor asked, Phoenix flames? MC pushed off the ground and rushed to attack. He said, it's not just Phoenix flames, but ones mixed with Zerdinger's aura. Kargor looked at the sword and wondered if it had melted. He had much more experience in battle than he did. How could a first-year child be capable of something like that? And that look of his, what was that? A large cloud of flame gathered over the undead, and Lunia commanded it to burn. She loudly commanded him to die. The bony idiot. She adjusted her hair and said, this is what happens to those who dare to stand in her way. Iron said in fear, but the forest. Kieran asked to listen. Is she really an elf? Her habits are more like those of an orc. She knows how to be convincing. MC said, but nothing was over yet. They should go after them. There was a scream. What is that? Aaron said in fear. It's a curse. The curse of the dead. Lunia said, horror, how annoying. A voice was heard. First years? Rada asked, who gave them permission to investigate in the forest at night? Yes, even a representative of Lumeria is with them, as a gross violation of discipline. Lunia frowned and asked, Senior Rauta, but what is he doing here? Rauta answered, undead have appeared in the forest. He is here to understand what is behind it. Lunia screamed. The reason for the undead's appearance is obvious. A powerful curse of the dead. Rauta turned around and asked again, a curse? They mean that right now it is affecting the forest? Lunia thought, it is literally pressing on them, and he can't feel it? MC said that some of the Lumeria first years had the chance to touch the objects that Tartarus owned. He snapped his fingers and said that they, without realizing it, were using the powers of darkness. A bright glow illuminated everything around, and the girls widened their eyes in surprise. MC said, well, and he, Rauta, apparently cooperates with Tartarus on a voluntary basis. After all, there are only two magical sciences that use the blood and guts of monsters as catalysts, necromancy and dark magic. Rada asked again, is he cooperating? He's just hopelessly stupid. They, first years, ended up here, in that very place. Lady Luna's records are inactive. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and Rada said, and the bewildered El Salbekia Council doesn't even know they exist. Is it really wrong to use Tartarus to reclaim their legacy? Aaron screamed, this is an insult to the memory of a great hero, and he only wants to take her legacy, appropriating it for himself. Lunia suggested that Leo beat him up. How she wants to punch him in that sweet little face and then drag him to the teachers. MC told Lunia and Iron to fight him as if they wanted to kill him. The girls screamed, what? Rauta released his mana and cried out, Ria Cernia. MC repeated after him, Ria Cernia. There was a bright explosion and Leo ordered the lady to pull herself together. This is what real battles with the servants of Tartarus are like. Rauta spoke up, a man who uses true stellar magic. Who is he? He frowned and wondered, did he really cast a spell so quickly? His ability to clearly assess the situation, understanding the enemy's strength, and fight accordingly is at a very high level, and if those two interfere, it could be a problem. In that case, he released his mana and Leo ordered him to lie down. Rauta screamed, Ria Terha! Iran fell to the ground along with Lunia, activating her shield. Lunia asked, did he really just use Raya Terha? Aaron asked. How can a basic spell be so powerful? Lunia looked towards MC and screamed. Horror, he needs help. Aaron screamed. Yes. Kargor rushed towards them and said, this is where their path ends, hero candidates. Lunia screamed in fear. What a nightmare. She ordered Aaron to buy her some time. Aaron said she would try. Rada asked, his last word before death? MC answered, overly confident. Kieran. Kieran headed towards Rada and screamed loudly, and Rada fell to the ground. He thought, damn it, leg. This idiot, is he seriously going to do this? He asked to wait a second, but MC swung his sword and attacked. Kieran cried out joyfully. Great. They took out the crazy elf. Now they need to deal with this skeleton. He heard the spell, Ria Cernia, and turned around. Bright mana pierced his body, and Leo screamed in fear. Kieran. Rada stood up and holding his head in his hands, asked, a half-breed fairy? So he can also summon magical creatures? Impressive talent. What was his name again? Leo Plav, right? He screamed loudly. How glad he was that he was the one who had the honor of ending his life. And the power of the Lord of the Dead is nothing. If you add the power of the progenitor Luna to this, he will be able to suppress all the insolent ones like him, who rely only on talent. MC looked at him and thought, those eyes. It seemed to him that the demonic artifact began to devour him. Rada rushed to attack and ordered him to die. Leo swung his sword and thought, he cannot fully accept its power. He rushed forward and chopped off Rada's arm, after which he grabbed his shoulder and frowned. MC pointed his sword at him and said, anyone who became stronger through deception has no combat sense. He ordered him to continue regenerating. He will chop until all his mana is depleted. Rada frowned and a voice in his head said, it seems the mage is in trouble. But is this man his target? Let him quickly activate the magic circle and find the power sleeping in this land. Rada thought, yes, if he gets it. He coughed, and Leo turned around and thought, these two are doing well. He will deal with him, and he looked at his hand and thoughtfully wondered why his right hand had not yet grown back. Kieran pointed his hand to the side and ordered him to look there. MC looked to the side and saw a large red seal appear near the severed hand. Blood gushed from Rada's mouth and he screamed, it's too late. Lunia and Aaron looked at this in confusion, and a large red seal appeared under Leo's feet. Kargor turned around and saw dark mana begin to radiate from Rada's body. Bats began to fly away from the forest, and the ground cracked. A huge hand appeared from under the ground, and Kieran cried out in fear. A nightmare. What is this? MC answered. It's the Skeleton King. He is one of the strongest undead. Rada laughed loudly and said, he was overflowing with power. Is this the power of the progenitor? His hand began to regenerate, and Leo thought, having completed the circle, did he fully embrace black magic? He pushed off the ground and screamed, this abomination cannot have the power of Luna. Rada asked, is it? The dead man's hand moved towards MC and pushed him away. He landed on his feet and clutched the hilt of the sword. Rada said, he didn't care even if it was the power of the Lord of the Dead. It was his now. Kiran asked, Leo, should they retreat? This skeleton is too strong. MC replied, no, let him see. He wasn't summoned in a normal way. Kiran cried out, what? MC replied, he made a contract with Hellkaiser and hastily summoned the Skeleton King. But once he fulfilled the conditions, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. He thought he must constantly nourish the summoned creature. He rushed forward and said, they need to hold out until he runs out of mana. Kiran replied, okay, they will try. Leo said, Kiran, he needs his help. He covered his body with mana, and Kiran asked him to trust him. He stretched his hands forward and shouted, a beam of light. A large bright stream quickly shot up, and the Skeleton King swung his sword and tried to attack. MC thought the difference in power is still great, but he needs to buy time. Then, Rada smirked and shouted, Li Aaron. An electric stream directed along the ground, and Leo thought the horror. Suddenly, Lunia appeared in front of him and used Phoenix Shield. Leo looked at her and said, Lunia. She turned around and told Leo to focus on the Skeleton King. She will deal with this madman. MC replied, then now Iron is alone against the Death Knight. Lunia smiled and asked, does he not believe in her at all? She herself volunteered to fight the Death Knight one-on-one. At that moment, Kargor attacked Iron, but she held on. Kargor said how presumptuous it was to fight him, the great Kargor, alone. Iron looked at him and wondered, would it work? She screamed loudly and thought, but if she failed, the others would be in danger. She pierced Kargor's body, and he laughed in response and struck back. Aaron thought, she never thought of becoming a hero. She flew back and thought, but she must at least delay him. Kargor said, compared to those two, she was nothing. He shattered her shield, and Iron said, that's right. These two will definitely follow the path of great heroes. She was sure of it. Kargor said he would take her head, and then he would help the necromancer. They had no chance. Aaron asked, but did he know that great heroes always had disciples who followed them? Her ancestor, Velkia, swore to follow great heroes and never doubt. She channeled mana through her sword, and Kargor asked, is this the power of the elves? Aaron said, she believed it too. Kargor cried out in irritation, you little thing. Aaron said, this is an ancestral technique, passed down from generation to generation to the Fey Knights. Kargor jumped up, swung his sword and commanded her to die. Aaron said, the infinite power of life, banishing death, evergreen. She cut through her opponent's body, and Kargor said, he, a Death Knight, lost to this little thing. Aaron's legs buckled and she said, she must help them. She must help. At that moment, Rada created a seal and asked, is she still breathing? First class representative? Okay, it's time to finish her. He directed his mana towards her, and Lunia screamed, flame turtle. She created a barrier, and Rada thought in surprise, did she reflect it? Bright mana pierced his body, and Lunia smiled and asked, did he think she would just stand and wait? Flame turtle, a fiery defensive creature. Lunia ordered him to try to endure this too. She created a bright seal under her feet and directed it towards Rauta. He exploded and fell to the ground, and Lunia said, nothing special. She turned around and saw that Rauta had already directed an attack towards her, lying on the ground. He struck her and MC screamed, Lunia. He tried to rush forward, but a huge hand appeared behind him and hit him. After a while, Kiran screamed, Leo, is he okay? He looked at him and said fearfully, his hand. MC said, he won't die from this. No need to panic. The Skeleton King used Dead Man's Scream, after which Leo thought, this is the worst curse in this situation. Okay then, he summoned Fiora and commanded her to sing. Lunia and Iron woke up and thought, their strength is being restored. Leo said to continue Fiora. Summoning embodiment. Fire mana spread along the tip of the sword and MC jumped high to attack. A voice rang out, Leo. Lunia looked at him and thought, he is not afraid of death at all, just like real heroes. She stood up and said, flame turtle. She stroked the creature and said, it did a good job, let it rest. She gathered mana in her palm and directed it towards Rauta, who looked at it thoughtfully and said, now even her vaunted flames look pitiful. Lunia, what is she planning next? Before he could finish speaking, Lunia asked again, pathetic? The flame of their Linda clan? He knows that their clan has made contracts with the Phoenixes for generations. They say the founder of the clan swore to burn Tartaros, even at the cost of his own life. Rauta asked, what kind of speech is that? Had she really given up already? He thought, by the way, this flame, why? Lunia asked, he wondered why the flame doesn't go out. She grabbed Rauta's hand and answered, until the will of the ancestor fades. They are eternal contractors of the Phoenixes. This flame will not go out until it burns all demons to ashes. By the way, his left eye is just like demon shit right now. Lunia released a larger stream of fire and said, the name of this spell is Sacred Flame. It is one of the forbidden spells of the Lunda clan, which can burn even the caster. Rauta said, this is madness. Lunia frowned and thought, she won't let him leave alive. Suddenly the fire went out and Rauta asked, is that all? Then it's his now. He tried to create a stream of dark mana and looked at it, puzzled. Lunia asked, what is this? It began to absorb Rauta's body, and he screamed, stop, you can't. The ring absorbed his body, and Lunia thought, was he absorbed by the ring? What's even happening? In any case, since the necromancer is dead, the mana supply should have stopped. Why is the Skeleton King still fighting? The ring began to release mana, and MC turned around and thought, this aura. The voice ordered them to go forward and complete their mission. MC thought, so this was the power of Hellkaiser. Is he transmitting power through a demonic artifact? He's still weak, and this is the entrance to Fairyland. Leo screamed, Kiran, support! He released his mana towards MC. Leo rushed towards the enemy, but the Skeleton King attacked him. He blocked the blow and cried out from the strain. He thought, no, the barrier is collapsing. It shattered and Leo flew back. There was a loud scream, Leo, Leo! He flew back and the shield collapsed. He moved to Fairyland and heard a chirping sound. Leo. Fiora tried to call him and MC looked at his palm and said, horror. He clenched his fist and thought, the aura and spiritual power are gone. Fairyland, it has become so empty here. He looked around and remembered his past. Velkia asked, is this for her? MC answered, yes, Velkia. Let her take it. What? She doesn't like it. Velkia folded her arms across her chest and said, it looks terrible, and it's hardly useful. MC asked again, what? Does she even know how many times this has saved his life? There was a scream behind him. Kyle? He turned around and saw a portal. Luna said, it's time for them to go. Velkia looked at the blade and remained silent. And MC patted her on the head and said, well, it's time for them to say goodbye, you little brat. He headed towards the portal and left with his team. Currently, he placed his hand on the blade and said, she really is a brat. He took it in his hands and said with a smirk on his face, she said that it wouldn't be useful. Mana began to emerge from the blade, enveloping Leo's body. He thought it was the mana that had been stored in this dagger for millennia that reacted to him, to its owner. With so much mana, what should he use? He looked at the Skeleton King and, closing his eyes, thought, those two. Well then, Lunia created a seal and ordered the bone idiot to stand. Aaron told Lunia to look. Enormous magical power. A huge energy pillar appeared from the tower where MC was now. Lunia said, yes, this is what a phoenix contractor should be. Leo said it wasn't quite as original, but it would be a great gift for those two. Bright stars headed toward the girls, and Aaron said she once read in ancient texts about powerful stellar magic that shrouded the world in the light of the morning stars. It headed toward the Skeleton King, and MC activated the Exodus. The stars erased the darkness from the forest, and Leo channeled his mana and said, Kiran. Kiran clenched his fists and screamed, I'll finish him off. Skeleton King. MC said, that's it. Kiran waved his hand and asked, what do you mean? How? MC asked, don't you want to look for your wing? Kiran darted to the side and screamed, yeah. The girls called out to Leo, and he turned around and asked, are they okay? Lunia asked, did he decide to worry about them? He got it the worst. Aaron held on to her and said, she believed the two of them could handle this. Lunia asked, by the way, what kind of magic was that? It's just like something out of a legend. Leo showed the dagger and said, it's all thanks to this dagger. It seems to be connected to a great hero. Aaron said admiringly, the thing of a great hero. Lunia asked, is Tartaros targeting this place because of this? Kiran cried out, Leo, let him see. He found the wing that father hid. Kiran put the wing on MC's palm and asked him to help him untie it. MC said, okay. Lunia looked at him puzzled and asked him to wait. Isn't this a fragment of the hero's chronicle? Kiran looked at her puzzled, and Leo tried to untie the wing. After that, they were transported to the hero's chronicle. Lunia asked fearfully, what? A voice sounded behind them. Does he want to defeat Erebos? MC froze and thought, that voice. The man was walking towards them and asking, is he crazy? Oh well, fine. The hunt for Erebos, a target clearly worthy of her. She likes it. Leo turned around, and now he understood what Tartaros was looking for. The girl said her name was Luna. She is destined to shine like the stars in the night sky, and so let him consider it an honor that she has become part of his group. MC thought, this is his world. A fragment of the chronicle of the hero Kyle. Herod, out of breath, ran forward, Garidium running beside him and shouting, Leo, Iron Lunia. Then Lunia looked ahead in surprise and said, Professor Garidium. She held out the shard and told him to look at this. It's the founder's record. The professor reached out in surprise and said, what? At that moment, Herod placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said, good job. Is that everyone who escaped the dorm with him? He replied that there was one more student. At that moment, Aaron looked at Lung, who put an arm around her and said, grandfather, Senior Rauda. Shortly before, the protagonist turned around and said, we need to talk. It was the last day of the school trip. Everyone gathered near the teleporter. Geridium extended his hand to Herod and said that thanks to him, their students had learned a lot. He shook hands and said that he valued the experience gained at their academy. Then Lunia approached the protagonist and said that the next time they met, she would definitely be stronger than him. She would look forward to it. He answered, and so did he. Then Iron ran up to the protagonist and shouted, Mr. Leo. He turned around, looking at her, and she shouted that she had decided to return to her studies at Cyrene Academy. The protagonist, smiling, looked at her, then patted her on the head and said that this was the right decision. They would see each other again. Then the others waved and after a while went through the teleporter. After some time, Kiran laughed loudly and shouted, hooray, finally his wings are with him. He must get it, red monster. He swiftly flew forward, and Fiora suddenly jumped up. He shouted in surprise, did she dodge? He looked at her and asked what she would do if she couldn't fly. Then he flew around her again from the side and said that now he would show her a special fairy magic. But at that moment, the protagonist grabbed him by the wings and said, so they will fight every time he is distracted by other things? Maybe he should take his wings back? He screamed, no, he only has one pair left. Doesn't he feel sorry for him? Then Fiora said, Leo, she transformed into her human self and said that she was glad to meet them. She is the Phoenix Fiora. With these words, she lifted the hem of her dress and bowed. And he asked, polymorphism? Kiran, is this his doing? He asked, so he still thinks highly of his magic, right? Then MC sat down opposite Fiora and told her to drop this formality. She put her hand to her chest and said that her mother said that the holder of their contract must be spoken to politely. At that moment, Kiran grabbed a strand of her hair and starting to pull, shouted, well, will she dodge now? Then she grabbed him in her fist and said, Leo, she's asking him to open a portal to her mother. She wants to show her a new form. He created a portal next to him and said, of course, and she must take this trifle with her. She headed toward the portal, and Kiranu indignantly shouted at her to wait. Then they passed through the portal and disappeared, and the protagonist, sitting on the bed, thought finally, blissful silence. The Luna records and the dagger he found in Velkia were now under the safe protection of the Cyrene Academy. Salatna, the mother of monsters, was behind what happened in Lumen. The conspiracy in Cyrene was the work of the Death King Kaiser. It was obvious to him now that Tartaros is trying to destroy the records of great heroes. Cultivating an enemy within their ranks has always been a dirty tactic. Then as now, there are still Tartaros sleeper agents in Lumine, and there are surely more traitors in Serene, just like Rauta. We need to focus on finding our Rauta in Lumini. Active traitors must be found as soon as possible. After some time, the main hall of Lumine Academy. Ain approached the microphone and shouted, as previously stated, they need to line up by house. Dear first years, the head will be arriving for the ceremony very soon. At that moment, Elsa wondered why everyone was being gathered by department and not by class. Then Alian approached the microphone and, smiling, asked, so, how were they on their trips? Did they enjoy them? The reason he gathered all the first years today is because the Academy is beginning preparations for an important event. The inter-house tournament is very soon. With these words, he slammed his fist on the podium. At that moment, Chloe asked, inter-house competition? Shenxia stood next to her and said, so that's why they were gathered not by class, but by department. Chelsea's notes on Lumine Academy. The professors in charge of their education will prepare them for the competition. However, the Academy, for its part, decided to invite instructors who will ensure they receive the highest quality training. The Academy director added that the professors in charge of their education will prepare them for the competition. However, the Academy, for its part, decided to invite instructors who will ensure they receive the highest quality training. Chelsea happily exclaimed, wow, they invited special instructors for them? Carr desperately asked. Is he the one tired of listening to this nonsense? At that moment, Yilian approached them and said that she had read his report on using a combination of alchemy and magic. Carr. He looked at her in surprise and she added, well, his report is complete nonsense. He knows that, right? He cried out in surprise. Senior Yan, she said, hello, first years. She'll be honest, she thinks they're all talentless mages. Yan, magic faculty, 5th year. She said she'd read all the essays they'd written for the midterms. Most of them were standard, insignificant work. At that moment, Amio from the magic department raised his hand and said, she said she'd read all the papers they'd submitted, so she definitely should have seen the paper on the theory of efficiently converting fire elemental mana into light elemental mana. That was his work. She folded her arms and replied, yeah, 17 pages, right? Typical mediocrity. About using heat energy to increase a spell's output. He looked at her, puzzled, and she added, magic by nature. At that moment, Lee from the 5th year night department walked forward and said he was glad to meet them, Junior. After that, he introduced himself and, showing off his muscles, said, knights are those who overcome difficulties and adversity with just the strength of their own bodies. Therefore, the foundation of any knight's strength is their physical fitness. He will train them until the very beginning of the tournament. He's looking forward to their lessons together. The students joyfully raised their fists and shouted, yes, sir. Then Yulta Regdashan, a 5th year summoner, walked forward. He said, younger students, they should tell him what is most important for a summoner. Elsa believes that the most important thing is charisma. He said, incorrect. Walden suggested perhaps superior magical power. He again said that was not true. After that, he added, the most important thing for any summoner is love. Then the head of the academy said, they should welcome the best 5th year students. They will be their mentors. Then he looked ahead in surprise and asked, Leo, why is he standing apart from everyone else? The faculties are located elsewhere. He replied that this is a place for those who are equally strong in all 3 areas. Yan walked forward and, crossing her arms, asked, what universal zone? Leo, is he crazy or something? She added, he should just look at these guys. It's a battle between the divisions. He should join the night division quickly. Chelsea said, actually, Leo is an honorary member of the magic division. Before she could finish speaking, Alian put his hand to his face and smiling asked, the all-rounder zone? Then? That's also true, Leo. But having a 5th year mentor is a rare opportunity. He's not going to miss this chance, is he? He replied that he never said he didn't need his senior's advice. He'll just attend all the training sessions at once. He said that sounded great. He should let him ask his last question if he hadn't changed his mind. He understands that he'll have to face them all alone, right? He replied, of course. The director said okay. You'll think about it. After a while, Yan said she thought he'd still focus on his magic studies. This is the same genius who analyzed the founder of Luna's spell during the trip, right? Len, next to her, folded his arms across his chest and agreed. It was obvious he'd focus on magic. Then he looked at the protagonist and thought, what an imposing figure, standing his ground. In his mind, he was a member of a knightly unit. He thought he had everything a true knight needed. Then Yura jumped on Yulta and said, he's a fifth-year student. Where's his zeal for teaching the younger students? Then she tossed him aside, and the director said he'd made his decision. This year's competition for the division tournament would be a battle royale. After a while, his subordinate said, Director, he doesn't understand. He thought competitions were meant to unite the members of the unit and strengthen them against each other. And now, suddenly, a battle royale? An individual competition? This is unprecedented. He replied, as they know, they have one special student this year. His subordinate asked, was he talking about Leo? He replied, yes, Leo, he's an all-rounder. Everyone thought he'd reach his limit pretty quickly, and yet he continues to get excellent marks in every field, so the board of directors is becoming increasingly interested in him. Ain asked, does he mean they want to include the all-rounder's name in the hero protocol? He replied, exactly. At that moment, Yura thought, Lumine's board of directors is made up of members of the great founding families. Regar, Tercia, they're keeping an eye on Leo. Then Len clenched his fist and said, in that case, future generations can follow in Leo's footsteps, creating an independent all-rounder class. Alian smiled and said, of course, he'll still have to decide on a division. After a while, the students were talking about why it got so cold so suddenly. Yeah, like someone put a refrigerator in there. What's going on? Then Ain snapped his fingers and shouted, okay, everyone. He pointed at himself and said he created this ice wall to teach them how to work with aura. It would be useful both in the competition and in the heroic field. Celia, she should draw her sword. She was surprised, huh? And the instructor told her to try to break through this wall using aura. The next second, she concentrated fire around herself and answered, the task is simple. She sent a slashing attack with a fiery aura at the ice wall, but the mark remained. She thought, strong. Then the instructor said the technique he would teach them today was called the breath of a hero. Celia turned to look at him, and he added that this technique is based on a unique breathing practice of the beastmen and adapted to the physiology of the human aura. She thought, fiery aura? The next second, Ain stood up, concentrated fire within himself, and sent a powerful explosion forward. He thought, incredible destructive power. Could this unique breathing technique really develop aura to such an extent? The students began to mutter among themselves, wondering how he managed to create such flames with his aura. His comrade pointed out, but Professor Ain is the wielder of an ice aura. He said, hey, he once conquered dungeons. What's surprising about him mastering the flame attribute too? Then Ain noticed that Duran was right. Since this aura's nature was different from his main one, it should be weaker than Celia's, but the hero's breath gave it incredible power. They began training. At that moment, the protagonist looked at the professor and thought in surprise, that's Aaron's technique, isn't it? After a while, everyone began training, and the professor thought, they're all doing great. At that moment, Eliana, breathing heavily, crouched on the ground and said, it was hard, but I think it worked. Then Chenxia handed her a handkerchief and told her to take it. She smiled, looking at the fabric, and thanked her. She thought, even the top of the eastern region recognizes her strength. She took the handkerchief and said that she is a good person. Then Chenxia looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked, Leo? Eliana wondered why the headman still hadn't. Before she could finish speaking, the professor looked at the protagonist and, folding his arms, thought unexpectedly, Leo is the only one who hasn't managed to manifest an aura. This is probably a good opportunity to recruit him into the knighthood. Wait, his breathing. Then he approached him and said, hey, who taught him this breathing technique? MC looked at him in surprise and asked, what? He said the protagonist's breathing technique was originally created by a beastman from Asnia Academy. He modified it so that humans could use it, but his breathing method resembles that of that beastman. The protagonist smiled and replied, exactly, he was not human. Then Ain placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, can he change the starting point of his aura? He simply had to shift the mana from that point as he'd just taught, as if he himself had become a beastman. The next second, a powerful fiery aura erupted and the others were surprised. What was that? How did he do that? The professor, sweating, said, wow, Leo, you're something else. He thanked him and remarked that he'd been a great help. Sometime later, Chloe was walking down the hallway, textbooks in hand. The protagonist approached her and asked, isn't it hard? She turned around in surprise. He asked, is she going to a practical magic lesson? She replied, yes, I am, and thanked him. At that moment, she blushed with embarrassment, breathing heavily, wondering why she couldn't look him in the eye. Then Yan approached them, folding her arms across her chest and saying, how sweet, little one. She greeted her, Chloe. She was surprised. Does she know her? Yan stepped forward and said, of course. She liked her work on interpreting northern magic. She smiled and said that it was an honor for her. Then Yan added, Leo, when is he going to transfer to the magic faculty? He replied, Senior, you can't force a student to change faculty. Pressure of this kind is prohibited by the rules of the academy. Then they stopped in surprise when they heard a voice. No sense of beauty at all. Yan looked forward and shouted in surprise, Professor Albi? He looked at her and said that he would be lecturing the first year at the personal request of Professor Len. She was surprised. What? Professor, this is unfair. He constantly refused them when they asked him to lecture. All 5 years, all the way up to the 5th year. He replied that he was busy. At that moment, Chelsea thought in surprise, Wow, Albie will lecture them? MC thought. Albie is a special mage. Such people are rare. He is able to use fairy magic while being human. That's why absolutely every mage dreams of attending his lecture. Then Len approached him and said, "Here he is, the senior." At that moment, everyone heard a voice. "Guys, pay attention. Professor Albie has been invited by him to give a lecture. This is a great honor. It seems there are strangers among the first years." Len grabbed Yan and, leading her away, said that they needed to go. He and she still had the manuals and were preparing a dummy for the tournament. She kicked and screamed at him to leave her alone. A first-year rookie. She wants to attend Professor Albie's lecture. At that moment, the professor folded his arms and said, "Great, they will begin their lecture." He assumed they all knew his nickname, the Mage of the Eye of Evil, but they also called him the Tartaros Killer. This only emphasizes the colossal combat experience he possesses. What do they think is most important in a battle using magic? Emio raised his hand and said, "The amount of mana." He noticed that this was incorrect. "Next, please." Chelsea raised her hand and said, "The speed of spellcasting." He said, "Next." Carr suggested perhaps the variety of spells used. He said, "Next." After that, the protagonist raised his hand and the professor asked. His answer, "Leo, what is the most important thing for a mage in battle?" He answered, "Mobility." Albie said, "Right." Yan, at that moment, was holding a scarecrow and said that she also knew the correct answer. Len said, "Come on, she must form a spell." Then Emio said, "Professor, he doesn't understand." Yes, of course, mobility is important, but he wouldn't say that it's the most important thing for mages in battle. Besides, the issue of mobility in magic has long been resolved, hasn't it? He asked in response. By solution he means wing magic? He confirmed it. Carr looked at Chelsea and said, "But really, logically, if you master such magic, everything should be fine, right?" She replied that it sounded reasonable. A quick word of advice on magic from Kara. Wings are a levitation spell developed about 10 years ago. It's much easier to master than the flight magic used before. Furthermore, wings allow for much faster movement, so it's a sort of advanced replacement for good old flight magic. But the best part of this spell is that it can grant flight not only to the mage but also to objects. After that, the professor said, "Emio, Leo, step forward." They walked forward, and Emio looked at the protagonist and thought, he's not even in their faculty. He's annoying. And the protagonist wondered what he'd done in his school life to deserve this treatment. Then the professor asked, "Leo, does he agree with Emio's statement?" He answered negatively, and the student looked at him in surprise and asked, "What?" The professor said they would then have a duel between them to determine who was right. He drew a line in front of them and asked if they both had an artifact for wing magic. Emio answered yes, he did. MC said he didn't. The professor said he'd have to solve this problem himself. He closed his eyes and declared he understood. Albie declared the endgame would be Summoning Island. Whoever got there first would be proven right in the bet. Emio placed his foot on a special device and asked, "Seriously? In that case, this should be his wings." He leaped forward with lightning speed, shouting, "Let's go!" Then he grinned and, turning slightly, said how could he compete with him without a speed artifact. At that moment, the protagonist used a lightning strike, hitting the device right under his opponent's feet. He cried out in surprise, and Carr shouted indignantly, "Hey Leo, what the hell is he doing?" He replied that since the purpose of this sparring was to demonstrate the importance of advancement for a mage, he supposed it was logical for the opponent to interfere with their movement, right? The professor remarked that this was natural. The student added, "He should wait, really?" At that moment, the protagonist enveloped his legs in energy and, rising sharply, used a phoenix stride. Carr shouted, "Is this even legal?" He used aura in magic class. Albie said, "Carr, who does he think he'll be fighting at the interhouse tournament?" He looked at the professor in surprise. Meanwhile, Emio continued to surge forward. He looked at his device and shouted, "Leo, you damn idiot. Attacked him for no reason. He won't let this go." Then he turned around in surprise and shouted, "He's already caught up with him?" At that moment, the protagonist was rapidly approaching him, and Emio was about to cast a spell. But before he could, MC abruptly attacked him, knocking him down and causing him to fall. He flew right after him, then grabbed his arm. After a while, Albie said that, as they saw, Emio, who had relied on wing magic during the battle, had lost. As soon as his artifact was broken by the opponent, he was immobilized. Meanwhile, his opponent was flying using basic flight magic. Wing magic is based on the standard flight spell. Since it is skewed toward convenience, it is difficult for the user to achieve good control over it. Therefore, they should all learn flight magic from now on. The students happily said yes. Sometime later, the task began, and the professor asked a first year who possessed basic flight magic at such a level. He doesn't even know what to teach him. Perhaps he had any questions? The protagonist replied, "Yes, he does." The professor told him to ask, and the protagonist asked if he could obtain permission to access the Forbidden Lumine archive. He replied, "Unfortunately, access rights to the archive are beyond the professor's purview." The protagonist looked at him and said he'll put it this way. He's asking this question not as a professor, but as a member of the Zyron clan. The professor asked why he needed it. He said he wanted to find a document there, the history of the Chronicles of Heroes, which had never been made publicly available. Albie pulled out a piece of paper and said he would write him a letter of recommendation. To gain access, he needed permission from the head of the Zyron family. This meant he would have to ask his older brother, Altek Zyron, for it. He said, "Altek Zyron." He thought they called him the Infinity Magician. for his incredible mastery of infinite spells. The professor added, but right now he's somewhere on the southern front, so he'll have to meet with his confidant. The protagonist looked at the document and asked, confidant? He answered, she's his senior. He can find her at the academy. He asked, who is she? He said, third year Elena Zeron, his niece. Sometime later, on the island of ghostly beasts, everyone gathered near the shore, and the students were talking among themselves. They heard, right? Apparently, the faculty of knights and magicians has already started special training. Yeah, they say Professor Albee himself was giving a lecture to the magicians. MC looked at them silently. Not long before, the company had gathered at the establishment. Chelsea looked at the protagonist and asked, seriously? He doesn't know Elena from her senior years? Isn't that weird? He asked. What's weird? What makes her so famous? She asked. Famous? That's not the right word, because she's the third-year representative. Elena, 18 years old. She's considered the second most skilled in the entire academy, even though she's a third year, second only to her senior, Yan. Carr added, and she's incredibly beautiful. She even has a nickname to match, Queen. The protagonist asked, what Queen? He replied, half the academy is chasing her. He'll see it yet. By the way, that's partly why she's one of the main candidates for student council president. And this is in her third year. In the present, the protagonist folded his arms and wondered, fans, how can he contact her? At that moment, Yura looked at Carr and asked, where is he? He replied, he'll be there soon. The student asked, Professor, who is she waiting for? She replied, Yulta. The students were talking. It was their turn to go to special training. Hooray! Finally, they learned something new from the Pegasus contractor. And who's that senior with the nets? At that moment, Yulta said he apologized. Professor Yan, he was late. She looked at him in surprise and shouted, him! He walked forward, holding a net, and said, hello, first years. The students were surprised at how creepy he was. After a while, Yan looked at him and asked, what kind of junk is that? He replied that he was already sure she already knew about fairies appearing on the island of ghostly beasts. She was surprised. What? Fairies? At that moment, the protagonist thought of Kiran and thought, that can't be right. Yan asked, so he wants to force the first years to catch fairies? He answered, that's right. She said she was already sick of this idiot's training. How much longer is he going to act like a lunatic? They're holding tournament preparations. Is he making up such absurd nonsense? What a mistake she'd made, trusting him with her training. Then Yulta stepped forward and said, Junior, they as summoners must dream of the three great spirit beasts. And don't they really want to see real fairies? He clenched his fist joyfully, and the others shouted, hooray, they want to see a fairy. Yan shouted, why is he giving them false hope, feeding them rumors that are completely unsubstantiated? Yulta, the tournament is just around the corner. He's not going to waste special training looking for fairies, is he? The next day, Yan folded her arms and asked who remembered what is most important to a summoner. Elsa replied, patience. Yulta said that's not true. It's love. They must love not only those they contract with, but all the entities they summon. They must become one with their pet, feel the union of man and spirit. They must find balance and harmony with nature. That is the true love of a summoner. At this point, MC folded his arms and sighed, thinking that he was quite eccentric, but he understood the basics of summoning well. Then Yan added, in other words, they must develop a strong affinity with nature to establish contact even with the beasts they didn't have a contract with. This might be a bit difficult for first years, but it was worth a try. They would stay on this island for 3 days. Yulta added that he had already submitted documents stating that they would be absent from the dorm for 3 days, so there would be no problem. The students screamed, what? That can't be! She was going to Lumeria for the weekend, so how would they survive here for 3 whole days? Elsa sighed and, holding out her hand, said, 3 days alone with the spirit beasts, that's not so bad. At this moment, a student placed a net in her hand and she looked surprised. The professor had said that they were forbidden from using summoning for those 3 days. Aura and magic are also forbidden. They must survive using only their own strength. They cried out in surprise. What? Yulta waved and said they'd see each other in 3 days. They replied, but this forest is full of wild animals and spirits. The student smiled and said, Professor, he can't be serious. Yan said she'd already told them on the very first day. They were different from students in other disciplines. Summoners must be able to communicate with beings that wield the power of nature. They must learn to quickly adapt to it and even control it. That's why Yulta spoke of love. How many of them had truly grasped the essence of summoning? Had they made contracts themselves? Had they seen the true forms of their summoned ones? After all, almost all of them only use what their families or the academy gave them, right? Anyway, guys, they'll see each other in 3 days. After a while, the students were busy with their own affairs. Some were making a fire, some were hiding from the rain, and some were meditating by a waterfall. After a while, the protagonist picked up some berries and said they were edible. He put them in his bag and added that he didn't expect summoner training to be so tough. Then he heard a scream. Asari! Asari! He placed his bag in the portal and then walked forward toward the students. A huge plant grabbed one of them, and the others watched. The student asked, so, he approached that plant without even realizing it was a monster? Elsa sighed and said how stupid she felt for getting caught so easily. At that moment, the protagonist noticed a fairy on a tree branch, and Kiran asked, so who should he trick next? But at that moment, MC grabbed him with his net, and he shouted, how could that happen? They caught him with a regular net. Then the protagonist extended his hand toward him and said, it seemed he was asking him to behave well. Did he think he'd come here to cause trouble for everyone else? With these words, he grabbed the fairy by the shirt He replied that it was all just a misunderstanding. He was investigating the strange incidents that happened on this island. The protagonist asked, What kind of strange incidents? He answered, yes, something strange is definitely going on here. After some time, MC was preparing berries and asked, he says that the animals on this island have become aggressive, and he is trying to figure out why. With these words, he handed the berry to the fairy, and he answered, that's right. Then he saw those students and decided to play a little prank on them, and bam, he caught him. The protagonist asked, does he really want him to believe this? This is Furina's domain. She couldn't help but notice something like this. He said, this phoenix, Furina, is not even on the island now. Is that true? The protagonist was surprised. What? He said yes, everything was like this when they got there. The letter said, if she's reading this, Fiora, then she hasn't returned to the island of the ghost beasts yet. She needs to visit the Oathholder mom. Kieran said that's what the letter said. She left, leaving only this. Not long before, Fiora was holding a fairy, and he said that he was already hoping to see an adult phoenix. Then she threw it aside. He shouted, hey, she should wait for him, but she ran forward. In the present, MC thought, Fiora, daughter of Furina, the second most powerful among the beasts of the forest. She would definitely notice if something was wrong. How convenient. There is no reason, and yet an anomaly appears in the forest. Coincidence? He doesn't think so. Then he closed his eyes and mentally said, Fiora, can she hear him? She must answer. He mentally called to her and then said, maybe she is too engrossed in something and does not hear his call? After that, he grabbed Kieran and placing him on his shoulder, said that they needed to go. They needed to find Fiora. He sensed an aura in the west of the island. He answered, but why him again? Meanwhile, Fiora sat by the pond and, looking at the reflection of the mana stone, said, beautiful, so beautiful. After that, she swallowed the crystal, at which point the protagonist approached her and asked what she was doing. She looked surprised. Huh? Leo, this is a fishing village called Yahello. He told her to wait. Had she been sitting and eating mana stones all this time? He thought that in the habitats of spirit beasts and elementals, mana stones grow naturally, accumulating energy from the surrounding space. Young elementals and beasts absorb these stones to grow faster. Therefore, outsiders are forbidden from entering the forest. Otherwise, the black diggers will dig everything up. Then she said that she was taught that in order to grow, you need to eat a lot. Kieran said that high-class spiritual beasts like them didn't need to consume mana stones. MC said that mana stones were certainly a delicacy. But Fiora, shouldn't she be telling him that she drove away all the elementals and spiritual beasts to keep the stones for herself? She looked down and said guiltily that it wasn't like that. She was going to share them honestly. Kieran said, that's ridiculous. Are you sure she's a phoenix and not a pig? She pushed everyone aside to eat it all by herself. She shouted indignantly, who is he calling a pig? Then the protagonist told them both to stop. Fiora, what's going on in the forest? She answered. Exactly. She sensed a very unpleasant energy coming from the island. At that moment, the protagonist thought, wait, this energy belongs to that chimerologist sorcerer they've already encountered. Then he shouted, Kieran, Fiora, they need to get ready. He shouted, it's close. The next second, huge teeth appeared in front of him. He jumped back, and the sorcerer said that he was wondering why the number of mana stones had suddenly decreased. It turns out it was the baby phoenix's doing. Well, Leo, it seems fate itself has bound them together. The protagonist, smirking, said, oh yes, grievances that linger from their past lives, and he must admit one of the most damn unpleasant. After that, the sorcerer pointed tentacles at him and shouted that they would end this once and for all. MC jumped sharply to the side and then dodged another tentacle. The sorcerer pierced a tree with a tentacle and said that he would crush it here and now. He grabbed the protagonist by the leg and he thought, a monster? Clearly, he hid the chimera underground, and he didn't sense its presence. Wait, really? The sorcerer shouted that he must die. He swung his tentacle at the tree, but the protagonist was trapped within the barrier. He closed his eyes, then released powerful fire energy in all directions. He cut off the sorcerer's tentacles, but at that moment they began to regenerate, and he thought his regeneration was impressive. After that, MC said to let him ask a question. The tentacles surrounding him felt exactly like those of the snake gorgon, which hides its presence. Could this be a new chimera? He smiled and said, oh, that's commendable. Only a first year, but he acts like he really knows everything. Who is he, Leo? The protagonist pointed to the phoenix and said, as he himself had just said, he is a first year. He shouted, Fiora. The next second, the phoenix flew forward to attack, creating a powerful explosion. Kieran flew aside and said, nice trick, chick. Fiora landed on the protagonist's shoulder, chirped loudly, and then the sorcerer said, it's not over yet. All his monsters have been burned. He will pay for this. He pointed his hand at the water and said, it's his turn. Death slime. The protagonist shielded himself with a windshield. Kieran covered his nose and asked, what's that stench? The protagonist looked at the slime and thought, unbelievable, a royal slime. The sorcerer said, it's impossible to dodge this little one. At that moment, Yulta was indignant. What was he trying to do to his youngest? He unleashed a powerful energy blast, hitting the enemy squarely, and added, Heem sorcerer. He soared through the sky, riding a Pegasus, and the sorcerer smiled and asked, did you tear his flesh armor apart in one move? Well, as expected. He's still the best Lumine summoner, Yulta. Kieran said, wow, a talking flying pony. The protagonist said it's a Pegasus, a spirit beast of the same rank as them guys. Fiora added, what a face. Yulta said, monsters are an abomination, no matter how you look at it. Area, they must rid this world of this pathetic nothingness. At that moment, the sorcerer thought they need to buy time until the tentacles regenerate. He shouted, death slime. The slime moved to attack, but Yulta pierced it with a powerful stream of energy. Kiran said, wow, is he absolutely sure a Pegasus is on the same level in power? MC said he's afraid it's not the sheer strength of the Pegasus itself, but the summoner's abilities that make a Pegasus so deadly. Then the sorcerer smiled and said, perfect, he likes it. It only makes it more fun. He created a huge magical symbol around himself and shouted, how could they possibly receive such a gift? At that moment, Yura appeared in front of the main character and said that she would watch him laugh while he was dead. How dare he even create a chimera using a spirit beast? He said, it's his turn. A cyclops. A huge monster emerged from the water, and the sorcerer laughed and asked, what kind of beast will they summon? Whatever it is, the Cyclops is not easy to defeat. Professor Yura. Then a creature appeared on the small magical symbol, and Kiran was surprised. Seriously, a mouse? The protagonist said, a devourer rat. It looks cute, but, he asked. But, Yura smiled and said that she does not leave even bones from her enemies. She devours everything until the end. She pointed her hand forward and thought with a grin, a small but merciless creature. At that moment, a huge number of rats headed straight for the sorcerer. Then the Cyclops screamed loudly as the rats attacked him from all sides. The sorcerer pulled a scroll from the portal and thought that at this rate, all his prepared chimeras would die before the battle was over. Then Yulta said he couldn't escape. He sent another powerful pulse of energy straight into the water, and the sorcerer trying to unroll the scroll was hit and the scroll tore in his hands. But the next second, he seemed to evaporate, and Yulta asked, did he escape after all? After some time, Yura indignantly shouted at the main character, he's a damn idiot. Why the hell did he lock himself in the forbidden zone? He answered, because of Fiora. She was eating the mana stones that formed in the lake. She asked, so it was for their little Fiora? How cute. Yulta took the protagonist by the shoulders and said he loved his summoned pet so much that he was even willing to go into the forbidden zone for her. Yura added, it seems that the chimerologist tried to poison the mana stones. She saddled the dragon and said that she must report this to the head of Alien immediately. Yulta, he must continue training and oversee security. He replied, yes ma'am. Then he looked at the protagonist and said, so Leo, he is the Phoenix contractor. Besides, so that's who it was. MC asked, is this his Pegasus, the elder? He asked, Aria, would she be so kind? Will she introduce herself to Leo? She stepped forward and said, her name is Aria. She's pleased to meet him, the Phoenix contractor. The protagonist petted her and said that he was also pleased to meet her. His name is Leo. Yulta said, interestingly, Pegasi usually dislike being touched by other people. Leo, had he had any experience with Pegasi? When he was Kyle, his contract mount was a Pegasus. Incredible memories. Then Yulta said, it seems he's not injured. He thinks he can continue training. He'll overlook the fact that he broke the ban and used aura in this fight. The protagonist replied, okay. Judging by the skills this chimerologist demonstrated, the traitor in Lumine is most likely one of the professors, but definitely not a student. A few days later, the students were saying it was the first time they'd all been together since enrolling. Not a day goes by without some kind of trouble. They all gathered at the training ground, and Carr approached Tide and said, okay, he should tell already. How did the special training of the summoner faculty go? He said he was so exhausted he hadn't even bathed since arriving. Then Eliana asked where the president was. Carr looked at her and asked, didn't she hear that the presidents of all the courses were called to that tent? In response, she started hitting him. After that, MC walked into the tent and Reese said, here he is, Leo. Now all the course representatives are gathered. Lil Rouge, the second-year representative of Lumine Academy's summoner department, thought, that's the guy who studies in all three departments at once. In person, he's even cooler than they say. At that moment, Hark Ligward, the fourth-year representative of Lumine Academy's night department, was sleeping peacefully. The protagonist walked forward, looked around, and thought, where is she? Then Elena poked him in the cheek and said, oh my god, what a cutie. He looked at her and thought, oh right, there she is. She asked, so, he's the first-year president? He wondered. The one who can give him access to the restricted area of the Lumine library. She asked, so, does he want to be hers? The third-year representative of the magic faculty twirled her hair around her finger, and the protagonist said he had to refuse. She leaned towards him and asked why. Was he afraid she would spoil him? He replied that he was afraid, she was a little old for him. Then she laughed out loud and said, what a funny guy. Lil Rouge thought sheepishly. He managed to hold his own against Miss Elena. Well, that's what she expected from him. The guy really is unusual. Reese smiled and said that they haven't seen each other for a long time, Elena. How did her assignment go? She sat down at the table and, sighing, said it was boring. He laughed and said, I see. Then he walked over to Hark and said it was time to get up. He suddenly opened his eyes and, sitting up in bed, suggested they fight, but he smiled and answered, later. Elena asked, fighting right after waking up? What a savage he was. Hark looked at her and, smiling, asked, how would she know what a real fight is? She never goes anywhere without her entourage of fans, Elena. She asked, did he mean to say she was nothing? He asked, did she see another Elena here? Lil Rouge said in fear. Seniors, you can't fight here. This is a terrible idea. Reese approached the protagonist and asked what he thought of their representative team. He said they were so friendly. After a while, Alian approached the counter and said he was glad to see them all assembled. They should let him get straight to the point. From today, all Lumine's students and teachers will be completely isolated from the outside world until the tournament is over. They are entering quarantine mode. MC thought this could only mean one thing. They want to catch the traitor. After a while, Eliana sat at the table, her hands behind her head, and said, "Damn this tournament." She hoped they wouldn't have to stay locked up for too long. She couldn't even go to Lumeria to buy some treats. Chelsea sat across from her and said, "Studying without treats is simply impossible." "That's right," Carr asked. "A noblewoman speaking seriously?" Tide shouted. "Guys, breaking news. We've decided on a location for the tournament." Chelsea asked in surprise, "What? And where?" He pulled out his chair and sitting down said, "Nurang." She asked, "But isn't that a restricted area?" Carr opened his notes and said thoughtfully, "Nurang, a city in the southeast of the continent. It was famous for being completely destroyed by a dungeon that went out of control. It was later cleared, but the land was cursed due to the dungeon's influence. People could no longer live there." The student asked anxiously, "Are they really going to such a place?" Chelsea smiled and said it was forbidden, but she didn't think it was that dangerous. Average strength monsters, a few curses, and that was it. Tide looked at her and said, "Actually, that sounds pretty dangerous." Then the protagonist looked at the recording and thought, "This place looks familiar. Wait, this is where he and Lycinus first destroyed the Legion commander." Sometime later, MC visited the library. He was sorting through the recordings and thought, there are only 5 large lakes in Nurang territory. Which of them? Maybe Irdiana? Somewhere among these lakes rests Lycinus's lost spirit, the great shining spirit. Sometime later, Luminos, the day of the interdivision tournament. The professor said that the first steps of future heroes are always a joy to behold. This year they have especially many talented students. At that moment, the girl anxiously asked, "Has the match started yet?" Their daughter. Her husband said she could handle it, she shouldn't worry. Meanwhile, Yura approached the director and said, "Letting so many strangers in at once. She's worried about an intruder slipping through." They were standing on the hero's tower, and she asked if they weren't supposed to be in lockdown. He replied, "Fortunately, the powerful deterrent has returned. Past mistakes won't be repeated." Yura thought there was a real phoenix behind her. She wanted to talk to her. Then the professor said, "Dear guests who have honored them with their presence, welcome. He is Sejin, the tournament's host. Participants. As announced, the tournament between divisions will be held in a battle royale format. They will compete in skill, strategy, and survival. And when only one glorious survivor remains, the match will be over. The division to which they belong wins. The bracelets they were given are artifacts that track their condition. If a threat to their lives is detected, they will be immediately teleported back." And one more announcement. This division battle also counts as credit for the practical training. The students shouted in surprise. "What?" Sejin added that, although the tournament is about survival, it doesn't count. If they constantly run away, they won't be happy with the grade. All their actions are recorded by a bracelet. Students who leave the battle early may receive a higher grade than those who stay, so they must think carefully about every step. That's all. At this point, the protagonist folded his arms across his chest, sighed, and thought, "Quite clever. If you sacrifice yourself for the division, you can get a bad grade." Then Sejin added, "Okay, now the division tournament begins." The students were enveloped in powerful energy and teleported to another location. Carr fell, and noticing his classmates falling next to them, shouted, "What the hell?" The others screamed, and MC rolled over and thought that the entire area was covered in various curses. "Now I understand why this place is called the God-forsaken land. And also, curses activate and are released chaotically. The only place without curses is the ruins. Most people will probably rush there. And he, perhaps, will start with Lake Erdian." After some time, everyone set out on the mission. Elsa, riding the creature, thought number 3 of the Night Unit, Duran, and number 2 of the Summoning Unit. Their eyes met and they thought, "It's time!" The next second, the creature sharply dodged a powerful attack, and Elsa, holding on to the creature with the last of her strength, screamed, "It's him again!" Duran shouted, "She!" Then they both screamed, "Leo!" After that, the protagonist landed and, looking around, thought to the west about 10 minutes from here. He looked at the map and wondered if Lycinus had sealed Luminos right before her death. Was she still there? A curse of distorted perception? He was used to this, but the others will have a hard time. Then Chen landed next to him and called out to him. He was surprised to see her, then placed the map inside and said, "The ruins are on the other side." Was she following him? She closed her eyes and said she had some personal business. He was surprised. Personal business? What was it? The next second, she concentrated energy around herself and, pointing her hand at him, said, "Duel." He concentrated energy in his legs and asked why. She replied that from the very first day they met, she had wanted to know just how great the difference was between them. Then she instantly kicked off the ground and aimed her fist at the protagonist, landing several blows at once, but he didn't budge. She stopped in the center of the magical symbol and said, as expected of Master Leo. In an instant, he surrounded himself with a fiery aura to counter the water one. In that case, the protagonist looked ahead and thought, this must be a high-ranking water spirit. She sent waves of energy forward, but the protagonist concentrated a fire arrow and directed it at his opponent. He thought it was a distraction, the real attack from the other side. He turned around, catching her off guard. She jumped back and thought, counterattacked at the very moment she distracted him? Okay, surprise attacks won't work anymore, he asked. What's wrong with her? She should be flexible, adapt to the environment? but she was too constrained. He concentrated energy in his sword and ran to attack, and she clenched her teeth and thought, if he hits, there will be problems. Then she put up a barrier in front of herself, protecting herself from his attack. She looked ahead in surprise. He thought, this is far from all she can do. She's too constrained. He directed the energy towards her face, and then a powerful explosion occurred. He pointed his weapon at her and said she'd lost. She sighed, let go of her head and asked, Master Leo, is he really only 15? He looks like a seasoned old man. He told her to stop talking nonsense and return to the ruins. She rose to her feet and asked, what? He wouldn't eliminate her? That wasn't sporting. He walked on, put his hands behind his head and said, Battle Royale, my dear. He decides what happens to the losers. If she wants, she can mess around with those following in his footsteps. At that moment, two powerful energies collided behind them. She asked, with whom?